Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Halo 5 Pro Series Championship. My name is Lottie, and I'm going to be your desk host for the day. I am joined by three incredible Halo 5 connoisseurs, the best in the business we've got here for you guys today. I've got Wes Clutch Price, I've got Daniel Gaskin, and I also have Goofy. You may know him as Faisal, but we're calling him Goofy. We're staying to our Halo traits here. Gents, it is so lovely to have you, and I'm so glad to be back here for Halo. I'm really excited about today. We've got a lot on offer. We'll talk about it a little bit later on, but before we do, Clutch, mate, it's nice to work with you again, bro. How's everything been going Halo-wise? Fill me in.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You've been busy doing some other things, but it's great to have you back, Watt. Halo's been solid. We've been trekking through these online tournaments as best we can. Tons of competition. We've been through several different Halos, I'd say. We're back on Halo 5, and competition's as heavy as it's ever been, really. I think we have a lot of up-and-comers that have been putting in a lot of time in the off-season, and when others chose to play Halo 3, H2A, whatever it might have been, some of these guys stuck with Halo 5, and their dividends are paying off. Their hard work's starting to pay off, and they're able to compete with some of the best in the world. So super excited to give them an opportunity to kind of showcase themselves against the teams that we know have solidified themselves as the best in the world.
For real, I'm very excited to have you joining us yet again, Wes. You've become a pinnacle part of the Halo desk here. And you're right. I mean, some of these teams have really fought their way and have not put Halo 5 down, and it's showing. And I'm really excited to see this. Gaskin, also lovely to have you back. I know that you've been doing a fair few things for Halo in the Europe side of things. So talk to me about your journey with Halo recently. What's been happening? Fill us all in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good to see the European Halo scene thriving a little bit. Again, some players who carried on playing the game have seen success. Some names perhaps we wouldn't have seen back in the day at the top end of Halo now. And whilst they're not as good as the North American players, I mean, that's always been the case. Europe has never been quite there. There is still that bit of hope, I feel, that going into Infinite, Europe will start to get a little bit closer to North America, or just some European players will still get upset about Spartan in matchmaking, which is entirely possible as well, though.
It is indeed, Dan. I feel the pain, man, every time we talk about that North America, Europe kind of matchmaking that we have going on, that little kind of revenge thing that we've got going on here in the Halo world. It kind of does upset my heart just a little bit. But what doesn't upset my heart is to see Goofy also joining us here. Goofy, you've been a fantastic part of Halo recently, found your way onto the desk, gone from pro to the desk now. I love to see it. How are you finding things, commentating Halo, talking about it for the next part of your career in Halo 5?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just very excited to be in a position to kind of give you guys the knowledge and experience with that I've gained throughout the years of competing in Halo, and now being in a position to try to, like I said, give back and just I like talking, so this works for me, you know. And with Halo 5 coming back and seeing all these top players, all these top teams kind of get back in their element and start to thrive and kind of reach their final form, I'm just super excited to see some good games today.
Oh, me too. I am more than ready to see some good games. Now, you're probably wondering at home how the tournament works and what the format looks like. Well, don't worry, I'm going to tell you now. I'll walk you through it. We got our top 8 teams from our last pro tournament. So that was last weekend. And it's 2 groups of 4. So we've got Group A and Group B. They're going to be battling it out. And the top 2 from each of these groups are going to advance to a single elimination bracket where they're going to fight for the crown at the end of the day. So really, really excited. Here are our teams on the screen right now. We've got Cloud9, Sentinels, Inconceivable, KC Pioneers, No Ice, Kingdom, Flyers, and Falling Esports. You've probably recognized a fair few of these from our previous Pro Series tournaments that we've had. So really excited to see, you know, some of our top teams really all in a bunch here. Our top 8, honestly, all deserve to be here. I'm really excited to see them all play. And they've had a decent amount of time now on Halo 5, like you said, Clutch. You know, there's been some teams that have kind of played a little bit more Halo 5, haven't really put that kind of game down. Others who have kind of been expanding themselves through MCC. Anybody there on a list of teams that you think are really going to make an upset today?
I think if we're looking at upsets, my head immediately goes to that Kansas City Pioneers team and the work that they've been putting in and the consistency that they kind of have been bringing pretty much every weekend. We do a lot of esports arena tournaments for Halo 5. We do a ton of Halo 5 tournaments, and I feel like these guys are always competing against these top teams in Sentinels, Inconceivable, and Cloud9. I think they're always going to be capable of creating that upset. It's just can they do it multiple times in order to find themselves in a finals? Can they actually win one of these things? Is what you have to ask yourselves. It's going to be really tough for them to like keep that consistency and beat like multiple top teams. But I think every single series there is the possibility for an upset if they're on the other side.
For sure, for sure. And talking about upsets, winning, getting to the finals, there is a prize pool at the end of the day here for this tournament. So I'm really excited to announce we have $10,000 on the line. This is what our teams could be going home with. We've got first place takes away $4,000, second with $2,000, and third place with $1,000, so on and so forth for 4th through 8th. Some really good amount of money on the line here. And to be honest, heading back to a game that, these guys have been playing for a while now, really is bragging rights. If you come back into things, I'm sure there's a couple of teams here and a couple of players on teams that really do want to prove a point that maybe they couldn't prove back in the days of Halo 5. So it's nice to have a refresh, a restart, and try and get some success here in maybe a game that they didn't find it previously. So really excited to see what our teams are capable of today. But we do have, of course, our group stage to get through here. So talking about our two groups, we've got Group A, Group B. We've got the likes of Cloud9, No-Eye, Sentinels, and Kingdom in Group A. And really, for me, what's sticking out here is Cloud9 and Sentinels. We've seen these guys go head-to-head previously in a tournament. We know that Sentinels have taken the kind of edge over Cloud9 previously. But right now, we have a bit of a splice versus Tox lineup again. So that's kind of cool. It's like kind of grudge match coming through here. Gaskin, are you excited to see this kind of happen once again? History repeating itself.
Yeah, of course, there are a couple of players here or there that weren't a part of that grudge match, but, you've still got the core values of all of those players, and you don't forget that kind of rivalry. That will certainly be at the back of their brains, and you were talking about prize money, you were talking about bragging rights. You don't think about that when you watch the Premier League or American football, if you're in the States, of course. Like, you don't think in a final, or how much is this player winning? How much is this team winning? You think about that team being the best, and that's what these players want to achieve at the end of the day. Splice, they were on top for a long time. Tox, of course, had to wrestle it back off them. Now Sentinels looking like one of the most dominant Halo franchises that we might see going into Infinite. And I think that's always going to be at the back of their minds, just wanting to be on top, wanting to beat that other team. So yeah, I'm really excited for it.
Me too. It's hard to stop winning when you've been winning. It's a horrible feeling. So I for one understand that, especially when it comes to gaming, because I'm amazing.
You're winning all the time. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm always winning. It's just too much. And then in Group B on the other side of things, for me, what's standing out really is KC Pioneers versus Inconceivables. Now, Inconceivables, they got to the finals of every single HCS tournament so far. We know that they're up there, certainly in the top 2 at least. But then KC Pioneers, top 4 team. They've got some really good group of players that really have stuck together for a while now. But they did actually replace Super CC with Manny. So I want to know, Goofy, what do you think of that change? Do you think Manny's kind of improved them as a team in terms of chemistry and skill-wise? Or do you think really they had something with Super CC and it was a difficult decision to make here?
I'm sure it was a difficult decision for this KC Pioneers roster, but ultimately I think it's a decision that's paid off for them. We've seen them compete at a high level with Manny and really push some of these top 3 teams that we're talking about, right? The Cloud9s, the Sentinels, and the Inconceivables, always pushing them to the brink. And I really think Manny brings that efficiency to this roster that they may not have had ever since Renegade kind of drifted away and started, playing with his official roster. So bringing Manny on this KC Pioneers team, I think, is really gonna help this team out. And in my opinion, it's a good decision for them.
For sure. I'm very excited to see how they kind of form as a whole team. I think it's very difficult. Sometimes when you have a little bit of a roster mania happening, we've had it in a couple of our teams here, seen some changes happen and occurred. But I think it's sometimes very difficult to find your feet. However, they do have an advantage on this side. Obviously, Halo 5 is back. They've played it before. They kind of maybe had to dust off a few things here and there. But obviously, we've got sprint, clamber, thrust back. We're bringing out the pistol into the BR. What kind of changes do you think these guys have had to make really to kind of put themselves back in the shoes for Halo 5? Is it a big one? Have they kind of had to really think about this again, or is it just something that's kind of muscle memory now?
I think it's kind of difficult for them to change from like the frames per second, that difference that they're dealing with from going from PC, MCC back to the Xbox. And I think that's where the biggest pain points are going to be felt by these players. And from jumping from game to game, it's very difficult. And as a professional player, you notice those frames per second very, very evidently. And it's been a pain point that's been preached by a lot of these players that have struggled to kind of change between those. And a lot of these players that rely on their just precision aiming, like Royal 2 or all of Sentinels, to be honest, anybody on Cloud9. I mean, I've had good conversations with them about like the difficulties of switching between the two, and it's kind of thrown them for a loop, and they feel like they almost don't have the same individual skill that they know that they are capable of because of that. But I think that over time they're going to be able to kind of get back into the groove of things, and I think they've had a little bit of time on Halo 5 now to where they're starting to feel that. Personally, talking to Royal 2 last night, I know that he's done a great job of kind of putting in some extra time outside of practice and whatnot in order to really make sure that he gets back to his final form that we know he can be. So I think it's just a matter of putting in that work and getting back into the swing of things that's important for these guys.
Definitely. And, talking about, putting in the work and getting back into the swing, I think there are definitely some standout players. And I want to talk about with you guys some players to watch here, because, I mean, first on my list is Neptune. This guy, he was a breakout player in 2018. He's a young gun. He still is to this day because he's only 18 years old, which is ridiculous, to be honest. And he's been a pro for 3+ years now. He's a fantastic fit on Sentinels. He's obviously not put down Halo 5 and brings a refresh to that team, because Sentinels, let's be honest, a fair few of them have really not played the game. One of them went to a different title, a different FPS game altogether. So I think that he's done a great job at bringing that team together back on the ground in terms of Halo 5. Gaskin, what do you think about Neptune joining Sentinels? Do you think he's been a pretty good fit for them?
I think you can put Neptune on any team and he's going to be a good fit because he's a phenomenal player and just succeeds at Halo 5, like we've seen in his history. However, I will say comparatively to Lethal, who he is directly replacing, very different players. Lethal is one of those players who can do a little bit of everything. He will be everywhere on the map, very knowledgeable, a lot of experience. Neptune I would have down as more of a main slayer. But I think if you get molded by 3 of the best players of all time in Halo, there is no reason why you can't achieve what Lethal has as well. So I think that Neptune is going to be a good fit, and he might bring something a little bit different to the Sentinel side in Halo 5, to be honest. They might be a little bit more aggressive, they might find more kills, they might find more success with their slayers, so I can't wait to see how it plays out today.
Me too. I think another guy that's on my mind has got to be Bound here, Goofy. I mean, Bound is definitely one to watch out for. I think he's probably considered one of the best Halo 5 players in 2020 currently. He's yet to compete properly at an event, so there's a lot of eyes on him to see how he does and how he forms as a professional player competing, heading into Infinite. But what do you think of him overall as a player, and especially on that Inconceivables roster?
I definitely think Bound fits in perfectly with players such as Falcated, Boo Boo Doo, and you throw Sane in the mix, right? I agree with you, Lottie, that he is kind of in his own kind of bubble in the sense where we've seen and heard of Bound and his skill in Halo 5 throughout the years, right? He's always been in the mix. He's always been in the pro player lobbies, playing custom games with the best, beating the best. But we've never really seen him take that step into like a leadership role or kind of really make the difference on a roster yet. And I really want to see him in this tournament step up and make an MVP case, so to say, for his team and really kind of break out because we all know how much talent Bound has. And I'm excited to see, how it's going to unfold here today.
Definitely. Me too. I think there's plenty of other, players to watch out for. There's tons of them. I'd be here all day, folks, if I had to name them all, because let's be honest, every single person here is worth talking about. They're all absolutely phenomenal. But I want to talk about interesting teams though, and kind of have a look at maybe some that we can discuss a little bit further. So I want to talk about Cloud9, excuse me. Clutch, obviously Cloud9 trending in the right direction. Of course, they've been doing pretty well. They made it into the finals in the last tournament, but at the start of Halo 5, they had a little bit of rust on them. You could see the rust. You could see them having to really push through, and it was a little bit more difficult than maybe I think people expected, especially with the caliber of players on that roster. But they got the cogs moving again. They're moving up, and right now it feels like they're a team that honestly could be one to beat. How do you think they fare in the tournament currently, as opposed to where they started here in Halo 5?
Yeah, I think life without Shotzi was pretty tough at first, right? I think that goes without saying, with how special of a talented player that Shotzi is. And those 3 world champions in their own rights are going to have to be able to play without him to find success. And they kind of hold themselves to that championship standard, even though they don't have him on the team. So I think it's a matter of learning how to play without that dominant force alongside of you. But they've got Penguin. They put in a lot of time with him, and they've started to find that success that we know that they're capable of. Personally, if you watched the last On My X episode that came out on Monday, there's a quick plug for you guys. I actually predicted Cloud9 to win this whole thing today. I am going to stick with that prediction for now because of what I saw them do last weekend. I think when I watched Cloud9 play last weekend in the Esports Arena tournament, they were playing at such a high level. You saw great plays out of Stellar and Eco. And I mean, Renegade's going to be that force as well. I've always had a lot of respect for Penguin, so you round him out as the fourth. And I think when they are practice, tried and true, they're going to be a tough team to beat by anybody. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this team's capable of. And personally, they're my pick to win today.
Now, you mentioned Penguin, Wes. I just want to quickly ask you just a little question off the back of that. You know, he actually teamed with Stellar and Eco back in 2017, and actually they had quite a fair few amount of finals appearances. So we know the chemistry is there. Do you think it's still there to this day? Do you think he is a really good fit for this team? And obviously, like you said, big boots to fill with Shotzi out of the picture, and he's really come in there. So do you really see this team kind of having that same chemistry that they would have had with Shotzi on board?
I think it's going to be two different play styles. I don't think you're going to be able to play with – I don't think Penguin's going to bring the same thing that Shotzi brings to a team. But I'm the biggest Penguin advocate, I think, in the league. I think he's an unbelievable player. Every time I watch his screen, I'm like, that's a good play. That's a good play. Great shots there. That's another good play. You're doing it right. So, I mean, when you plug and play somebody like that into a team, that team is going to find success because Penguin plays great Halo in every sense of the term. And he has a phenomenal shot that's already there. He's not Shotzi. We're not going to pretend that he is Shotzi, but I think that he really does bring a lot to the table. And I think that Cloud9 now can really find some consistency in some efficient Halo with Penguin. I think that that's what he does best is he plays great Halo, not necessarily just slays everyone. So I think that this is going to be a more efficient roster when it comes to getting their kills while playing the objective. And I really expect him to bring this team kind of a level playing field that maybe they're not used to, having played without Shotzi since.
Love it. Love it. I'm definitely going to be watching out for that for sure, and the different play styles. It's obviously really difficult, Gaskin, to talk about interesting teams and not bring up Sentinels. You mentioned them a little bit earlier on, but they have won 3 out of 4 of the HCS tournaments. They've had a few tournaments in between there that they haven't maybe done the best with. It seems like after the first few weeks coming back to Halo 5, the skill gap now is really closing in that top 3 position. How do you find they're playing at the moment in terms of going against some of the big dogs like Cloud9 and Inconceivables? Where do you think they fare in this tournament?
Well, I think one of the advantages Tox had and Sentinels had in general was that they were this core team that were together for so long, and they built this chemistry that they were able to kind of surpass a lot of other teams in areas where maybe they haven't been able to achieve certain things. Whereas you take that away from them now with a couple of changes, and I'm amazed that Frosty's back. Like, honestly, that's amazing to see him playing in Halo again. But to lose Lethal, I think, is a huge loss. Of course, we know he's coming back for Infinite and whatnot. It's not like he's completely out of the squad. But I think that this roster still has what it takes to be at the top. And they have that drive to be one of the top. But first, you need to poke the bear. And I think that's what's happened in a couple of these tournaments. They've been shown that actually some of the new kids on the block have shown up a little bit, and they've kept going. They kept playing Halo 5. And now this Sentinels roster, they have to respond.
Absolutely. Sometimes it can be difficult. Like I said previously, when you're winning a lot and then to not win, it can sometimes get in your head. I think that's kind of maybe what we've been seeing with the Sentinels roster. And you're right, the skill gap is closing. Some of these teams are getting better and better and figuring things out as they go along. So I'm very excited to see what all of our teams are going to deal us today, which leads me on very nicely to predictions and what we think is going to happen today. This is pretty difficult. So who do we think is getting to the final, folks? Clutch, I'm going to start with you. This is a big prediction that I'm throwing your way right at the beginning of the stream. So who have you got?
Yeah, I think coming out of pool play, you're going to see Inconceivables have to face against Sentinels Cloud9. And I think that the winner of that series is going to face off against, obviously, the other. So to me, it's going to be Sentinels. It's going to be Cloud9 in the finals. Inconceivable could easily be there and win this whole thing. I think those are the 3 teams to watch out for, but I've already stated Cloud9. I got faith in you. Penguin, I want to see you win one of these things.
I like it. He's a favorite animal of the day, Penguin, just if nobody knew that at home for Wes. So obviously, Gaskin, moving on to you, mate. Who do you see making this final and potentially taking it all?
I think you're probably going to get a similar story from both me and Goofy, really. It's hard to look past those three teams. It's really going to come down to that semi-final with who plays who. Finishing at the top of Group A is going to be very significant, because if you finish in the top of Group A, you're going to face off against second in Group B, which means you likely will avoid Inconceivables and get arguably an easier route to the final. But I'm with Wes. Like, it's hard to look past those three teams. Maybe we'll see a team like Pioneers show up and just play absolutely crazy on the day, but you have to say that those are the top three teams to get to the final.
For sure. I totally understand that one, Dan. Totally do. And obviously, Goofy, I've got to ask you, who do you see going to the final? Are you still on that same wavelength as Dan mentioned, or are we picking something else here?
Yeah, Dan pretty much hit the nail on the head. The top three teams, in my opinion, are clear. It's Inconceivable, Sentinels, and Cloud9. As far as kind of the order at which I think they're going to finish, I got to give the victory today to Sentinels. You know, they are tested, they're proven, they are arguably in Halo's history the best team of all time. Obviously, not having Lethal, in my opinion, is a huge hit. Neptune is a great player, but he's no Lethal. Regardless of that, I think Sentinels will win today with Inconceivable, giving them a tough series in the grand finals. And then I'm going to have to give Cloud9 finishing in that third place spot.
Okay, I can definitely say we're going with it, Goofy. I'm gonna have to say finals for me are gonna be Sentinels and Cloud9. I'm definitely with Wes with the penguin hype here. I think Cloud9 might show up as a totally different beast. I do think Sentinels are going to make the final. I know that they've had a difficult ride recently and things haven't quite been going their way. But I do see Sentinels taking this one. There's absolutely no bias whatsoever about this. There's no reason. But I do see them working hard. I think Neptune, actually, for me, I think obviously Lethal, absolutely phenomenal player in his own right, and he brings something to the team I don't think anyone else can. But I think for right now in this roster, Neptune really brings that H5 refresh I was talking about. He knows the game in and out. He's a fast-paced player. I think he's what they need to turn it up, and I think they're going to do it in this tournament round. So I'm very excited. We will find out. But before we do find out how this tournament is going to go by playing our first match, we actually decided, because Wes, Clutch Price, loves to talk so damn much, we decided to give him his own segment. So this is Wes World.
Yeah, the producer wants me to put the hat on. Unfortunately, though, I have to. The way my setup is that I have Astros on, and I'm not going to be able to talk to a mic, so you wouldn't be able to hear a word I'd say. You just stare at me with the cowboy hat, but it is next to me. Anyways, on to the actual production. I wanted to take just this time out to talk about the importance of getting your brand out there and getting an org for the rest of the time up until Infinite, and then leading off into Infinite. I think as players that are currently looking for orgs and whatnot, it's so important for you guys to expand your brand, not only as an individual but as a team, and to create like that camaraderie and to be able to like help give yourself an opportunity to be successful. I think that what an org can do for a lot of these amateur teams, these up and coming teams, is it creates stability. It gives you growth as, and not only yourself but as a unit. You get the opportunity to really expand on not only the monetary value, but more so like your image, and the image of the Halo scene will grow entirely. I think that like an org, being a part of an org, you're able to really be a part of a group that can do a lot for you. I know I'm kind of rambling here, but I think that it's important to how do I say this? I think it's important to make sure that you just set yourself up for success, not only with your team, but to grow yourself as an individual and become as big as you can be in order to better yourself and put yourself in a position to have that stability going into Infinite.
Thank you very much, Wes. I totally understand that. It's very difficult to kind of put it into words sometimes, but I honestly hear you. I think it's probably like looking for the passion. I think sometimes a lot of players can maybe lack a little bit of passion going into it. I know winning is fantastic, but sometimes you may know that you're only a top 6 team currently, and you need something to kind of push you over the edge, and having that org around you to give you that kind of boost you need, a little bit of motivation, something to root for, having fans too. I think it's super important. So I'm totally with you on that, Wes. I think it's super important. And, you know, you guys at home can also look out for some orgs being announced, you know, really exciting stuff with Infinite around the corner. Obviously, we've had a delay, but hey, look, COVID-19 has hit us in a nasty way. They've taken that Halo dream away from us, but only a little bit longer to wait. So not too bad, folks. But we do have a match heading your way very shortly. The first match we're covering here today is KC Pioneers versus Inconceivable. Now, let's have a little discussion about these two teams. We know Inconceivable won the last tournament. They were doing fantastic. They've got to the finals of every single HCS tournament so far. So we know that they're up there, definitely in the top two currently. But then KC Pioneers, you know, this is a pretty big matchup for them. A hard hitter for sure to start their day. But one of the teams that I think everybody has their eyes on in terms of breaking into that top four spot. You know, they really want to kind of climb that ladder, hopefully get into, I would say, top three, top two. But they're looking for an upset right now. Gaskin, KC Pioneers, how do you think they're feeling about going up against Inconceivables? Do you think they're kind of ready for this, or would the nerves kind of be forming for them in a different way in game?
I always say playing one of the top teams in pool play as the first game is probably one of the best times because those top teams might not be as warmed up. Yes, okay, you won't be as warmed up either, but you could argue it might hit them a little bit harder. They played each other before in the last tournament. It was a 3-1 victory for Inconceivables. And the fact that Pioneers have taken a game off them, I think, is going to give them a lot of confidence going into this series. I don't think they'll be able to play the same game type or map, so that might change things a little bit. However, when you know you've been able to topple that giant, then you can say, okay, well, if they're beatable on this map, why aren't they beatable on X map? And maybe, just maybe, they can pull out a result here. It doesn't matter if they don't in pool play. I still think they could quite easily come through this group second with victories elsewhere. But certainly a good chance for them to test out like how everything's feeling and maybe how they're shooting on the day.
Absolutely. We're going to have a look at the series layout in just a second to see exactly what game types and maps our folks are going to be playing in the first round here. You know, Goofy, I want to know here, KC Pioneers obviously looking to prove themselves here as one of the best teams in the game, and they have been grinding Halo 5. Looking at our game types on the board here, we got game 1, Fathom CTF to start things off, the Rig Team Slayer, Empire, Stronghold, Eden Oddball, and if it goes the distance, we've got Coliseum Team Slayer at the end there. Anything that's kind of ringing a bell here for you, Goofy, for maybe KC Pioneers to really maybe take a few games off Inconceivable?
Yeah, I definitely think KC Pioneers has what it takes to make this a close series, and I definitely believe it will be a close series. I am giving the edge to Inconceivable here just because of their track record and their history, but I think this is a really defining and important series for a team like KC Pioneers. Gaskin stated that this is just a pool play match, so they can lose this series and be just fine and move on into the tournament and hopefully get second in their pool. But if you're KC Pioneers and you're trying to move past that stigma of being that team right outside of the top and kind of trying to knock and get in, you need to come out today and start strong and win this series. Try to steal the game 1 and go into game 2 with an edge. I think it's really important for this KC Pioneers team to come out strong today, and going up against Inconceivable is going to be a tough task. So let's see if they can deliver.
It definitely is going to be a tough task. And Clutch, finally, you know, heading over to you for this one. I know that you always give us an honest kind of answer on what you're thinking with this matchup here. KC Pioneers, do you really think that they can potentially take this one off Inconceivable, or is this kind of a long distance dream?
I think it's a long distance shot for them. I think we've seen a lot of success from them in best of 3s against these teams. I think best of 5s are a completely different world. I think Inconceivables is just the better team outright, especially individually, when you start to break down the players. So I'm looking for Inconceivable to make slight work of this series. And with that, I think they can make a statement to where they should not be counted as underdogs, and somebody on this desk or in this broadcast needs to be predicting them to win because I think they deserve it.
Okay, I love that. I love that coming from you, Clutch. Well, do you know what I love more? Is heading into our first game. So I'm going to take things off with Gaskin and Goofy. Gents, really excited to hear you narrate this one, so please take it away.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And boy, does it feel good to be back on Fathom. Of course, removed from the rotation for a little bit when we were back in Halo 5. We had a lot of standstills, Goofy. Why do you think that is? What is it about Fathom that makes it such a back and forth map?
It's just one of those symmetrical game types, right, Gaskin, that it's always a clash of the titans whenever you come on a map like this. The power weapons, the power-ups, the railguns, they really make a big difference here. And sometimes, you know, it's tough to get the flag cap with the way the map is laid out. So we'll see if either of these teams can get a quick start and get the lead and put themselves in a good position to get this tournament started.
Yeah, flag already moving for Inconceivable, looking for an early cap. Booby gets the kill as well, taking down Manny, and he can get a return, just doing all of the work right now. And of course, Booby, one of those players that has been around for quite a while now, proved to be one of the best in Halo 5. And it is an early 1-0 lead for Inconceivable here on Fathom, and we need to see KC Pioneers answer back.
Yeah, quick flag cap right there for Inconceivable, showing their dominance early as Bound quickly making his way to the opponent's base already, keeping the pressure always on Gaskin. One thing I'm really looking out for, like I stated, is I want to see Bound. You know, we know he has the skill. I just want to see him have a breakout tournament where he puts the world on notice that, hey, I'm one of the best players in the game, and see if Inconceivable can win this thing.
Well, as I said, these two did face each other in the last tournament. It was a 3-1 victory for Inconceivable, where they didn't play each other on Fathom Capture the Flag. The only game type they did play each other was Truth Capture the Flag, and that was a close one. It was only 2-1 to Inconceivable. They weren't able to get that third flag in, so we'll see if it's slightly different here on Fathom, but this time Druck is going to be pushing in to pull a flag, gets the beat down onto Bound, and now he needs some support from the rest of the team. Does fire a couple of shots towards Falcated, but they don't connect. He goes down, and maybe so does the flag run.
Yeah, unfortunate right there for Druck as he falls, not able to do much with that flag cap, now leaving his teammate Manny in a compromised position. And look at that, the second flag cap for Inconceivable already on the way. It's Sane and Bound bottom middle trying to get this flag home.
Yeah, just throws that one out, and there's camouflage as well in the hands of Booby at top mid just to stop those pushing. Gets the double, looks for the triple, but it's only a dead body. Triple's going to be a little bit late. No, it's not. He gets the triple. Good luck for the over here if he is quick enough, but I don't think he's going to have the time. Backs down, and the second flag has gone in whilst Boo was just tearing it up in top mid.
Boo doing Doo-Boo things. This man is in his own jungle gym right here. He is just so comfortable in any game I see him play. Boo has such a specific play style, so unique to him and so efficient. I love watching this kid play, always doing some sneaky plays as we see him pulling up here behind the blue team with the camouflage in hand. Railgun though to the face as he does get the perfect shot, but unfortunately goes down with that camouflage.
Yeah, Booby was able to pick up 62 kills against this team when they last went up against each other, so he certainly knows how to slay them in 2-0, 9 minutes left. It's certainly looking like an Inconceivable victory in the first map of the day, but we know that the KC Pioneers definitely have the possibility to get back into things. They've got control of top middle, and they are starting to close in on this base. A couple of kills for Talek, Falcated and Bound will fall. Maybe they could choose to push up here, but it looks like they're being increasingly pushed on by the spawners. Soul Snipe though is doing a lot of damage with this railgun top mid.
Yeah, not a great life there for Soul Snipe. He wasn't able to do much with that railgun, and honestly, that's going to be a big factor in them coming back, is controlling top middle with that railgun and supporting your teammates as they're trying to push up. But Soul Snipe, they're trying everything and unfortunately falling with that power up in top middle.
Yeah, of course, just controlling railgun, controlling camouflage, really important here on Fathom, and well, they are pushing in. Now our KC Pioneers, if this nade can connect, and maybe the shots as well, you might be able to think about a pull, but Booby does enough just to force Druck back. And KC Pioneers have to retreat and reevaluate their next push onto this flag. A very strategical approach they're going for. They're not just running in, they're not pulling it and hoping for the best. Camouflage has popped, but it's Inconceivable yet again getting their hands on it. But for how long? Just saying, fools. And KC Pioneers, they're starting to slay out here now.
Boo goes down again to a railgun, and here we see KC Pioneers finally moving a flag cap of their own. Railgun in hand, flag in hand, as Talek trying to put his team on the board, and there you have it, 2-1, and KC Pioneers is officially on the scoreboard, Gaskin.
Yeah, I mean, as a player yourself, like, what do you prefer in a flag game? Would you rather go 2-0 up and then start to, like, get your lead chipped away out, or would you rather be the team that's behind and then suddenly you're 2-1 and you get that momentum with you?
100% I would rather be the team in the lead. You know, if you're up 2-0 to start off a game, you just put yourself in such a good position. You have that leeway to maybe mess up 1 or 2 times and still be okay. And as we see Talek now trying to stay alive with that railgun, but can't do much. But yeah, to answer your question, Gaskin, I would definitely take the lead rather than chipping back from behind.
Well, KC Pioneers are certainly trying to do their best to tie this one up 2-2, but the Boo return comes through. And now maybe Inconceivable can start to think about getting top middle control again, start to push towards this flag, and maybe get that third and final capture in. There are a lot of players vulnerable here. They're just waiting in their base, they're defending at their best. Our Pioneers at the moment, Boo looks back to help a teammate, manages to get the kill, and now he can push with the other two. Falcated and Bound already swarming the base. Just saying, takes down Manny, Bound falls, but there's going to be 3 players down on the side of Pioneers, and Boo is in the perfect position for the spawners. This flag is being run here.
Yeah, Boo Doo in a great position there, able to put pressure on the spawners. Kills one with the help of Sane, takes down the other. That third flat cap is already at their base. This could be the game right here, Gaskin, and there you have it. Game number 1 goes to Inconceivable, 3-1.
Yeah, and it was simple enough, really, for Inconceivable. There was a moment where I thought, okay, Pioneers might be getting back into this. They got the flag cap, they were getting the slays, they were pushing towards the base, but we have to talk about Boo Doo. I mean, 13 kills, got that triple kill as well, top middle. They were just setting up right for the flag runs, weren't they? As soon as they pulled that flag, they were all in the correct position to ensure that there wasn't too many players who could get to the other side to stop it.
Yeah, to start this game off, we were kind of giving the benefit of the doubt to KC Pioneer, saying, hey, maybe they could catch a cold Inconceivable and steal a game or two. Looks like the roles are reversed of that game, as the 2 caps that Inconceivable started the game with were just so scrappy and unexpected, you know, really kind of put KC Pioneers in a tough position. And once that lead went 2-0, it was a tough task and they couldn't come through.
I mean, it's surprising to see the slays, really. You look at it, and Inconceivable actually got outslayed. If you look at the statistics, Taulek able to go pretty positive, doing really well, but it just shows that objectively, Inconceivable knew how they wanted to get the job done. And I'm sure they'll be happy just to take a 1-0 lead here, calm their nerves a little bit going into map number 2. Any final thoughts on what you just saw, Goofy? Was there anything that surprised you, or is that kind of how you saw it playing out?
Yeah, no big surprise really there, Gaskin. Kind of how I expected that first game to go. You know, we saw Inconceivable kind of keep the upper hand throughout the game, but you saw flashes of dominance from KC Pioneers as well. It's unfortunate that they start off the series in a hold down 1-0, but this game 2, Rig Slayer, is going to be a really big and important game for KC Pioneers. They need to win this game.
Yeah, this is going to be an entirely different approach from both teams now as we move into Rig Slayer. I'm just looking at when they played each other last. The only Slayer they went up against each other on was Colosseum Slayer, and it's a 50-43 victory for Inconceivable. But from what we've just seen on Fathom, the slaying power is there for the KC Pioneers. Can they transition that into Rig? Can they just play the way they did and just kind of move together, make sure they're pushing spawns, and can they find success?
Definitely they can, and I think they have what it takes to win this game too. A big factor that's going to determine that, though, is how the game starts off. I'm a big advocate, and I always preach the importance of having a good start, especially in a Slayer game, especially in a game like Halo 5, where that snowball effect is always an option. So if KC Pioneers can start off the game right, get the sniper rifle, get the camo, and kind of get the lead early, they can win this game.
Well, Game 2 underway. Inconceivable with a map lead already, and of course we have 3 front runners for this tournament, but Inconceivable, the reigning champions from the last North American tournament that we witnessed, so you could argue they are favourites coming into this, but KC Pioneers will of course want to upset that. They've got a camouflage and they've got an early lead here by a couple of kills, and now the sniper rifle is going to be in the hands of Mr. Snipe himself. Let's see whether he can do some work, Goofy, and let's see whether they can carry on with this lead.
Yeah, started off good, got camouflage and sniper, but Boo Doo and friends make short work of Soul Snipe, bumps into his teammate there a little bit, and decides to go back. Smart play by Boo. But let's see how Inconceivable plays this now. The sniper rifle is in Boo's hands as he hits one player in the body. They're taking some shields down, all tied up 4-4, 5-4 now. Early in the game, and Boo putting this thing to use, getting a headshot, getting another hit marker with that grenade, and Falcon cleaning up Taulek.
Not only did he take the sniper rifle off of Soul Snipe, but then he puts a bullet through his head just to say, hey, thanks for the sniper rifle, and they've taken the lead here by 3 kills. They've got KC Pioneers on the other side of the map, so this is perfect for Boo. He's just double-checking no one's spawned behind him, no one's been a little sneaky beaver, and now he can look to assist the rest of the team, just saying gets 1 there, 4 kills ahead. And well, if Inconceivable can just hold this kind of setup, if they can continue it to be difficult for Pioneers to push, then they should be able to hold on to the lead. But Pioneers need to look for a way to break through. It's just saying takes down Manning with a stick.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Gaskin. Inconceivable is really just doing a good job being aggressive, knowing that Boo has their back with the sniper rifle here in the base, and Boo hitting bodies and staying alive. This kid is such a wizard. He always seems to be in the right position and seems to hit the shots that are needed as he takes down Soul Snipe as well. I don't believe he's even died yet this game. Boo starting off great.
Well, Inconceivable, they haven't lost Rig Slayer in the tournaments we've seen in recent times. They've only played it twice, but they've won twice, so 100% record nonetheless. And it looks like they're going to continue that record if they're playing this way. 18-9, they've doubled the lead now of the Pioneers. And Boo still has the sniper rifle in hand. I think that's a little bit of a scary factor for Pioneers. They just haven't been able to break this down, but Camouflage is up. And as I say that, it is now down on the floor for someone to grab.
Yeah, this is a really important swing moment in the game right now. That Camouflage is going to be such a detrimental loss for KT Pioneers, as you see Bound being a little weasel down there and somehow managing to stay alive. I'm happy we get to watch him from his point of view right now because, like I said, excuse me, Bound is that X factor for this roster, and he is nasty. So let's see what he does with this Camouflage.
Yeah, Bound, I think, had a lot of eyes on him when we came back to Halo 5 and what he was able to achieve, and is he going to be this player that can take Inconceivable to the next level? And I've been so impressed with what he's had to offer, and he really does look like one of these players that we have to keep an eye on going into Infinite. I'm excited to see how his career progresses. But right now, 21-14, the new sniper rifle is going to be spawning, so I'm sure Boo and the rest of Inconceivable will have their eyes firmly in that direction to pick up the next one, because they've just found so many kills with that domination. And Bound, well, he's just running around. It's like he's playing free-for-all at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Gaskin, is that they're just doing whatever they want against KT Pioneers. Obviously, you know, the skill on Inconceivable speaks for itself, as Bound does a smart play, throwing that sniper rifle and making so that the other team cannot have any chance of making a comeback. But yeah, Inconceivable is just kind of moving around the map and getting the kills they're needing to get, as you see once again, Boo. But 3 members go down for Inconceivable. This is only a 5-kill game now, Gaskin, as KT Pioneers showing some life.
That's how quickly it can change, and you've really got to take advantage of having that side of the map and having the spawn traps, knowing where everyone's going to be. And it's whether now Pioneers can take this momentum and maybe gain an advantage, gain a lead, and just pin Inconceivable back to potentially just turn this game on its head. Because it was like a 9-kill difference at one point, but Talek at the moment is hitting some big shots, gets a nice double, 24-26. This game is not done and dusted just yet.
No, KC Pioneers showing the fight, the heart of a champion, as we see Druck here trying to be sneaky, making the flank behind Sane. Will he get him? Yes, he does. Able to take out Sane and provide an opportunity for his team to push up here and potentially take the lead.
Again, this is one of those situations where you had such a dominant lead, and how are you going to respond when a team has come back like this? We saw how Inconceivable responded when a flag capture didn't go their way on Fathom capture the flag, so can they regain their lead? Well, this is the perfect way to get back into things. Camouflage in the hands of Boo. If anyone could be sneaky, it's going to be him. He's just feeding all that information to his team right now and getting ready to push as a unit. And they need to time this correctly. He gets hit by it. No, he doesn't. He just manages to avoid it. And now he can actually pounce. Now he can join the rest of the squad. They've got the man advantage. This is where they really need to be pushing in together.
Yeah, and looking at the score, 30-28, and every single Camouflage has been in the hands of Inconceivable. If you're KC Pioneers, you really got to lock down and make sure you, or maybe get a coach on the call or something. Start getting these Camouflages and give yourself a better chance to stay in this game and win this game, as Boo just putting that camo to work every single time.
Yeah, he's making it very difficult for Pioneers to try and set up here and get themselves into a position. And ideally, Pioneers would want a lead before they got an actual setup going, because the trouble is with most maps, not just the rig, if you have that lead and then you fall back, you can't really just set up, because the other team is just going to wait and they're going to force you to actually come out of your little hidey hole. But that game that was very close for a little while, there's suddenly an 8-kill gap now. Inconceivable have started to put kills on the board. I think it has all come from that Camouflage. You're completely right, Goofy. Falcated now having a little look across, and they're going to be swarming in on this one remaining player. And just 8 kills left with 6 minutes. I can't see Pioneers get back into this one now.
Yeah, I believe, I could be mistaken, but I believe the score is something like 31-29 at some point, and that Camouflage really just changed the entire outcome. But only 7-kill deficit now. Solstheim really needs to stay alive with that weapon, but Boo once again on that kill feed, making sure to shut down any opportunity for KC Pioneers to make even a comeback. But now it's only a 5-kill game. Gaskin has Druck here in that top relevant area, putting shots on top tower, working with his teammates in this engine area. This is, again, a swing point in the game, a big moment, and this is going to be really important how KC Pioneers plays this.
Yeah, losing that sniper rifle is a big hit for them. 45-38, just 5 kills needed for Inconceivable, and Druck trying not to be one of them, doing his best to dodge, dip and dive. The Camouflage is up, and actually it has gone into the hands of the blue side of KC Pioneers, 47-40, and maybe this all comes down to Solstheim. Now, what can he do? He needs to slow down the rest of the squad, But Inconceivable, I'm sure, won't want to allow this game to slow down too much, and they'll be looking to get these final 3, Goofy.
Yeah, maybe too little too late, Gaskin, as it's 48-41 now. Soulsnipe may not even be able to really put this camo to use as he spots the sniper rifle player and does get bodied, unfortunately, and there it is. He gets cleaned up by Bound, 49-42 now, and there you have it, 50-42. Game 2 as well goes to Inconceivable as they take the 2-0 series lead, and man, I can't help but think that if KC Pioneers got some of those camouflages, Gaskin, that game could have been different.
And it all came down to risk and reward for me. We saw the camouflage from the third-person cam. We saw it was just waiting there to be picked up, and it was Bound at one point who just said, you know what, screw this, I'm going for it. He dived on it, he survived, and then he did some damage with it. There was just a there was no fear from this Inconceivable side, and I think that's good. You need to have those players who are prepared to die, either to burn that camo or to actually do some damage with it. Otherwise, everything else was pretty good from KC Pioneers. They looked alright, only losing by 8 kills. They're certainly not struggling too much here, are they, Goofy?
No, they're definitely not struggling too much, but it does seem that they're always one step behind, just a second late, right? So they always leave that door cracked open for Inconceivable to just bust through. And Inconceivable, again, look at Saiyan on the board, look at Bound on the board, just finding their ways to get those kills and keep their team alive and thriving in that game as we're going to hop on to an Empire Strongholds for game number 3. Down 2-0 now, backs against the wall for KC Pioneers. Let's see what they're made of.
And this is where the series gets interesting, because when they did play each other last, it was this same situation. Inconceivable took a 2-0 lead, and then KC Pioneers came back with a Plaza Strongholds victory, 100-93. So maybe Strongholds, one of their favored game types, and maybe they can take that energy from the previous series and inject it into this Strongholds. But of course, it's very different Empire to Plaza, entirely different in how you're going to play the map, but if you can be quick, if you can get hold of that bottom middle stronghold straight away, you're always going to find yourself in a better situation. Get that pit, and then start to fight around for the other bases.
Starting off the game, Camo player goes down courtesy of Saiyan as he gets that noob combo. That thing is deadly in Halo 5. Let's see who's going to be the first team to capture pit here, Gaskin. As like you said, that's just going to really determine the spawn points and just who's going to be the aggressor in this game.
Well, Soulsnipe's got the overshield and he's got himself the pit, and now they're going to push into red base. It was starting to be taken by Inconceivable, but they deny that instantly. But unfortunately, every area that Soulsnipe looks right now, it's a different member of the team just swarming in on him. It's like some sort of zombie overload. He can't get a kill. The overshield gets absolutely depleted, and 3 members of Pioneers fall. So a great hold there for Inconceivable.
Yeah, brilliant job by them, just baiting and switching. That was textbook Halo right there, as Saiyan now in this turbine area, trying to hold down the middle of the map to give his team an opportunity to secure that pit area. It looks like he's going to choose to push up a little bit here into red base and try to get some angles and spread the map out a little bit, trying to work with Bound. Cleans up this player in the turbine, but Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down as well. So both teams trade as Soulsnipe also takes down Bound there in that turbine area. So 12-0 to start the game, and KC Pioneers looking good.
Of course, power-up's going to be popping shortly, and that's where things start to swing. Who gets control of the power-ups, who gets the timings on them. At the moment, Pioneers, though, they have the advantage, and they are going for total control here. They managed to achieve that, and there's going to be some serious points put on the board. Of course, Inconceivable going to spawn towards red. They make it just a 2-1 advantage on Strongholds, but I'm impressed with how Pioneers have started this game.
Yeah, I think one word that I would use to describe this Pioneers roster is efficient. As Soulsnipe trying to get cheeky, they're going for a ninja, but Boo Boo Doo Boo once again shuts it down. But yeah, to my point, I just think KC Pioneers is such an efficient roster that sometimes they almost shoot themselves in the foot because of it a little bit, in a sense. So yeah, I think they try to do a little bit too much, too fast sometimes, and don't slow things down and really focus on getting the slays, really focus on balancing the map out. They just want to go and get the objective done. And so far, it's worked for them this game, but we see a triple cap in the favor of Inconceivable now.
Yeah, I think when Pioneers are making it messy, they're going to have an advantage over Inconceivable, but once we see Inconceivable get a little bit of stability here, they get some control. How are Pioneers going to respond to that? The pit has been taken, it's total control for Inconceivable now, and the overshield in the hands of Just Saiyan, and that massive lead that has been gained by Pioneers has been very quickly eaten away at by this, well, very long period of total control, actually. Pioneers haven't even been able to get one of the bases back off spawn.
Yeah, Inconceivable doing a great job applying the pressure, but not only applying, but keeping the pressure on the KC Pioneers as finally they're able to stop the bleeding to an extent and get that blue base. But Saiyan says, don't worry about it. We're going to get the triple cap right back, as there you have it. 3 caps once again. And that timer, that scoreboard is going crazy in favor of Inconceivable right now, as that triple cap is deadly, Gaskin.
Some big nades from Saiyan there as well, just to damage them off spawn Pioneers, which made them unable to get into that red base quickly. Finally, they stopped the bleeding again, but Inconceivable, they have surrounded them. They've swarmed them, and they know where they are. We need to see Pioneers, though, step up now, hit some big shots, and okay, that's 2 down. Make that 3, so this is the push now from Pioneers. Take that pit, get control of this map, to get back into this game once again.
Yeah, this is a really important point of the game for KC Pioneers, one of those swing moments, as I like to call them, and unfortunately they're on the short end of that engagement, as Inconceivable doing a great job keeping KC Pioneers out of that pit area. Manny spots Boo going for that red strong point, chooses to let him go and works with his teammates here at blue to secure that, as now they have blue and that pit captured, excuse me, they lose the pit now. So only 1 strong point in favor of KC Pioneers, scoreboard not in their favor either. Manny trying his best to keep his team's hopes alive, gets 1, manages to stay alive, but goes down to Falcated there.
This is where our worry was for Pit, right? You get back into the game, you manage to slay them out, you get 3 down, and then suddenly you're not able to take that pit because Inconceivable just dive on it. Finally, Pioneers are able to transition it into their hands, but Boo does have camo, and he can do some real work here. Decent shots to take down 1, looks for 2. The rest of the team come to sweep things up. That's going to be 3, make that 4, and now Inconceivable can push in and take pit, but they have to work together. They've got overshield and camo, Goofy. Their timings have been on point.
I love that play from Boo. Even though his team was getting triple cap, he chose to move past the pit, go into Turbine, and help his team get the kills before getting the objective. That's what I was talking about, Gaskin, when I say this Inconceivable roster is in a different tier. They have the discipline to get the slays rather than rush the objective, as look at that. It went from being a triple cap to having 2 strongholds in their favor, solely because Boo was patient and chose to get the kills and then get the objective afterwards.
In the experience of a champion, of course, previously on Splice Boo when they won way back when. And I'm really impressed with how all of these players have developed and transitioned coming back into Halo 5 once again. It's quite a commanding lead for Inconceivable right now, 73-49. The triple cap has just been stopped by KC Pioneers, but they don't have much time left in this game to get control themselves. They need a big swing in their favor, and realistically, if they don't get this next camo, don't get this next overshield, it's looking like it might head to a 3-0 sweep, as Falcated has been popping off all series long, and he's still doing it in this game here.
Yeah, Falcated just patrolling this Turbine side of the map, being sneaky and getting the kills that are needed, also doing some objective and resetting that pit stronghold. Finds Soul Snipe in that bottom mid hill by himself. Will he be able to get this kill and reset? Yes, he does, as 85-49. This one is slipping out of the fingers of KC Pioneers, and it's not looking good, being down already 2-0 in this series. Boo now working his way into pit, trying to defend as long as possible, but there you have it, the triple cap once again. If there's ever a chance for KC Pioneers, it's right now. Another swing point in this series, in this game. We'll see how they capitalize.
Wow, the camo's coming up though. Inconceivable get it, but it is burnt. It's just saying falls with it on his body. Triple cap means overshield is going to be popping as well soon. So we'll see if anyone was able to grab that one, or if anyone's going to be in position. It's going to be Bound, but KC Pioneers are putting some good points on the board right now. Bound desperately trying to stay alive with his overshield, just wants to do some damage. He gets 2 kills with it, and now he can push in and take this base. But elsewhere, the pit is still in control of Pioneers, and that is definitely going to be the focus point. But they've been able to get both bases. They're starting to put points on the board again here, Goofy.
Yeah, great showing of discipline once again, leaving the pit alone and going for the side bases, forcing KC Pioneers to scramble a bit there. And just like that, the game, the lead, I should say, has narrowed, and it's a nail biter right here. But KC Pioneers needs to stop the bleeding right now, or else this game will be out of question for them, as Boo gets 1, looking for 2, does not, as Tolik and Manny put some kills on the board. 77-94 now, as Druck gets a great kill there on Bound. Still has 2 strong points in favor of KC Pioneers. Let's see what they can do.
Manny just sitting here, trying to grab it. Does grab it. Total control now for Pioneers, and this is really going to be the moment. Can they stop this pit from being taken? No, Manny doesn't get there, and that is absolutely huge for Inconceivable could be a game-winning play for them if they are able to hold on to this pit. But you can see all the Pioneers are all diving into this, but it looks like they are going to lose this battle. They're going to lose this wrestling match that is down in pit. 99 ticks over to 100, and Inconceivable take a 3-0 sweep here in our first series of the day, Goofy. And they have looked really strong, and I think this is what we expected from this roster.
Yeah, Gaskin. I predicted them to make the finals and give Sentinels a very tough series. So they were expected in my book to take care of this KC Pioneers team, and that's exactly what they did here today to start the tournament.
Well, you can see the statistics there, Boobie popping off, just saying as well, the Slays came in when they needed to. They struggled with their Slays in Game 1, but certainly Game 3, they managed to bring things back in. And, I mean, Pioneers, they made it close in a couple of games here. Goofy, I think that they are probably my favorite still to progress through this group in second place. But if you're the other two teams in this group, are you looking at this match and saying, okay, well, Pioneers weren't able to take a game off Inconceivable, maybe we can take them down and take that second spot off them?
Hey, if I'm on Flyers, man, I feel good about getting that second place spot and advancing into the bracket. You got commonly straight six Spartan and the former KC Pioneer Super CC. Maybe he has a chip on his shoulder. So after seeing KC Pioneers get 3-0'd, if you're a team like Flyers, you should feel pretty confident about potentially taking that second spot here in the pool.
Well, Lottie, we had a 3-0 victory, and I'm sure you were able to kick back and enjoy that one with the rest of us. What were your thoughts?
I did indeed. I mean, my thoughts were that Inconceivable really came out of the gates there very hot. And I kind of expected that. I think we all really expected them to come out pretty strong. How strong? Maybe not that strong. Maybe not a 3-0 strong. I kind of had my cards for KC Pioneers in that third game. I really did think that we would see kind of like a repeat of our last tournament, but no sir. I think Inconceivable learned a lesson or two from that. So yeah, big stuff from Inconceivable. Definitely gunning for the top spot here at the end of the day. I want to know, Clutch, what you think of that and kind of what you think about KC Pioneers. For me, I think Empire Strongholds there. How do you think they managed to stop the bleeding just a little bit in the middle of that game?
Yeah, I think that Game 3 really showed me the differences between the two teams. I think Kansas City Pioneers still has a lot to learn when it comes to like those crucial moments in games and where games are actually decided. And there was a point in time where Overshield and Camo both coming up towards the middle of the game, and Inconceivable somehow manages to get control of not only the Overshield but also the Camo, and that's where really the game was solidified, and that moment spoke volume to me. It's like as a competing team, you cannot ever afford to be giving both power-ups on that map to the other team. I think you got to be able to, in the moment, decide like, hey, we're not in a position to contest Overshield, we need Camo, or we're not in a position to contest Camo, we need to get the Overshield. And because they weren't really able to make that decision and solidify even one of the power-ups, I mean, like that's a big moment. That shows me that they might not be on their P's and Q's, and they might not understand the gravity of those individual situations like they should in order to be able to compete with these top teams. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and they're going to have to figure out how to prioritize all of that if you're a KCP fan. But Inconceivable, showing that even against some of these great teams like KCP is, Inconceivable is still just such a strong, dominant force. They're the #1 seed in this tournament for a reason. And they consistently are there to remind us that they're here to win. And I think that was just a brief glimpse of that in that series.
For sure, it really was a bit of a stampede there. Goofy, I kind of loved what you said about KC Pioneers and the way that they had been playing really that series, but it kind of shown through Empire Strongholds there that they were a very efficient team, but maybe a little bit too much. I took from what you were saying that they don't really seem to think on their feet enough. They're very regimented in what they want to do. They're very objective orientated. But maybe it's a little bit too much to their own personal team style, and they're not really adapting to maybe their opponents. Is that kind of a little bit more of what you were saying there when you were casting?
Yeah, if you play that fast and try to be overly efficient, you're playing right into the hands of your opponent when you're playing against one of the best teams in the world. You can't expect them to make mistakes, and it's almost like they get enticed by seeing the goal or the objective in front of them, and they skip some steps to try to get to the end result, for lack of a better way to put it. So teams like Inconceivable, players like Bound, players like Boo Boo Doo Boo and Valkyrie will not let you get away with that sneaky stuff. They won't let you try to be overly efficient, and they will shut you down. So that's why I say, if you're KC Pioneers, it's not a lock that you're going to make it out of this pool. You got the likes of Spartan and friends on the other side waiting for you, and they're hungry to try to make it out of the pool and prove themselves. Commonly, Straysic, these guys are some big names that we've seen do damage here in Halo 5 and throughout Halo 5's competitive history. So if you're KC Pioneers, you got to step it up, and you really got to lock in and not be overzealous in trying to get the win. You got to play, you got to do it one step at a time, and you know, Sentinels and some of these top teams they're gonna shut you down if you try to bring that overly efficient gameplay to them.
Definitely. And Gaskin, you know, the Rig Team Slayer, at the end there, we saw there were only really eight kills behind there. So the kills were on point for sure with this team. And I think bringing in what Goofy said there, sometimes, you know, it is about slaying and slaying out, but you know, looking at the overall series stats here and with the kills, yes, Inconceivable do have a fairly decent lead in terms of the kills there. But hey, look, KC aren't far behind them in terms of kills. So what do you think it is really at the moment that is totally separating these two teams? You know, what can KC Pioneers do and bring into their next series that we will actually be watching after the break? So that'll be really exciting. But what do you think that this team really need to do and step up with?
They need to pick up power-ups. It's pretty much as simple as that. Like, they weren't getting enough camo on Rig, they weren't getting enough overshield. Even when they tried to get there, and even when they were trying to kind of persist onto the other team and trying to wrestle that off them, it wasn't working because Inconceivable were faster there, they were setting up better for it, and they were winning their individual fights. And I think Inconceivable were more happy to burn those power-ups, whereas we weren't necessarily seeing the other squad say, okay, well, we're prepared to risk our life for this. So if we get maybe a couple more players saying, okay, well, I will dive on that power up and I will look at the risk versus reward, then maybe they can start to pick things up a little bit. But ultimately, it was Inconceivable shutting them out of those power ups. It's not necessarily they were just doing something like incredibly wrong. Inconceivable were just doing everything right, and Inconceivable were just outslaying them. Boo Boo Doo Boo had one heck of a series. Like, he was just a monster because he would get that camo, he'd get that overshield, and then he would just push, but he'd push in the right areas, and I was very impressed what he had to offer.
I was too. Boo Boo is coming for you. You better watch out for the rest of the tournament, people. I'm warning you right now. No, an incredible showing from Inconceivables all round. I'm very excited to see what they do in the next part of their group and how they do through the rest of the bracket. But that's kind of really it from, you know, what we can take from that series there. You know, Inconceivable just looking pretty damn good. That's all I really have to say about it. But I actually want to know what you guys at home think. You know, let us know at HCS. Follow us if you want to see exactly what we're doing. We're dealing out some fantastic POV, some clips, you name it. We got it all on our Twitter page. Absolutely amazing. And then be sure to hashtag H5 Pro Series. We want to know what you guys are thinking, your opinions, who your fave team is, who's standing in the way. You know, are you a KC Pioneers fan? What went wrong for your team? Let us know. We want to hear from you guys. But we do actually have KC Pioneers up once again, coming up next, taking on Flyers. That'll be really exciting. You know, they've got a lot to learn from that match, but they're nice and warm. That is definitely what we can say coming out of that Inconceivables matchup, which will be awesome. So, you know, fantastic stuff all around. Inconceivable do it once again, heading through the rest of the bracket. And if you guys actually do want to watch on the other side of the things in the group, you can actually check out twitch.tv/Luvi Titan, and it's going to be Inconceivable versus Falling for that one. So if your favorite team is Inconceivable or Falling, you can go check that one out on Twitch as well. But we're going to actually head to a break right now. But when we come back, boy, do we have some Halo action coming your way. We do. We have KC Pioneers versus Flyers right after this.
Sometimes you have complete control of the map, and it seems like you have the game in the bag, and then somehow everything goes wrong and you just lose.
And we lose that. That's fucking infuriating.
What's up, everyone? This is Callus, and that is the story of this match. In this high-rank arena game, proximity and stress use great positioning and timing to deny the enemy the winning flag capture, and they bounce back with their own counter cap to win the game. First, let's watch how the play unfolded, and we'll talk about it right after.
Yeah. I'm eat on mid one shot.
We didn't get read, by the way. They have our flag. It's all dude. Yeah, just slay. Don't even worry about read. Do not worry about read.
You got it.
Do not worry about read. Yeah.
Another one on the bubble. Another one on the bubble.
Kill Kim. I killed Kim.
Nice, dude. Last guy's a bubble. Two shot the bubble. One shot.
Okay, try to go for a full maybe. Try to go for a full. Back at base.
Yeah, one shot.
I killed the kid or you left.
Another one on their back leg. One shot. Nice, nice. Yep, pull it to me. Pull it to me. I'm shooting over you. Yep, yep.
This might be game.
Yep, yep. They should team at my block bubble, so I'm staring you with you. Yeah, one's your P.
Yeah, behind me, man.
Got him, you're good.
Nice. Holy shit.
Rub base. I can get it, I can get it.
Just slay. Yeah, that's gonna get it. Army will get it. Defend our carrier.
Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Watch out, bottom mid. Yo, let's go, dude. Let's go.
Blue team was poised to successfully run their third cap while having a numbers advantage and also controlling the camo. Proximity fresh spawns on his car bubble with a couple of teammates, and in my opinion, he makes a risky play going top middle here while not having any teammates holding perimeters to support his middle play. Proximity going top center here right now specifically allows the other team the opportunity to sustain a numbers advantage in order to continue their flag run to win the game. However, Proximity plays the situation patiently, accurately, and baits himself beautifully to turn the tables on blue team. Now, that was pretty sick, but that would have been the end of it for Proximity regardless if blue team had been fully aware of their own team roles. If you like this clip, you can check out the full breakdown as well as more episodes, news coverage, and video essays on our YouTube channel, Paradise Halo.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Halo 5 Pro Series Championship. Big shout out to Paradise Halo there. I think that is the most chill I've ever felt watching a Halo 5 explanation video and clip montage. I mean, the jazz in the background, the silky tones of the voice. I mean, it was lovely. I felt like getting a hot cup of cocoa and just sitting back and learning a little bit more about Halo 5. So massive shout out to you guys, Paradise
God, you're so
Halo.
American now. You've moved to America for how long are you saying cocoa rather than hot chocolate?
I know,
God.
it's...
Jeez.
I'm sorry, Dan, to disappoint you, man. I'm sorry. I still have my accent, though. It's still there, I think. I'm not sure. Have to let me know, Dan. Just about there. Well, talking about just about, we do have KC Pioneers just about hanging on for the next series that we have coming your way. But before we talk about that, let's have a look at our group stage and our round one recap for you guys to see exactly what has been going on. So in Group A, we had Sentinels take on No Ice. They won that 3-0. We got Cloud9 still having their game happening with Kingdom currently, so we'll get some scores updated for you a little bit later on. Group B, obviously, we had KC Pioneers versus Inconceivable. Inconceivable won that 3-0. KC Pioneers taking on Flyers next, and Falling Esports will be taking on Inconceivable also. So big stuff coming out of round one of our group stages so far. And KC Pioneers, we have our eyes on yet again, heading into match 2 for us here on stream. So they're taking on Flyers. Gents, thoughts on KC Pioneers right now and how they're feeling? Clutch, I want to know, are they going to be feeling the pressure right now, knowing that obviously they fell to their first opponent in a pretty tough way, and then they also have Falling to face against, and this is pretty important, this match, to get them through the bracket. So how do you think they're feeling right now?
Yeah, I think just taking a look at that graphic, they have to be feeling a little bit better than what they would if Flyers were to have won that last series, but Falling Esports actually beating Flyers pretty much flips this pool on its head. Inconceivable, without a doubt, the heavy favorite in this pool. After what I just saw, I'd be shocked if they don't advance as the #1 seed in that pool. But now this pool it's going to become a fiesta, because Flyers losing to Falling Esports is going to create chaos. KCP now has an opportunity to take care of business against Flyers and Falling Esports and kind of determine their own path there. But right now, Falling Esports actually in the driver's seat for the #2 seed. As long as they can take care of business against KCP later on, they're going to have an opportunity to really compete for the second seed, if not the first seed, depending on how well they're playing, and really shock kind of us on the broadcast here. I don't think any of us have really talked a lot about Falling Esports, but that is a major upset that happened off stream, and I think that what comes in the future is going to all be based off that previous series that's happened. So if you're a Kansas City Pioneers fan, that's a good thing, though, because you do not want Flyers already being up 1-0. You want Flyers playing poorly. You want that team that we know has strong players on it to not be at the top of their game. And having lost to Falling Esports, I'd have to say they're not playing at the top of their game.
For sure. Goofy, what do you make of Flyers as a team as a whole? What can KC Pioneers expect to come up against here?
So, like Wes said, I'm a bit surprised that Flyers lost that last series off stream to Falling Esports. Now, I want to give a quick shout out to Falling Esports. We didn't really talk about them too much to get the broadcast started, but they got Septify, Musa, Nebula, and Envor, and they were able to take out Flyers. So, in order for Flyers to come out and beat a team like KC Pioneers, who I think everyone here kind of believes them to be that second team to come out of that pool, Flyers is going to have to flip that switch, right? You got players like Spartan. You got players like Commonly and Straightsick, Commonly being a Halo 5 gold medalist, Straightsick, been around the block time and time again. And of course, we all know Spartan the dog, and you throw in Super CC. So in my opinion, the X factor would be Super CC evades, right? You're going up against your old teammates, your old buds. You got to step up right here. You got to play at a high caliber if you're trying to kind of not go down 0-2 and essentially defeat your hopes to make it out of the pool. So for both of these teams, this is going to be a very important series, Lottie.
It is indeed. And Gaskin, obviously we've talked a little bit about Falling versus Flies and kind of the upsets that might be happening through the bracket here with KC Pioneers going up against Flyers. Obviously, Goofy mentioned Spartan did go to Flyers. Is that, obviously his team didn't want to compete anymore in Halo 5. That is fair enough. That's a whole different story. But Spartan coming onto this roster, how has that aided in Flyers, do you think, or has it not aided with them?
I think making any team change is always going to have a period where it goes against the team rather than improves the team. Even if you add the best player in the world to a team a week before an event or a few days before an event, there is going to be that period, that transition where they have to gel with the squad. So you could say there is going to be a change which is to the team's detriment. However, Spartan is Spartan and one of the best players that we see around, so he should be able to gel with that squad quite comfortably, but clearly it just didn't work out in that series. But it's not all done and dusted just yet. They still could get back into things. It's definitely going to be a tough route to do so, but who knows, maybe they'll be able to achieve it.
Hey, well, Gaskin, you're talking about the route. I think we should have a little look at it and see exactly what is standing in the way of our two teams here, our maps and our game types, see what they've got coming their way for match 2 here. Really, obviously these maps and game types have been around for a while. It's definitely no surprise, and mixing it up here for our teams, you can't really shock them. It's something that they've been doing for a number of years now. But looking at the way that this is formed here, Clutch, are you seeing anything that could go the way of our friends here on KC Pioneers or for Flyers? Is this kind of speaking to you in any form?
Yeah, I don't think the game types are going to mean too much to me, or the map mode combo. If anything, I have to look at one of the newer game types in Halo 5, like Fisher Oddball, and I say new, and it's been out for probably more than 2 years at this point, but I'm not sure how much practice, like Commonly and Straightsick and the boys that haven't stuck with Halo 5 this entire time have on this game type specifically. On the other side, we have Kansas City Pioneers who stuck with Halo 5 this entire time, so they should have some great reps on the new maps and modes, or the newer maps and modes, I should say. So they'll probably have a better understanding for the meta of those maps and modes, and because of it, I think that probably gives them a leg up in Game 3.
It does indeed. Well, I've been told some very good news, folks. The game is ready to start. We're going to head into our second match of the day. KC Pioneers taking on Flyers. And casting this one, you got your boy Clutch and your boy Goofy. So, gents, without further ado, let's get into this.
Here we go, Wes. Starting off the second series on the broadcast, we got Flyers taking on KC Pioneers. KC Pioneers coming off a tough series, the same as Flyers. Let's see how both teams respond now going into the Strongholds game number 1.
I think it's only great that it's only right that we both are commentating this series, considering we have such different opinions about these two teams and how they match up against each other. I'm a KCP guy. If you have to make me choose between these two teams, I know you're a big Flyers advocate. It's going to be great to watch these two teams go at it. Gameplay underway, and we're going to hop on board with Spartan early on.
Yeah, Spartan goes down, trying to give some cover fire for that camouflage. As you see there, Mikey Soul Snipe does pick it up and is down there in the trenches to start this game off. Wes, what are some of the keys to victory in a game type and map such as the one we're watching right now?
Yeah, I think Gaskin said it best in that last segment. It's something we didn't see out of Kansas City Pioneers early and often in the last series that they played in, was they were unable to control power-ups. So it's great to see Mikey, aka Soul Snipe, already get control of the camo. He's already putting it to use with getting some nest control. So I like what I'm seeing so far out of the KCP.
Soul Snipe here in an engagement of common lead wisely chooses to back up here towards the BR base. We'll choose to try to capture this now. As to start off the game, you have Flyers with a bit of control, but the camouflage in Soul Snipe's hands as he's trying to capture this BR base solo. Dolo, will he do so? Yes, he does. A triple cap, though, in favor now of KC Pioneers, as they are putting the pressure on the top nest, taking this player out as Sparty goes down. 3 members on that kill feed go down for KC Pioneers, excuse me, for Flyers.
So I love what we saw with that camo. He didn't even like get a kill with that camo, I don't think. But what he did is he rotated from stronghold to stronghold, and he just out-rotated Flyers. And right now, his teammates were able to get the kills they needed to in Nest, and this trip cap is continuing to ensue, right? We got still 28 points and climbing early on. Finally, the bleeding has somewhat stopped with the control of Nest from Spartan right here, but they still have to get control of basement here if they want to score their first point.
Yeah, Spartan now trying to work with Super CC, able to take down Soul Snipe, but Druck gets 2, Talik gets 1. Now Spartan left by himself, battling here in the stronghold, and he goes down as well. May have been a triple kill there for Talik, as the scoreboard speaks for itself. You see KC Pioneers showing what they're made of, that efficient Halo coming in their favor this time around against maybe a bit of a lesser opponent, for lack of a better word, than a team like Inconceivable. So their playstyle seems to be benefiting them. Talik now again doing damage, but Super CC with the double kill of his own.
Yeah, you have to wonder what's going through the heads of the members of Flyers right now. It feels like the Slays are probably not as heavy as one-sided as the score might be, but because they're being out-rotated, because the efficient Halo that Kansas City Pioneers consistently plays, when they're getting the Slays paired with that, the games can tend to be blowouts.
Soul Snipe now able to take down commonly a railgun in the hands of Manny, as Tolik takes one down as well. Constantly, we're seeing the kill feed in favor of KC Pioneers. Manny now with the railgun, moving towards the tower side here. Let's see what he can do with this power weapon. Now controlling the wide hall, sees a player top nest, charges it up, but chooses not to shoot. Will he get this play? Yes, he does. Commonly goes down. Railgun in the hands of Manny now gets some more hit markers, moving his way down into this basement area, able to take down the player with the help of Tolik. Triple cap now in favor of KC Pioneers. They're making this look easy.
Well, bank shot with a scatter shot right there to knock that player down to no shield too. Manny playing very well, and his awareness to be able to switch from stronghold to stronghold right there allowed this trip cap to continue. Spartan forced to jump in to this bottom basement stronghold and try to stop the bleeding once again, because 77 points and counting still. We have KC Pioneers dominating game 1.
Railgun finally in the hands, power weapons I should say, in the hands of Spartan the dog. Let's see what he does. We know he can do some damage. Charges up, one misses, out of ammo, and has to switch to his scatter shot. Not able to pick up the kill, but does some decent damage, trying to stay alive, able to do so by the skin of his teeth. The scoreboard is not looking good though. West 85-1. What are we seeing here?
You're seeing Spartan run around for what seems to be like 20 plus seconds right now and doesn't have any ammo. Finally picks up a pistol and a kill with it. So it ends up kind of working out, but there was such a long period of time where Spartan really wasn't able to do too much. We got 90 points for Kansas City Pioneer. There's almost 8 full minutes left on the clock. It's not often we see a blowout like this, and we thought that these two teams were pretty even, but this looks to be one-sided.
Yeah, I would say the advantage was in KC Pioneers if I was a betting man, but just seeing the players and the roster on Flyers, I had to give them a shot against the teams that they were going up against. But it looks like the experience and the constant play time in Halo 5 that this KC Pioneers team has really shows right there, as first game goes handedly to KC Pioneers winning 100-1.
You blink and you missed it. Kansas City Pioneers dominated that game, and it's unfortunate they slipped up for just a minor second and allowed Flyers to score that 1 point. But the Slays, the objective, everything in favor of Kansas City Pioneers. And you talked about keys to victory. I think every single time we went to one of the Kansas City Pioneers players, points of view, they had a power weapon. They had a power up. So they started to change what they lacked in the last series. They were able to dominate that story, and with it, they were able to dominate this game.
Yeah, great start. Great way to bounce back after a tough loss to Inconceivable. It really makes you think, how far in terms of just being ahead of the curve, teams like Inconceivable and some of those top teams are. We saw Inconceivable take down this KC Pioneer team in some close games, but ultimately pretty handily. And now, just to start the series off, we are seeing KC Pioneers look like a completely brand new team as they come out with a dominant game number 1. Now, game number 2, Truth Slayer. This is one of those game types, right? Across Halo's history, we've had this type of map. We've had the midships, the heretics, and now we've got the truths. And to be honest, Wes, I think this game type can go in the favor of a team like Flyers, if and only if they start off the game strong. Now, starting off with Super CC evades, pushing out pink side of his base, working to try to get this camouflage. Now spots a player the opposite street and spots one ping 3, able to stay alive, do some good damage. As you see, Spartan the dog gets that camouflage, trying to stay alive, and does just that as Super CC goes down. But camouflage still in the hands of Spartan.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to play his life here, and he lands some beautiful shots from Soul Snipe's point of view that's going to allow him to keep his life with that cam. And I couldn't agree with you more, Faisal. I think that this game 2 is a must-win if you're Flyers. If you lose this series, if you lose this game, you probably lose this series, and with that, you are basically disqualified from advancing further into bracket play. I think, to your point, Truth, playing similar to Heretic, Midship, all these other maps that we've seen played across multiple Halos, this gives them an opportunity to understand the meta and the strategy on this map. So I think that this is their best chance at getting back into this series. And we've already seen them start much better here in game 2 as we hop on board with Commonly. He's going to spot these players spawning car and land the kill of his own. So I love what I'm seeing out of the rebound game from Flyers.
Commonly doing a good job just holding down this blue base. Now we see him moving his way towards top car and rotating towards that red bubble, trying to put himself in a position to hold and put pressure on this KC Pioneers roster. Great positioning by Commonly, takes down 1 with some perfect shots, moves into red base, takes down 2, double kill as the trades go down. Though on the other side for KC Pioneers, will Commonly be able to pull a miracle out of a hat there? No, he does not. So ultimately, the push does not go in their favor. It started off good, but players on Commonly's team went down. It's straight sick, and Spartan trying to make up for lost time there. 3 members go down for KC Pioneers, 15-11. Not a bad start for Flyers as they're continuing to move around the map as a unit here, Wes.
Yeah, we're starting to see Flyers dictate the pace of this game, right? This is nothing we saw in game 1. They were always on their back heels in game 1, trying to desperately stop the bleeding. That's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing some aggression out of Straight Sick and the boys. We're seeing some individual plays. We saw a killing spree already out of Commonly. You'll love to see that if you're a Flyers fan. They need to keep this pace up and control this game if they want to win.
On board now with Super CC evades underneath this blue base, goes down, switching on board now with Commonly. That camouflage is up and it's going to be very detrimental, very vital, I should say, to either team, as we see Mikey, aka Soul Snipe, pick up that camouflage. Now this could be a swing moment in the game. They are able to cut the lead down quite a bit, only down by 2. Now Camo player gets spotted and Soul Snipe goes down with the Super CC grenade. Tolig helps return the favor, though, get the kill of his own, but not able to trade out that other kill. Now tied, close game right here, Wes, as we see back and forth. Both teams not really able to establish much presence and consistency so far in this game.
No, good job of both teams for staying in this game. I think Flyers has really been the aggressor so far, but for Kansas City Pioneers to be able to kind of weather that storm and still have a 1-2 kill game on their hand right now, that speaks volume to their ability to trade kills in disfavorable positions, because they have been on their back heels for a majority of this game. It would have been nice to see that camo go into their hands and see if they were able to make a play with it, but a phenomenal job by Flyers to continue the pace and make sure that these camos don't affect game 2 like they did game 1.
Super CC and an opportunity here to pinch these members of Flyers now with the help of his teammate clearing out the car side. Now doing a good job, Super CC, Soul Snipe now choosing to rotate back towards pink side now, going over, gonna look over towards this red base, see if he can find some players. Commonly get some damage on him, as you see there. Tolik and Soul Snipe doing a great job, just patiently moving back and forth and able to work together to clear out that red base and now lead in the favor of KC Pioneers once again as Manny gets some good shots.
This is the pivotal moment, Faisal. This is the pivotal moment where finally Flyers is now being trapped at bases. They're now on their back heels. They're now having to fight from disfavorable positions. Are they going to be able to trade at the same rate Kansas City Pioneers was earlier in this game? So far, the answer is no, as we see multiple players going down. It's now a 4-kill lead for Kansas City Pioneers.
Manny now just maneuvering around the low side of the map, bottom, middle, switching on board now with Tolik trying to work together, but takes Spartan, punches him right in the face to take him out. As we see Druck now trying to keep this lead and extend the lead, finds players on Blue Street, but they both make short work of him. And you see right there, Clutch, that camouflage does get burned. 36-34 though, the gap has closed once again. Soulsnap moving up into top blue with his teammate, gets green gun, but able to stay alive as Tolik cleans up straight six. Now 3 kills in favor of KC Pioneers.
Yeah, great job by Kansas City Pioneers to be able to focus on straight six for that kill. We're gonna have to see if Spartan's able to get away with his life, and the answer to that is no. The lead is back up to 3 right now. Both teams trading in very hectic gameplay right now as another kill goes down, but a beautiful nade from straight six is going to keep his team in this game. Just a 3-kill game. If they take down Druck, they could potentially start to get some spawn trap and some control of the map now.
Yeah, Straight Sig doing a great job being a presence on the map now, holding down that pink 2 area, able to take down Tolik, puts down shots on Manny for the double kill, looking for the triple, wisely chooses to back down here towards pink 1 now. Will he choose to flank or will he play it safe and back up? No, Straight Sig keeping the foot on the gas pedal, moving up as his team has a 1-kill lead now, 42-41. Straight Sig in a great position to flank from the toilet here, able to jump up and get free shots here on Tolik as he goes down. Spartan takes down Soul Snipe. There you see Manny fall as well. 3 members drop for KC Pioneers. What a play altogether from Straight Sig, moving from pink side all the way around the car and really being the pivotal player in this map, in this game type right now to help his team get the lead as Druck taking some damage as well. Straight Sig once again wisely choosing his battles. Challenges Druck though, says sit down Straight Sig as that was such a vital kill for Druck. Super CC now in a compromised position, left alone. Sparty McFly here trying to get this 1-shot kill. Big job, big kill I should say from Commonly, and now Spartan putting down great shots there on that red player red base.
Yeah, 48-46 right now. We have camo coming up in probably about 10 seconds. Are Kansas City Pioneers going to be able to stay alive long enough to get this camo, or will Flyers try to contest it? It does look like multiple members of Flyers are going to be flying top blue right now. Druck trying to make a similar flank from Straight Stick earlier. He is able to find one. Is he finding a second? No. 49-48, 49-49. The action is on. There's a player stuck top blue, and Tolik gets the kill. 50-49. Kansas City Pioneers somehow come back at the end of that game and close it out to go up 2-0 in this series.
And that, if I've ever seen a nail in the coffin, that was it right there. That must have been a heart-wrenching loss for Flyers there. As you see the scoreboard commonly doing everything he can. His teammates even kind of having an even game, but 50-49. What a win there for KC Pioneers. That really could be a moment we look back when this tournament's all said and done, Clutch. If we see a team like KC Pioneers have success down the tournament, this could be a pivotal moment that we look back at as they clutch up an important Game 2 victory to take the 2-0 series lead.
It's just such a tough game to lose if you're Flyers. You're up 47-43. I think that was the exact number I saw, and it was just like everything's going well for you. Just play it slow, get your trays, and tie this series up 1-1. Unfortunately for them, they decided to try and push top blue, and that's exactly what Kansas City Pioneers thought they were going to do. That push front blue from Druck was beautiful. He was able to not only get 1 kill, but get a guy down to no shield, and his teammates traded it out perfectly. The rest did the job top blue, and somehow, some way, Kansas City Pioneers gets away with stealing Game 2. We go to Game 3, Fisher oddball. I kind of stated that, like, I figured that this game type would favor Kansas City Pioneers. Now that they've built so much momentum from the first 2 games, Faisal, I really am worried if I'm a Flyers fan.
Yeah, you know, if there's one game mode that KC Pioneers pride themselves on, I would say it's objective game mode, right? Especially the time game types, like such as your strongholds and your oddballs. I think when you're going up against a team like Flyers, who, like you said, and like we've talked about, kind of are playing on from their back foot, you know, switching Halos and coming back to Halo 5, it's going to be a tough task, a tall order for them. As we see Overshield now in the hands of Druck, but he jumps off the map. See you later, Druck. Overshield is out of play for the time being, allowing Spartan now to get a position on top middle. Hopefully his teammate was able to get that ball out, and he does now. Spartan moving around his way in the blue base now, trying to find some free kills, gets Oh, gets taken down by Soul Snipe, so that could be a big loss there for Spartan as he kind of gives up that blue base.
Yeah, tough loss for Spartan, and I think if there's a player for me that needs to step up, if Flyers were to somehow come back in the series, it's got to be in the hands of Spartan the Dog. I think he's capable of dominating almost as great as anybody in the league when he's playing at his best. I'm not seeing that out of him this series, and I think for Flyers, they need that out of him to come back now down 2-0.
Yeah, and to be honest, I kind of attribute that to the playstyle of this KC Pioneers team. They're not giving them anything. Every single life for either player on Flyers is just so hectic, and they're constantly bringing the pressure to you as commonly takes down 2 players with the double kill, able to hold on to the ball. Now Super CC gets a perfect kill of his own. Spartan now picks up that 4 players. The 4 members go down for a brief moment for KC Pioneers, allowing this Flyers team to set up in this blue base. You see Spartan the Dog once again. Good job there, commonly. I thought he was going to die to that grenade, but Spartan doing a good job providing some cover for him, as you see commonly, just patiently moving around, trying to look for his teammates, make sure he has an idea of what's going on the map. 2 more members go down for KC Pioneers on that kill feed.
There's no better feeling than when you're holding onto the ball in like a full setup and you're just seeing the kill feed go in your team's favor, and you're not even having to shoot your gun. And that's what commonly is experiencing right now. Now having racked up some very significant ball time, 46 unanswered seconds. But now the setup is broken. Druck has the ball in his hands. Are we going to see a similar setup from Kansas City Pioneers, or will we see Flyers be able to break this setup? We see Super CC trying to get a back smag. Not the prettiest thing we've ever seen, but the job got done. Sparty gets a double kill in the kill feed, and with that, they're going to be forced to play the ball. Don't get ninja'd. Okay, Spartan's there to save you, and that's 3 for Spartan as they break the setup fairly early and maintain their lead.
Yeah, that could have been scary for Flyers, because not only did they allow KC Pioneers to break the setup, but they didn't play the ball, and fortunately KC Pioneers got it out of there. So now 54 to 17 now and counting, as Flyers doing a great job working together as a team and using each other as assets on the map. As you see Spartan trying to mitigate the situation, as you see Straightstick go down with the ball. Tolic gets 2 of his own. Spartan goes down as well. Triple kill for Tolic, as that is a very pivotal triple kill to allow his team to try to get this ball moving into a base and get some time of their own.
So far, so good for Flyers fans as we look into the 8-minute mark of this game. 61 to 18. You've done a phenomenal job of disrupting any opportunity for Kansas City Pioneers so far. Are they going to be able to keep this up for the entire time, though? The entire 12 minutes is what you're going to have to do, right? 60 commonly somehow falls off the map, and that could be the opening. But no, a beautiful job by Spartan to get that kill onto the ball guy and deny that ball from getting anywhere but top middle. You see his teammate actually in control of it bottom middle as he gets taken down in the kill feed. But so far, so good, right? For Flyers, you kind of executed your game plan perfectly up until this point.
Yeah, if you're Flyers, you do not want to let KC Pioneers bring that ball into a base and kind of hold that strong setup. We know they can hold. Super CC, great job taking out Manny. Spartan gets Tolic as well. 2 members down for KC Pioneers. Ball in the hands of Flyers. Now Super CC finds a player with his back turned. Good positioning out of him now. Good shots out of Super CC, shooting everything, and it finally goes down now 70 to 30 in this game number 3.
Yeah, his movement there with the thrust to bottom middle was absolutely insane, right? I think his ability to stay alive there just created so much chaos that allowed Flyers to get an opportunity to kill that ball guy, disrupt another setup opportunity for Kansas City Pioneers.
Man, you know, an engagement, Super CC able to easily take him down. Now you see Druck posted up bottom middle, trying to dodge grenades. 2 members go down for Flyers. Druck here in a position to grab that ball, grab that overshield as his teammates get the ball into this red base. And this is what I was talking about, Wes. If you're Flyers, you do not want to be in this position. Overshield in KC Pioneers' hands, balls in the base. What do you do to break the setup?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to be taking care of this overshield player before, and they've opted to push bottom middle. Are Kansas City Pioneers going to be ready for this bottom middle push? I don't know where that player just went, but you do see Druck catching off Straightstick top middle. If he's able to get a double, that probably bodes well for their opportunity to keep this setup. That's 3 dead now for Flyers. A beautiful job by Druck to efficiently use that overshield to turn it into a few kills. Is the ball player being able to rotate is the question. I believe they've been forced to, they've been able to stay their position over here at the top wedge, and that's a beautiful job by Druck. So, I mean, he just went across the entire map and got a few slays while doing it, and because of it, his team now just 2 points away from taking the lead.
Yeah, good job by Flyers. Finally able to break that setup that KC Pioneers had for what seemed to be about 30 to 40 seconds. Able to tie the game all up 70 to 72. Since the start of the game, we really haven't seen Flyers able to do much. I see Spartan in this engagement. This could be a big battle, able to trade it out there 3-on-3 to move forward right here as both members go down. Super CC just trying to get an engagement here with Soul Snipe, seeing where the members of the opposing team are able to take down Manny, but Soul Snipe goes down to Super CC.
As hot of a start as we saw Flyers have, as well as they've played up until this point, they still have found themselves down 2 points. The great setup and overshield pickup from Pioneers this last time around really changed the impact of this game. This overshield that's coming up in about 20 seconds has the same potential to change the outcome of this game. Will we see Flyers prioritize it this time around, or if Kansas City Pioneers going to give it another opportunity to get the setup?
Ball now in the hands of Manny. Does go down to some good shots, commonly quickly making sure that objective player goes down. Now overshield, finally something to spark hopefully some life into this Flyers team. As you see, overshield goes in the hands of Super CC. Ball in the hands of his teammate, able to just kind of milk some time in the middle of the map while Super CC just tries his best to put damage, right? So right now, if you're Super CC, you just want to be as much in the open as you can, just put down shots, let your teammates kind of back up and try to establish a setup. Super CC doing a great job.
Yeah, beautiful job by Super CC. Manny decides to take his life into his own hands and jump off the map, which makes it an easy double kill for the guy. And with it, we've seen Flyers now take the lead. So these overshields really starting to dictate who's able to get control, who's able to hold the setup, and who's able to take the lead. I love what we're seeing out of Flyers. They're starting to heat up, and if they're able to win this game, I could see some momentum change in this series.
Yeah, and as we say that though, Wes, you see that KC Pioneers once again gets that red base setup that we saw them have so much more success with earlier, commonly flying into this red base, trying to put down shot spots. A player tall like they're hiding behind the pillar now, engaging with Druk, able to take him out. 2 members go down for KC Pioneers. There's a third one. The final player is by the ball. Will they be able to take him out? And they do not play it either, Clutch. So 4 members down for KC Pioneers. Full setup now in favor of Flyers.
Let me tell you one thing. You're going to want to play the ball before your setup's entirely broken. You want to be in that position. I've definitely learned that the hard way myself, and it feels like multiple players have to experience the same kind of detriments, right? Now, Flyers starting to build a lead again. Once again, the lead already over 20, but the ball guy gets caught out in a disfavorable position. He gets sandwiched from both angles, and because of it, he's not actually able to play it either. Kansas City Pioneers now has the opportunity for a full setup, but we see commonly in the observer mode trying to make a sneak play under. It does look like Manny in the kill feed is going to sniff him out and take him down.
Yeah, sloppy offense from both teams there. Neither team able to hold their setup and even play the ball, as once again the ball member goes down for KC Pioneers. But this is a close one, Wes. As we saw in game 2, Flyers definitely has what it takes to compete, but it just seems like KC Pioneers always has a bit of an edge, as the scoreboard reading 115 to 114. Spartan on your screen now, moving his way towards top middle, chucking both of his grenades, gets a hit marker, straight sig with overshield once again, though this could be huge towards the end of this game. Gets one, puts down shots on the second player, moving towards top middle now, once again kind of being that human shield, right? Being that tank that just can take so much damage with that overshield and able to get information for his teammates.
Yeah, you wanted to see that overshield turn into some ball control and a potential setup, but unfortunately for Straight Sick, he saw 2 of his teammates die in the kill feed, so he's kind of based to try and keep the ball out of Kansas City Pioneers' hands. Unfortunately, he's only able to get 1 kill, and with that 1 kill, it's not enough to stop Kansas City Pioneers from getting the ball from top middle into a side base, and now starting to collect times. Flyers, your backs are against the wall. You need to break this setup, and you have to do it now because it's just to 150, and the team is 13 points away from taking this series.
Yeah, 9 seconds away, as we see time and time again, Flyers getting so close but not able to close the deal. 114 to 140, so close to just being out of this tournament. But let's see what Flyers can do now. Druk on your screen. Soulside takes down commonly. Druk now picks up the ball. Only 5 seconds to go, and that will be all she wrote. And KC Pioneers will be your winners in the second series of the day as they take out Flyers 3-0. What a showing out of KC Pioneers.
Yeah, great rebound series out of this team after what we saw in the previous series against Inconceivable. But you mentioned it earlier in the series. I think it was after game 1, Faisal. If Kansas City Pioneers just look that good against a team like Flyers that we know has strong individual players on it, what does that mean the level Inconceivable is playing at. I think if you're a Cloud9 fan or you're a Sentinels fan, you saw the Inconceivable series first off, and you're saying that is probably the heavy favorite going into bracket play because Inconceivables looks dominant.
Yeah. To be fair, I kind of feel inclined to give this KC Pioneers team the benefit of the doubt now after seeing them ice up right there and win those close games. You know, even against Inconceivable West, we saw those close games. Even though it was a 3-0 series score, we know sometimes even if it's a 3-0, that score doesn't really dictate or depict truly what the match was like. We saw KC Pioneers against Inconceivable have some moments where they looked like the better team, right? Obviously, Inconceivable showing that they were the dominant roster and able to take the series, but maybe that was just a dusty first series for them, and we'll see if they could turn it around here moving forward after that great win.
And I honestly, I have to agree with both of you. I mean, like Clutch, you made such a good point. You know, KC Pioneers there against Flyers just looked the way Inconceivable looked against KC Pioneers. So if that's anything to go by in terms of the standard and the skill gap that we're seeing in this tournament, then you're totally right. You have to watch out for Inconceivable. They're a solid favorite going into the finals, and certainly getting out of the bracket, if not winning the whole tournament. So very scary stuff for actually, like, you know, Group A, looking probably at some of the score lines, and if they did manage to catch some of the replays that we saw from the Inconceivables game, then they've got a really, really tough opponent there coming their way. So yeah, fantastic stuff all around. KC Pioneers really did make a comeback in that game. I think they had a bit of fuel behind them. Gaskin, I want to know from you what you made of that series overall.
Yeah, there was a couple of really close games, and I think it was just that factor of maybe they've been together a little bit longer, and we have had the new, like, the changes, and we've seen a couple of players come in, and the fact that Flyers maybe haven't had that time to gel yet. And they got to the point where they could win the game, but then they just crumbled in the latter stages. And I think that just shows the experience of KC Pioneers. And I think that's why KC Pioneers should still be able to come back and get second in this group. Although Falling Esports did also take down Flyers, so there is still a chance that maybe Falling could be the kind of surprise package of this group, Lottie.
Yeah, you're totally right. I think they definitely could be, and it was really nice, I think, to see a little bit more spice coming out of them after a pretty difficult match one for them. So I think they're definitely in their stride a little bit more now, playing a little bit more like themselves. But we're gonna have a look right now at the series recap, just to see exactly what went down, what the scores were like. If you guys did manage to miss that one, I'm very sorry because it was very exceptional. So KC Pioneers, that first rig stronghold though, I mean, we have to talk about it, Goofy. 100-1. That is like, that's multiple steak dinner. That's like a steak dinner buffet. That is ridiculous. You know, what really happened there for Flyers? How do you lose to that kind of margin?
Everything went wrong for Flyers in that game. They were not able to get any control of the map. They weren't able to break the trip caps. They weren't able to control the power-ups or the power weapons. And it really set the tone for the series, Lottie. Even though we see games 2 and 3 being a bit closer, I feel like just being in the mindset having that player's mindset, right? Obviously coming from a history of competing, losing a game 1 like that dominantly, it just sits in the back of your head. You know, even moving forward in the series, we saw Flyers have that close Truth Slayer game 2, barely losing once again. So you went from losing in such a wide margin to losing narrowly to going into game 3 and kind of just blowing it at the end there. So that game 1, everything went wrong for Flyers and everything went right for KC Pioneers, and that kind of ultimately helped them win the series.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, my heart broke actually at the end of that Team Slayer, because I was listening to what you're saying. I was so excited, getting hyped with you there, Goofy, about obviously Straight Sick and how he's performing, and he was slaying so well, and they were so close, yet so far, you know, they didn't really realize that. But, you know, Clutch, looking at that, I kind of had in my head that it was, you know, it's moments like that, it's plays like that really kind of are pinnacle to getting over the line for the W, and it just didn't happen. So was it a readability type of thing there for Flyers? You know, they made the wrong move. What kind of happened towards the end there? Why couldn't they clutch up and take that W?
I think Gaskin said it best when he said one of these teams is very practiced. One of these teams is a team that plays in tournaments every weekend, and one of these teams is a strong group of individual players that doesn't necessarily have the time under their belts. We see in game, like you ask about game one, why it was so difficult for them to get out of the trip cap, why it was so difficult for them to stop the bleeding. It's because they don't have their act together. They haven't gone over strats. They haven't gone over how to break setups. So when you're trying to do that on the fly amidst the chaos in a tournament format, it's extremely difficult. When the game is on the line and at the end of a Slayer and it's a neck-and-neck game, you're not on the same page like you should be because you're not a team that has the practice. You're not a team that has those reps in order to understand what you want to do as a group. We see out of Kansas City Pioneers, they have the practice. They are a team. They put in the time. They put in the work. And because of it, they're able to close out these situations. When they have the lead, they're able to steamroll teams that don't necessarily have their act together. I think that's a mist of what we saw throughout this entire series. So it's no surprise to me that Kansas City was really able to take advantage of those situations when given the opportunity.
Absolutely. I'm very excited, to say the least, about KC Pioneers and their journey going forward here, because if that game is anything to go by, they certainly weren't themselves in the first one against Inconceivables. Of course, Inconceivables were absolutely amazing, but KC Pioneers are definitely out to play. So that's really, really exciting stuff. But you guys, we want to hear from you. What did you make of that KC Pioneers game? If you're a KCP fan, you must be very happy with that. We want to know. It's at HCS. Make sure you follow us on Twitter. And then obviously, don't forget the hashtag H5Pro Series. Let us know what you're thinking about the day and what you're thinking maybe also about Group A. We want to hear about that. We're in Group B right now, but it's okay. We'll be heading on over there very shortly. But I thought we would mix it up a little bit right now, gents. I hope you're ready because it's going to be super, super fun. I want you guys to get your paper or your phone or whatever you're using ready because we're going to be doing the clip showdown. We have a little bit of a break, so we thought we'd just do something a little bit fun. Goofy's got it ready, I can see. So what is going to be happening? We actually have 3 community submitted clips. We are going to judge them. I don't know how qualified I am to judge these clips, but I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to pretend I am. The best combined score of all of us wins. But all 3 players, just to note, actually have already earned the clip that nameplate in MCC. So they already have something super cool, all 3 of them. And the winner gets the obviously super important bragging rights that they won the clip showdown. So without further ado, gents, we're going to take a look at our first clip, which is from Jeremy. So get it all ready, get your scores in your head, and check this out.
All right,
feel free to cast. Yeah,
I got it. All right, all right. Hold up, time out. What did we just finish? Shoot the barrels, knock him with the no shield, so he's confident that he's not going to take damage. But this double no scope, that's actually pretty insane to me. I've always wanted to try something like that, but I don't play the social settings enough to like really get my hands on it. That was nasty from Jeremy. Both those players close street are probably sitting there scratching their heads like, what in the hell just happened to me? And I'm sure there's a stern conversation because that player knocks himself to no shields. I love the attempt by Jeremy, and he pulls off a double kill in doing so. I like what we
giving it? What are we giving it?
I'm going to give that an 8.
I gave it an 8 as well.
Creativity, it's the plus, the fact that he's no shield while doing it, and for him to only shoot 2 shots and get those 2 headshot kills, I think that's a talented play from Jeremy.
Gaskin, you gave him a 6. How
yeah,
come?
I think how long has he been bottom mid trying to pull that clip off? That's all I want to know. Like, there's a lot of top mid control I'm seeing from the other team. Did he win the game? All these things you have to take into consideration with these clips. So I'm going to bring it off. I thought a 7, but I brought him a little bit down for the 6. Very risky play, but it was a beautiful one.
All right, Goofy, you went for the 7. You went mid-range. Were you impressed with that?
Yeah, that was definitely something I've never seen before, but just to kind of piggyback off of what Gaskin's saying, if I'm on Jeremy's team there and I see him doing something like that, I'm going to get upset because I'm trying to win the game. But ultimately, just for creativity and the fact that I'd never seen it before, I'm going to give it a 7, but just a double kill, right? So it can't get much higher than that for me.
I like it. I gave it an 8. I was thinking of a 2 because I do that all the time, so it's not that amazing.
Easy, isn't it?
But to be fair, for you mere humans, you mere mortals, it's definitely an 8 for me. I thought it was amazing. So well done, Jeremy. Incredible stuff. Right, okay, gents, without further ado, we're going to have a look at our second clip now by Saiyan. Obviously, it's going to be stellar. So I'm going to go with Gaskin. You wanna cast over this one, man?
I'm more than ready. We'll see if he can kill someone more influential than Nipple Guy 21. Well, here he is. Got the rockets, manages to connect to the visor of the first. Picks up the sniper rifle, looks for the second. And it'll be another rocket play. Gets the no-scope beat down for the double. He's run out of ammo in the rocket, switches to the sniper. It's not going to be a trouble, but oh my god, it is! Jesus! H Christ! He's just got the overkill there. That no-scope's unreal, and then he keeps going with the kill tack. That was phenomenal, and it doesn't stop there. Killtrocity. He's still looking. He's saying, where's it?
Clip it.
Didn't need it. He didn't even need any more. That was unreal. This shot in particular, pow! Right in the face. Oh, that's nasty. That double no-scope is nasty. You don't even need exploding barrels to get that one, Lottie.
Yeah, that was very nasty, Dan. That was lovely. I think, you know, for me, I'm going to score it a 9. And I'll tell you why, because Wes, you looking disappointed in my score.
Yeah, I don't know what. If I ever saw a 10. If I ever saw a 10.
I'm only going to say a 9, right? Because he ran out of rockets, and that's organizational problems. Oh, Dan went with an 8. You went with an 8. Why did you go with an 8, Dan?
He had the sniper rifle and the rocket launcher. I think that's a bit selfish as a player, if I'm completely honest. Going with the T2 combo, it's a bit risky. It's confident. It was a beautiful clip, but, you know, I've just got to be questioning the selfishness of him having both of them.
Yeah.
We got a 10 from Goofy.
If I've ever seen a 10, that is a 10. We saw Saiyan go from getting an absolutely filthy whip triple kill, just to whip that no-scope on that player, then getting the whip overkill on the player in the cave, and able to make his way top middle, gets the kill-tacular, Killtrocity. Saiyan really put on a show right there, and that is an absolute 10 for me.
I've got to agree with you. That was a pure show. Go on, Clutch. What do you think?
If I've ever seen a 10, that's a 10. Dan, you say he's being selfish because he's got both power weapons. Sometimes you got to take matters into your own hands, and that's exactly what Saiyan does in that clip. He says, "Screw it, this game's over. I'm ending it here." Not only does he get that sick overkill with the side shot on the fountain, the headshot on the guy in the cave, like that's beautiful. That in itself is an 8. But for him to continue the clip on to win a few more kills is absolutely insane. Saiyan, that's the first 10 I've graded since we've done Killtrocity, and a well-deserved Killtrocity score of 10 from me. That was absolutely insane. I'd be out of my chair fucking dancing and whatnot. So
it was very good. And do you know what? I've got to agree with you guys. I'm still going to stand by my 9. I do think it was fantastic, but I think, I don't know, 10 is just
Lottie,
a little bit too OP for me.
Right? We can't start at 10s in our first show. We've got to keep it at a low level.
We can't. I must admit though, that Saiyan clip wasn't really a clip. It was more like a full feature movie. It was brilliant. It was so Saiyan, honestly, congratulations. That was stunning stuff. You know, pull that out of the bag today. I'm just going to say that. Our third clip comes from Hurricane. So Goofy, I'm going to hand this one over to you, mate, to cast over and let us know what you think.
Let's do it. We saw 2 great clips. Now hopping on board with Hurricane. It's Halo 3. It's Construct King of the Hill. Takes down the OG Zyos here sitting R1. Rainy shots down. C2 gets a double. Looks for the triple and execute. Triple kill. Sniper rifle in the hands. Now will he get it on the U.S. champion? Woo! The overkill extermination now. What a way to finish off the clip on the U.S. champ himself. Is that Elamite Warrior? Maybe. But that overkill extra from Hurricane really put the hurting on the other team. Woo! That was a clip.
Oh, that was sneaky. That was like a needle.
Love to see Elamite clip. I think that's my favorite clip, just because Elamite got his face ripped off.
It's a 10 for Wes because it's his favorite. What have you guys scored it?
I am gonna give that a 9 because of the caliber of the players. If you got Elamite Warrior in your game, you got the U.S. champ. You know, you got to give yourself some credit, give yourself a pat in the back for able to get that quick scope from C2, barely peeking his head out of open street, able to line it up for the overkill extermination. Hurricane doing a great job showing his skill set there for the 9. Okay,
Dan, you went with 7.5.
Yeah, I was going to go for a 7 until I saw Elamite get taken down, and I feel like that deserved an extra 0.5. However, he did drop off top middle, gave top middle control away potentially. It was a little bit, he was chasing a couple of kills, so for me, I couldn't grade it any higher than a 7.5. However, still very impressive. I went for the no-scope for the final kill. Disgusting, but not quite an 8 for me.
Not quite Von worthy. It's disgusting, but not Von worthy. Okay, I actually also went for a 0.5 as well. I went for 8.5. The reason being is I gave Saiyan a 9, and that was ridiculous. And I did think that clip was absolutely amazing from Hurricane, but I just didn't feel like it was up to that same caliber. I think it's a struggle to get up there. So 8.5 for me. Amazing stuff from Hurricane. Love seeing LMI go down. Always, every day, fantastic. I love him, but I think that's what everyone thinks about when their friends are kind of on the board. But Clutch, I want to know what you make of this clip.
Yeah, see, I already have my numbers preemptively written, but I'm going to give it an 8.5. I'm actually doing the same thing Dan did. I'm giving him a 0.5 for the clip being on Elamite, and knowing that Kyle got his face ripped off for a clip is heartwarming to me. I'm going to bed sleeping very well tonight knowing Elamite got ripped. But the hill was bottom middle, so I don't care if you're dropping off streets at that point. I want them spawning up top. Beautiful job, execution perfectly. And to Faisal's point, that shot from C2 to open street is not an easy one. You have so little room to put your reticle and land that headshot. So it was not only was it just a beautiful shot, but it's on a world-class player in Elamite. So great job there, 8.5.
Phenomenal job. I say it's definitely put Poppy to sleep behind you, Clutch. She's definitely sleeping easy now. Elamite was taken down in that fashion. So absolutely shout out to the doggos. They're absolutely wonderful. One's in chat if you love dogs. One's in chat. We want to know. But you know, fantastic clips all around. Jeremy saying Hurricane, fantastic. But there can only be one winner of our clip showdown, and that is drumroll.
Easy.
Saying crushed it. That was a monster of a clip / short feature film. Beautiful stuff, and we can all agree here synonymously that was a fantastic clip. So keep them coming. Let's see if we can get some more from Saiyan in the future. But we're actually going to head to a break right now. Let us mull those over, maybe learn a few things or two. Definitely us, maybe not Goofy. Wes, you definitely need to learn a few things for some of the clips. Definitely. We're going to head to a break right now, but before we go into our break, obviously we want you guys to check out the top clips from October's Cliptrosity event. It's our top 3, so enjoy them.
Yep, go, yep. Towards their base, yep, good, perfect. Yep, that's a launch, there we go. Yes, boys! We did it! Let's go! Clip it! We did it! Yes! It's done, that's my clip.
I got naded. One channel, 2, most of.
The flag lobby got one shot. I'm running this flag lobby.
3.
He's on their flag.
I'm behind.
Triple.
All done.
Going up
We'll
the
just
flag.
spawn. We're cannon.
Got the over. Somebody clip that.
That's not.
Let's go! Let's go, baby! Ah!
Welcome back to Halo Game Sense. I'm Shyway, and once again, we're taking a look into the mind of a player to find out how they pull off some of the biggest plays in Halo. This time, we're looking at a Killpocalypse hit by Rhino during a competitive match of Assault with Team Pride vs Phenoms in the MCC Pro Series. Roll it.
I can't get a touch on this.
Yeah,
Touch
it. One rock, and one shot back rocks.
Got two.
Still on touch. Still on touch.
Stop rocking. I'm getting bombed. Alright, you got it. I got a triple. Last guy.
I'm sniping straight.
You could be shoddy.
Grenades one shot. Grenades one shot.
Got it over. That's one rock. Yeah, kill tack. Kill Tross right here. Kill Tross.
Go, Ryan. Same place. Hold on, one shot.
Kilimanjaro.
Oh my god. They're gonna spawn there.
Let's spawn there.
I left them.
Oh, catastrophe.
Dude, hold
There.
Ryan.
Got it. Oh my god, one more. Come on.
Turn on.
No. Alright. Holy.
Alright, you've seen the clip. Let's break it down. All the best team plays in Halo start with both map and power weapon control, and that's exactly what's beginning to form at the start of this clip. Even before pressing play, from Rhinoob's POV, you can spot two of his teammates in front of him, Saiyan in the enemy hut, and King Nick, who's currently holding a sniper rifle, in the courtyard. Rain, their fourth, is a back player, traveling through snipe side the ring 3, where he can support the team from a safe position. Saiyan's position in the hut is very important here. Not only has he secured a powerful vantage point on the enemy's side of the map, he's blocking spawn points near the hut and influencing spawns on the opposite side of the enemy base, giving Ryanoob the freedom to push up. With Saiyan and King Nick feeding him information, Ryanoob now pushes up to ring 2. Reticle placed at the bomb as he jumps over to the P Street. He spots Trippy and takes him down, looks over to Rox and snaps onto bound immediately for the double. Noticing Ola at the rock ramp, he lobs a nade across the map, banking it off the back wall for a Hail Mary triple. Ryanoob makes the smart decision to rotate to ring 3. Listen to the team communication here as Ryanoob makes this rotation.
I'm sniping straight.
You could be shoddy.
Grenades one shot. Grenades one shot.
Got it over.
Their nades one shot. That call out was crucial. Saiyan is calling out the location of the plasma nades that spawn behind the front right pillar, right where Neptune is standing. So even with the waterfall obstructing his view, Ryanoob knows exactly where to snap that reticle for the overkill. That's 4 dead, every player accounted for, and take a look at this beautiful setup on the map. Ryanoob up on ring 3, King Nick on the P Street with the sniper rifle, Saiyan extended out from the hut into the back of the enemy base, all while Rain escorts the bomb across P Street. In Halo terms, we call this a U setup, where if you were to draw a line through all 4 members of the team, it would create a U on the map, and this is the most dominant setup in the game. Their presence will block the spawns in the hut, the courtyard, and back base, forcing their opponents to spawn in the rocks with barely any cover. It's a checkmate. All that's left now is to execute. Ryanoob makes this look easy, but there's discipline behind his movements on the left and right stick to land these shots. Instead of landing difficult flicks on the right stick, as Trippy runs right, Ryanoob follows by strafing out to the right with the left stick. As Bound walks towards him, Ryanoob uses short strafes left and right to keep his reticle trained on his opponent. His right stick really only makes slight fine-tuning adjustments, especially on the vertical, as Ola jumps to try to get away. And note that he does this all while head glitching up on the ledge, meaning he only reveals just enough of his body to land shots, while from the perspective of his opponents below, he's barely visible, causing the Phenoms to drop like flies. Ryanoob's insane play nets him a Killpocalypse and allows Rain to plant the bomb and score a point for the team, kicking off this game of Assault in dominant fashion. That's all for this episode of Halo Game Sense. Got any clips you want to share? Make sure to tweet at HCS for a chance to be featured in a future episode. And once again, I'm Shyway. Thanks for watching.
middle. Yo, I got this kid. He's gonna die. I'ma need some help. And then we get some ball time. This should go well. Yo, his name is Washy. Tell him get off me. He taking thumbs off me. Always on me. He's gonna come real good. His name is B. A real dude. Send me some ill food. I'ma reload this. Got the whole clip. Oh shit. I'm the greatest MC. On Halo 3. This ain't make believe. I'm under glass. About to do the fucking jump. I really someone behind me, a fucking jump. He coming next one, hit him with that fucking four. Oh my god, being.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to Halo 5 Pro Series Championship. I must say, Maniac is a lyrical genius. That was very good, very, very good. I'm still laughing a little bit about the glass lyric and the jump. I can't repeat it, but it was brilliant. My favorite part of that's probably got to be Walshy trying to understand what was happening at the beginning. He was like, "Wait, is that a rap? Is that really happening?" Clutch, I think you're looking pretty. I don't really know how to explain the look on your face right now. But what did you make of Maniac's lyrics?
It's just classic Nick, man. Welcome to a day in the life of like scrimming with BTH and how big of a clown Maniac can be at times. He's one of my favorite guys. I've met through Halo, one of my good friends. And he used to do this thing, like that kind of stuff on the regular. I know he's got a big passion for like making beats, hip hop. He's always freestyling and whatnot, and he's got a niche for it. So there's a glimpse of it, and I mean, he's just one of the funniest guys I've ever met. So that clip is always going to put a smile on my face. He's just classic Maniac.
Definitely. I mean, as funny as it was actually very good, to be fair. You've got to think quickly on your feet there to be able to MC. So MC Maniac, we love it. We love it, man. But you know what? A lot has been happening. Obviously, we've seen a couple of matches now on the stream, but things have been happening also backstage of things here at the Halo stream. So we want to update you guys right now on round 2 of the group. So let's have a look, take a little look right now at exactly what has been going on. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot of Group B, but things have been happening over in Group A. So before the break, we did see KC Pioneers and Flyers. KC Pioneers to take that one 3-0. Inconceivable and Falling Esports also matched up 3-0 to Inconceivable. Cloud9 took on Kingdom. That was a 3-2 end of game. And then Cloud9 saw no ice and actually took that one 3-1. And Sentinels finally have also beat Kingdom 3-0. So if that's telling me anything, having a little look at Sentinels and Cloud9 in this matchup we're going to be seeing next, which is very exciting, that the Kingdom matchups that both of these two teams have seen have kind of been a totally different storyline for them. So Sentinels took down Kingdom 3-0 and Cloud9 took down Kingdom 3-2. Pretty close there for the Cloud9 Kingdom matchup. Clutch, is that going to be kind of saying anything about maybe this Cloud9 Sentinels matchup that we're going to be seeing in just a few minutes?
Yeah, I think it probably does, right? I think Cloud9 needs to be playing strong in order to beat this Sentinels team. And I think Cloud9, when they're playing really, really well, they can beat anybody, right? We've seen that out of them. But when they're playing at their lowest form, then they don't really stand the test of time against some of these stronger teams like Inconceivable and Sentinels. You want to see them step it up and play strong. I'm not sure how serious they were taking the matches. I wasn't obviously part of the comms or anything. So it'll be interesting to see how they play in this series. But if they don't play well against Sentinels, I worry about their series against Inconceivable that they'll be forced to go into once bracket play starts.
Absolutely. And obviously this is kind of a grudge match, Gaskin. Obviously it's Cloud9 versus Sentinels, but we do know that there is a majority of the Splice players also on that team. You know, back at the World Champs, they were very much in Tox's way of getting that ring, and they were a roadblock indeed. So it's kind of like a revenge match here, obviously missing a couple players here and there, but very much still kind of the element of Splice. How do you expect this to go based on what you've seen so far in the tournament, and also maybe the pressure that could be on the shoulders of Sentinels to bring this over the line?
I think it's going to be a slightly different game because it's pool play. However, this game is important in the long run because it's going to be who faces Inconceivable in the semi-finals or not. So if you win this, you get an easier path to the final, or you should get an easier path to the final. You never know who might turn up in that semi-final as well. They've played each other twice in two most recent NA tournaments. We first saw Sentinels 3-0 sweep Cloud9, but that was when the Cloud9 roster was kind of formed. Penguin had come into things. And then, after a little bit of practice, it was a 3-1 victory to Cloud9 over Sentinels. And so I think even though there's grudge and there's history between a lot of these players in the past, we've almost created a new kind of grudge match already with just a few tournaments we've had in Halo 5 as we've come back to things where both of these teams will want to be on top, whether that's a pool play match or whether that's just a bracket play match. They want to assert their dominance now. If you can win this pool play match, you can go in, get to that final, and then you get to that final and say, hey, well, we've beaten once before. There's no reason why we can't do it again. Who do I think is going to win it? That's a completely different question, Lottie. I would have to say that my brain would say Cloud9 with how they've been playing recently, but my heart would tend to go towards Sentinels.
I know it's a difficult one. It very much is, and it's going to be one of the tougher matchups that I think we've seen so far. And Goofy, obviously, I think it's pretty hard to take sometimes stats quite literally. Sometimes stats are just stats, and it's just how the maps and the series go. But obviously, Tox haven't actually. I'm sorry, Dan, the stat man. Dan, the stat man. But it's true. It can be true. Sometimes stats aren't always the best kind of visual for some of the storylines.
Well, I know
sometimes
that you
drop
prepare
them
for
out
your
by
stats, so
accident.
that's good.
I do. I do prepare for my stats. But you know, Goofy, looking at the way things have gone so far in groups, Cloud9 have dropped 3 maps. Sentinels haven't dropped 1 map yet. So can we read in on that a little bit? Do you think that Cloud9 might be in a little bit of trouble here in this matchup, or is it, or stats just stats, Dan?
No, I would argue that stats, you can read pretty deeply into what the numbers are telling you, right? So Sentinels obviously playing really well today. They haven't dropped a single map. They've played against the same 2 teams that Cloud9 played against, but on the other side of Cloud9, they dropped 3 games, right? A couple of games to 1 game to No Ice, and then 2 games to Kingdom. So we've seen Cloud9 struggle in the past in some of these tournaments, right? Really, it takes them a while to catch their stride, and then maybe it might be too little too late for them, whereas Sentinel starts strong and usually finishes strong as well. So I personally would read into these past few series that both Sentinels and Cloud9 have played, and because of that, give the edge to Sentinels. If going into the series, Sentinels had lost some games and we saw Cloud9 dominating, I may give that edge to Cloud9, but with the firepower that Sentinels has and knowing that they're clicking on all cylinders, I got to give them the edge here going into the series. And really, that's going to set them up for the tournament, because like we said, in the other pool, you got Inconceivable waiting in that top spot, right? So whoever loses this series between Cloud9 and Sentinels, and when they move on to bracket play, we'll have to play that tough series against Inconceivable, whereas the winner of this series will, might match up against KC Pioneers or one of those other teams that will be the second team coming out of the pool. So big match coming up right here.
There it is indeed. It's a very big match coming up. I'm very curious to see the series layout, so we'll get that for you guys in just a second, and just to see exactly what is going to be played out between these 2 teams. And Clutch, talking about Sen just a little bit more as we take a look at the series layout, we know that CTF Truth seems to be a weakness for Sentinels. We don't have that currently on here, so that's a good news for them. And they have actually been working on a lot of Slayers too, because that seems to be where they fall short some of the time. Looking at our series layout here, do you see anything in particular when it comes to our 2 teams that maybe some strengths, maybe some weaknesses?
I think Coliseum Flag is always the bread and butter for a team like Sentinels. I think you can throw the game type, the map mode combination kind of out the window when these 2 teams clash, though, right? This is a rivalry about as old as we get in Halo, with the Eco, Stellar, Renegade versus Snakebite Rule 2 Frosty, and you can change the force how you want, but those 6 players have a lot of history against each other on every map and mode combination we have in the game. We've seen both of these teams get the better of each other on just about every game type and map. So I'm not going to talk too much on that, but I am going to say that to everything that's been said, everything that's been played out so far today, you have to give a little bit of a leg up to Sentinels going into the series with how their score lines have looked compared to the teams that they're playing, because they both had the same path to get to this point. But that's not to say Cloud9 can't step it up at any given point and play at their highest level. We've seen them kind of slouch off even on LAN tournaments. We had jokes back in the day of, like, they're not a Friday team. They start warming up on Saturday, and by Sunday it feels like they're the best team in the game. So they're known to start slow. No shocker there. really excited to get this series underway.
Oh, me too, definitely. Goofy, looking a little bit more at, play styles of these two teams and being a pro player yourself, what do you see from both these teams and the individuals on them? Because we know that we're obviously missing Lethal off the normal Sentinels roster. He hasn't been playing Halo 5 at all, but Neptune stepped in there with a really nice H5 refresh on the team. And then we've got Penguin joining Cloud9 as well, once again, filling the shoes with Shotzi where he once was on the Spice roster. But overall, it is the entire Cloud9 roster going into Infinite. So how did they clash here? What kind of game can we expect to have? Is it going to be scrappy? Is it going to be uniform? What are you thinking?
So I don't think either of these teams have that playstyle such as the KC Pioneers, where they might find themselves rushing to meet their goals, right? Rushing to try to get the win. Both these teams are kind of, I think they're going to clash like we've seen in the past with Splice and Tox, right? Obviously, if I put myself as a pro player in Cloud9 shoes, it's kind of I don't want to say lose-lose because, and the only reason I even bring that term up is because if you win, then it's like, hey, this is your full roster. We should be winning this in my head. But if you lose to the Sentinels roster without Lethal, arguably one of their most important players, then you're like, damn, we just lost to Sentinels and they don't even have their full roster. So for that reason, I think Cloud9 has more on the line in this series, and I think. Speaking in terms of just for, because it is their full team, but also I think if Sentinels loses this series, they still have, I would still consider them the favorite to win the tournament, even if they have to match Inconceivable in the bracket. Whereas if Cloud9 loses and Sentinels wins, I would say Inconceivable beats them in the bracket moving forward. So I think a lot more is riding on this series for Cloud9 than Sentinels, and the pressure is going to be on Cloud9. So we'll see, we'll see these two Titans clash and who comes out on top.
I'm muted. Great. That was brilliant. What I was saying was, Goofy, you're phenomenal. Thank you so much for answering that question so delightfully. Without further ado, Gaskin, I wanted to ask you to give me the stats based on both of these teams, where they're at. What are you seeing when it comes to these two together?
I mean, in terms of looking at both the series they've played in the most recent tournaments, in terms of slaying, Penguin really struggled in the first series they played against each other. He went 19 and 34 across the 3 games. He then stepped that up as they went into the second best of 3, which I think was very important. Maybe it was one of those kind of trials by fire where he got thrown into the team. It was an adjustment for him. His playstyle probably had to change. But the fact he did adjust, the fact he did pick things up, and then he wasn't kind of bottom fragging too much. He wasn't struggling as much as he did in that previous series. I think that's really important for him to have gained that confidence, and the rest of the team gained that confidence for him, because Penguin is an amazing player. Clutch will always sing his praises as well. I think he can really shine on this roster. And yes, he's going to be very different to what Shotzi had to offer, just as Neptune is going to be very different to what Lethal had to offer. And it's almost like an opposite trade on this end, because Lethal was one of those all-round players, replaced by Neptune, who is just, in my eyes, like a heavy slayer who's going to come in and just shoot at everything. And the other side, I'd say Penguin is an all-round player who is replacing Shotzi, who was just a heavy slayer who shot at everything. So we're going to see how this transitions moving forward with these two teams, and this should be a really spicy matchup.
Yes, well, it will be a very spicy matchup. I always love hearing your stats, Dan. They're fantastic. Appreciate them as per usual. Clutch, would you agree with that side of things with Gaskin obviously saying in terms of the way that these players match up, obviously Neptune, Penguin, and kind of the diversity that both of these teams bring to this series? Is that kind of where you're at as well?
Yeah, I think all facts, right? It's difficult to argue against analytics, and I think he did a great job of kind of portraying that for you guys. I think that based off what we've kind of seen today, Sentinels probably has the leg up, and if I were to predict an outcome of the series, I'd probably say Sentinels is going to take this.
Fantastic stuff. Well, we will certainly find out very shortly. The game is starting. So we got Clutch, we got Gaskin taking the lead on this one, and we'll see you guys after the game's finished. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And yeah, I'm so happy, Clutch, to be casting alongside you again. It's been a little while, but we have returned. And what a series that we get as well. The final game in pool play. And really, who's going to decide who gets that easy bracket going into the semifinals? Or easier, should I say. I don't want to kind of beat down on the other teams that might get through. I'm excited for this one. Echelon Ball is where we are going to start things. What's your thoughts, Clutch? I mean, do you think this is going to be an easy sweep for Sentinels with how they've been playing?
Absolutely not. I think Echelon Ball is actually a great game type for Cloud9 to start off, but as soon as I say that, Royalty picks up a double, Snakebite gets one of his own, and Penguin, the last guy alive bottom middle, actually getting a huge kill on the Neptune's going to deny any time that we would have seen Sentinels been able to collect there. So you said Penguin struggled in the first time these guys played, or in the last time these guys played. Penguin starting off very strong, allowing his team to stay in this game early.
Yeah, when you look at the statistics, he certainly was the one player who went more negative than the others, but that doesn't mean everything. That doesn't paint an entire picture, but if he can pick up the kills, that's always going to be a big factor for this Cloud9 squad. Early stages, not much ball time to work with. Sentinels will have a very minimal lead, and it's just at the moment just this kind of tussle back and forth to see who can gain control of the map before the ball time starts to be gathered. It looks like Cloud9 have won that early scuffle, and they're starting to put some time on the board here.
Yeah, I got to call out Royal 2. So far, we've gone to his point of view twice, and so far, 2 kills that he should have gotten have gotten away. That is not Royal 2 like. We need Royal 2 playing at his best if we want to see Sentinels come and beat Cloud9. So he's going to have to step it up here. Cloud9 already up almost 30 points early in this game.
Well, something that is interesting about this series is when you look at the games and the maps they have played against each other in the last 2 tournaments, none of this series layout actually features. So a brand new, fresh series, no stats for me to harp on about. Instead, we just get to watch this one with fresh eyes and see how these 2 teams play against one another. A very early and commanding lead from Cloud9. The ball eventually gets played, and Sentinels now can readjust, reevaluate how they want it there to get this ball. Neptune does try and dive on it, but the grenade will make sure he has to push off, and instead he just tries to help the teammate. He does take down Eco. Can he carry on with his killing spree? A nice early start for Neptune.
Yeah, killing spree for Neptune, but what does it amounted to, right? It's amounted for just a setup break of Cloud9's ball time, and it looks like they've been able to get this ball and form what seems to be a minor setup opportunity here as well. So even though Neptune had 5 unanswered kills, Sentinels wasn't able to turn it into any objective time. So that does not bode well if Neptune's able to slay at that rate and still nothing gets done. Cloud9 still in control of this game, still building their lead.
1 pocket rocket fired, but the second does connect, thankfully, as you can see Camouflage is there and are waiting to be picked up, and it's Sentinels who win the battle for that one, so they will be rewarded with the power-up. Frosty gets it, and if there is anyone you want to see with a power-up, it is Frosty. One of, if not the best Halo 5 player that we've seen, as Halo 5 has kind of transitioned from a new game to a slightly older game, and he's just got hit a nice perfect there as well. Sentinels got the ball in hand, they're going to try and get a setup, and Frosty is going to be lurking with this Camouflage.
Yeah, what do you know? If you're Sentinels, you put Frosty in a position to change the outcome of the game, and already they've started to come back in the lead. Unfortunately, he's not able to get that kill, but he does get traded out, and there's going to be 1 guy alive. That's going to be Neptune. Bottom pizza, as Sentinels will call it, and he's going to have to play his life as best he can. Renegade pushing him with the help of a ball guy is able to actually take him down, and with that, we're going to see Cloud9 potentially able to get a setup, but 3 go down. That's all 4 dead for Cloud9, and finally, Sentinels has some life.
That was like full Terminator, where Penguin just turned into Arnold Schwarzenegger and saw the Invisible Man, and he was able to take him out relatively comfortable. I think that's one of the downsides of the camo, is you can just be seen. And I think Frosty thought he was a little bit more safe than he was. But you can see the lead now has been very much taken away from Cloud9. They had a significant advantage, but now only 56 to 50. As Neptune is going to be a little bit of a sneaky beaver himself, takes down Renegade, and now will look for more. Ball was played. Cloud9 have been able to retrieve that one, start to put some time on, but it gets played yet again. As Sentinels, they were just swarming around the Cloud9 squad.
Yeah, interesting. We saw 4 dead for Cloud9, and Sentinels had an opportunity to really pick and choose their setup and try and implement it, and it didn't really amount to a whole lot. Fortunately, they've been able to kind of subside whatever storm has happened since. They've got Rockets in control, and now Snakebite's able to find that first pick. Is Sentinels going to be able to capitalize here with these power weapons, with the double from Neptune in the kill feed? You like to see Snakebite go for it, but not with the Rockets necessarily, but it's Snakebite. He's going to do it all. He's getting the kills, he's getting the ball time, and now Sentinels looks like they're in prime position to take the lead.
And I have to be honest, if Lethal's on this roster, I think Lethal is there and he's on the ball, and Snakebite doesn't have to go for it. Alas, Sentinels have still made it work. Camouflage has popped, and Snakebite has a good little vantage point here to try and stop this one. Is backing off with grenades. Eventually will get taken down. That's a double for Renegade. He's done a good job to at least stop the bleeding a little bit, stop this ball time from being accumulated by Sentinels, and now he just looks across to see whether he can stop the guys spawning from advancing into a comfortable position. But either way, this is a very closely contested game as we expected.
Yeah, neither team really able to hold up a consistent setup for more than one set of slays, it feels like. It feels like both teams have done such a great job of breaking the team setup, forcing the play balls, and with that, this game is still fairly close. Cloud9, however, starting to build up yet another lead. This could be the first real setup we've seen from them. I think they just got done playing the ball, but they got those 30 points that have separated these two teams.
Cloud9 doing really well just to bait and switch and make sure they're finishing off each other's kills successfully. Eco trying to sneak his way around towards the ball, but does get beaten down. And Sentinels, they have an eye on him. So do Cloud9. Penguin really the last stopping force here to make sure that ball doesn't get picked up. And he has done a phenomenal job to ensure that there's going to be no time gathered by Sentinels just now. And he says, you know what, well, if none of you's going to grab it, I'll take it myself. And Cloud9 still building on this lead here.
Yeah, a bit of a lack of awareness to the situation from Sentinels there is going to allow Penguin to get these crucial seconds as he's continuing to rack up ball time uncontested, and he's in a prime position to play it. Once he goes down, it looks like that's going to be the situation in the kill feed, and with it, Cloud9 really doing a great job of playing efficient objective. You need to see that out of Sentinels if you want this game to continue to be close.
Snakebite had rockets yet again, but gets taken down. Certainly the rocket control has been very prominent from Sentinels, but hasn't really amounted to much when you look at the current score. Okay, Frosty gets a perfect onto Renegade, ball will go down, so he stops the bleeding. Does look across to Stella spawning, hits some decent shots, but has to back down from the fight because Stella responds with some good shots of his own. Sentinels know where all these Cloud9 players are, and it's how they choose to push this. Do they try and hold back? Do they push? It looks like Frosty wants to get aggressive, but he's playing very smart. He's not taking a fight that he thinks he might lose in clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it best. I think in any other situation where these aren't the two teams playing, you typically see Frosty get that first pick, and they're continuing to hold that setup. Unfortunately, you're going against Stellar, one of the also best in the world, and he's able to back down Frosty, which is allowed Cloud9 to break the setup once again. It's individual plays like we saw that don't even turn into kills. It just forces Sentinels to back down from the setup and relieve some of the pressure that Sentinels is putting on them that have given Cloud9 the ability to break these setups so easily.
Well, this is one of the best stints now from Sentinels. Snakebite hits a perfect onto Eco, and Royal 2 just from a distance peppering Cloud9, keeping them at bay. Snakebite tried to get behind them enemy lines there, but unfortunately got caught out, and now this leaves the rest of Sentinels in quite a vulnerable position, so Royal 2 quite rightly plays the ball, and Cloud9 regain control of this map, but Snakebite now has to stop them from taking this ball. He's doing his best with grenades, but it's not going to work out. Cloud9, they get the ball, and they've got map control.
Yeah, rockets coming up in 10 seconds could be the game-deciding power weapon that either team needs to really clinch this win. Does look like the ball is something that Sentinels is also going to have to balance while these rockets come up. How are they going to prioritize their time here? Snakebite, you got to win that one-on-one. Unfortunately, he does throw the nade to trade with Stellar, but that's not enough in a situation like this with rockets coming up because Penguin, Renegade, they find kills in the kill feed, and all this time they have control of the ball.
Got control of the ball. Neptune has control of rockets, so again it's Sentinels who get rockets. Ooh. Decent rocket there as well, taking down Eco from downtown, and now he looks to get the beatdown, which he does. It's a double. Grenade doesn't really connect with anything, in fact actually connects with the bottom of the map, and now the rest of Sentinels can join Neptune here to try and take control. They do grab the ball, they are starting to put time on the board, but with 3 minutes and 25 seconds left, Clutch, this one's going right down to the wire.
A huge catch right there by Neptune as he assassinates Renegade with the ball. Renegade was trying to play it, but Neptune, having the great reaction time, is able to catch the ball, and because of it, he's able to start racking up some time. Forced to play it, though, because the pressure from the rest of Cloud9 is there. So not much time given, but at least those scrappy seconds could be the difference maker towards the end of this game. We have still just a 13-point game, 2 minutes and 56 seconds left on the clock. These teams are playing to 150, so these next crucial setups are going to dictate who the winner of this game one is.
I think you said it best, scrappy at the moment. Neither team really being able to successfully set up for an elongated amount of time. Still advantage to Cloud9 at the moment, 135 to 116, and those points are ticking up. They are getting very close to taking this game one. Sentinels need to push, and they need to push now, but Stella's behind enemy lines. They need to get this ball down. Snakebite with a nade is not going to connect, and it looks like Eco's going to survive. Game one goes to Cloud9. Sentinels just not able to get back from that deficit that they lost early on.
Yeah, I think if we were going to talk map mode combos, and I know Lottie asked me this question, I didn't mistakenly talk about this echelon ball and how strong of a game type I think it's been between these two teams for Cloud9. Typically, we saw the old Spice roster come away with this game type. We've seen now Cloud9 come away with this game type. I think they won this game type actually last week against this team, and it continues to be a great boost of confidence going into the rest of the series for this Cloud9 roster, especially. And it's actually a thorn in the side for this Sentinels team as well. So a great job by Cloud9 to win that game 1 and regain the confidence they might have wavered earlier on, losing games to Kingdom earlier in the pool play.
I mean, that's only the 6th game we've seen Sentinels lose in the most recent tournaments, and that'll be their 3rd ball game they've lost out of those 6 as well. So clearly, just something not quite clicking when it comes to Oddball. I feel like I've said that before when it was Tox, though, and when it was them back in the day, just something about Oddball just wasn't right for them. They're just going to have to move on in this series, except that is going to be a 1-0 deficit, and they move into Regret Slayer. Clutch, talk to me. How do you see this one panning out?
Yeah, this is a very important game for Sentinels. You cannot go down 2-0 to Cloud9, right? And they have been working on their Slayers. I know that there's a lot of focus in their scrims around getting better at their Slayers. We're going to see who's going to get this overshield to start off. It looks like Eco tried to sprint for it. He was taken down, and because of it, 3 straight kills to Sentinels and an overshield paired with it. Snakebite in full control of this map now with the rest of Sentinels trapping the players at blue. This is a perfect start from the boys in red.
Snakebite was controlling a lot of the rockets on the previous map, and now he has the overshield covering his body. But what can he do with it? It's an easy kill there onto Renegade. They get a 4-1 advantage, and he now has been able to pick up the plasma pistol as well. That's quite important. Holding the overshield, you can feel yourself a little bit more safe, and now he's going to push in and try and use it to his own advantage. 6-2 now. And the noob combo works very successfully. Early lead for Sentinels here, and they need to try and build on it.
Yeah, clean kill from Snakebite there. It's going to allow the pressure to still be on Cloud9. They're still trapped at blue. They finally take down Snakebite, but they've had to use so many resources that the 4-kill lead still stands true. Great job by Sentinels to build this early lead after rebounding from a tough Game 1 performance.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to keep an eye on this overshield throughout this game. We know how influential it is on this map. And we know how successful Sentinels have been with power-ups and power weapons in general already, watching them in this tournament. Well, in this last game, to be honest, and previous tournaments. 11-4 is the advantage at the moment, but we know how quickly that can turn around. Royal2 turns to his left, finishes off Renegade, looks now to bottom middle. He's got a call out, so you can see why he's searching for one of these players, and eventually does find that player. It's Stella, but he can't get the connection with the final shot. He falls. Cloud9 starts to put a couple more kills on the board.
Yeah, phenomenal job by whoever on Cloud9. Rotated from bottom middle, wrapped around Penguin, and was able to sandwich Royal2, because that just opened up the map for what we're watching here. Penguin's able to push top car, find that kill, and now they have multiple players for Sentinels trapped top blue. This is a great opportunity for them to find some unanswered kills, but Penguin actually gets taken down by Snakebite, and a double kill in the speed from Snakebite. Those are 2 huge momentum shifting kills from Snakebite that relieve a lot of the pressure we would have seen from Cloud9 if they didn't come through.
Big 9-kill advantage, almost 10 men. Make that a 10-kill advantage. Nice double there from Frosty. Just nothing has changed since we saw him competing way back when, before he stopped playing Halo. And now overshield again in the hands of Snakebite. This is going to spell bad news, I think, for Cloud9. If they cannot get the timing down on this OS, they are going to be in serious trouble. However, they are still picking up kills here or there, but nothing significant as Snakebite gets a nice big beatdown, gets the double, killing spree to boot, and they've got a 12-kill lead here.
Yeah, instead of Renegade getting a backsmack, it's actually Snakebite that gets the backsmack for a double kill. You've given up 2 overshields so far for Cloud9. If you're Sentinels, you're doing such a phenomenal job putting yourself in a winning position by getting these power-ups and making a difference with them. And that's really been why we see this scoreline starting to get out of control, now up to 14.
And it's a difficult position for Cloud9 because they want to slow the game down so they can try and analyze when this overshield's coming up. But of course, every time they do slow it down, Sentinels, they burst on in and they swarm them. Another double for Frosty that increases their lead to 15 kills. And Neptune now in the base, working alongside Royal2 to take down Renegade. And the doubles, the baiting, the switching, everything is there for Sentinels at the moment. They are just closing in on every Cloud9 player that they see, and it's really, really impressive.
Yeah, you love to see the aggression out of Sentinels. And to your point, Cloud9 trying to slow a game down on a map like Regret, in a game type like Slayer, is not going to happen against top teams. If they have an advantage, they're going to press their advantage. Regret being the smallest map we play Slayer on in Halo 5 is the fastest turn to rotate in Halo 5. So it's a beautiful job by Sentinels to continue the pressure that they are and continue to somehow find unanswered kills. Royal 2 with another back smack being unanswered and getting behind Eco even. I mean, look, these players are unaware of how fast these players are playing, and because of it, Sentinels is continuously able to pick up these kills.
I mean, Sentinels just giving Cloud9 a lesson of how to play this game type at the moment. Next overshield is up, snake fight uncontested, no timing there what for Cloud9. I think they may have just given up by this point, and seeing Stella stood dead still, not even challenging, I think that statement is definitely true. An absolute dominating performance from Sentinels here. Cloud9, they just didn't have a chance from the get-go.
True veterans from Cloud9 understanding that this game's probably over. Let's just hurry up and get to the next one. Stellar even taking the time to shoot to kind of give his position away to make sure that this game gets over with faster. We see Penguin trying to go for a ninja. He's going to try and nade himself to just end this game and get it over with. They know better than anybody that on a map like Regret, when it snowballs out of control and the game's over, like, to not mentally get frustrated or whatnot. Let's just move on to game 3, because now this series is tied up 1-1.
To lose the first overshield, you're like, okay, well, we lost the first overshield, we can come back. The second one, you're starting to think, all right, well, we're struggling a little bit, we're behind on kills. The third, then, I think you know by that point, when you're plus 15 kills behind, things are not going your way, and to move on in the series. Sentinels are going to tie things up, 15-5 for Royal 2. Stats could be slightly inflated by some players stood still in the last stages of that game, but regardless, you take any kill that is presented to you. This sets up this series perfectly, really, doesn't it, Clutch? We knew that both of these teams were going to put on a show, and I think we've seen a very strong game type from Cloud9, and now an even stronger game type from Sentinels.
Yeah, we made the comment that we've only seen 3 O's today so far in pool play, and we had a lot of high hopes for this series. It's looking like it's going to turn out exactly what we hoped for. Series tied 1-1, both very dominant games, I would say. Even though Cloud9 didn't statistically dominate, 150-116, it felt like they were always in control of the ball game. It felt like we had Sentinels always in control of game 2. This game 3, Coliseum flag, could be the turning point for these two teams and the deciding factor when it's all said and done for who the winner of this series is.
Yeah, going into game 3, Coliseum capture the flag. One of my favorite game types to watch since we've seen it in Halo 5, to be honest. It doesn't matter how old, it just doesn't age for me. Who do you think is going to take this one from what you've seen so far? Is there anything that makes you lean either way?
I think it's going to come down to power weapon control, right? It's similar to game 2. You said the spiel about the overshield and how the team that obviously dominated the overshield control dominated the game. I think that that's going to fall hand in hand with these. When these players get these power weapons, they're so dominant with them that they're able to change the outcome of the games. I want to see Cloud9 do a much better job of controlling the power weapons than they did in the previous game type in order to have a opportunity to win this. But if they're not and it goes in the hands of Sentinels, we're going to see Sentinels dominate this game. And already we see a flag being pulled rocket side by Snake.
Well, in the latest tournaments, we've only seen Sentinels lose one flag game type, and that was Truth capture the flag. They've had a lot of success on Coliseum, and as you say, from the early stages, they get the ball, but Penguin is there to get the return, but unfortunately, it costs him his life, and Neptune is still lurking in the base, but he will fall as well. Eco makes sure he takes him down, and a lot of back and forth in the early stages. Renegade gets one onto Frosty. Eco elsewhere got a perfect onto Royal 2, and I think you're right, it's going to come down to these power-ups. It's going to come down to these power weapons of who can really control the map and deprive their opposition of picking them up themselves.
Doesn't look like anyone in the observer mode has control of power weapons, but you know who does have something, and that's Renegade pulling the flag, having the fastest flag route right here into the window. That beautiful auto-stabilized jump is going to reward Renegade if he can make it to the flag stand. He's going to punch in that first flag. He can do the craziest jumps in the world, but that one on the flag stand gave him the hardest time. But yeah, early lead for Cloud9.
Struggled a little bit, but thankfully no one was shooting him in the back, otherwise he might have panicked a little bit more. But yeah, early lead for Cloud9. Penguin now in prime position to try and take anyone down that pushes on the sniper side. You see the beatdown from the flag as well, as flag number 2 is being moved. It's dropped temporarily, but here's Penguin to maybe go for a pull himself, but no, instead he just looks towards Neptune. Quite rightfully now will take the pull, even though he's no shields, but the grenade is there to take him down. And maybe this flag can be returned, but they've got to be very clever, have Sentinels quickly pushing up, quickly getting the return, which is done so by Snakebite.
Huge return from Snakebite because Cloud9 just got the most fortunate spawns we've ever seen. They spawned cave when the flag was down fountain. If Snakebite doesn't do exactly what he just did, they're looking at a 2-0 score lead for Cloud9. So phenomenal job just from Snakebite to keep his team in the game. Meanwhile, Neptune was able to pick up these rockets. He finds the first kill, bit of a jank rocket right there, and the player's going to take him down. So not too much damage done with that side of the power weapons, but where is this sniper?
Yeah, sniper rifle could change things, especially if you can put it in the hands of a player like Frosty. We've seen him hit some disgusting shots across his time, but at the moment Royal 2 is just trying to dominate this S3 area, manages to get a beat down onto Eco, and now he pushes in with that brawler badge in his pocket. How are they going to know he's pushing up elbow is the real question, because if he can sneak in, well, no he can't. The grenade hits him square in the face, and Snakebite is there just to watch the body float across the map. And now it's going to be Snakebite versus really 3 members of Cloud9 if they push this correctly, but some of them were pushed out, but it doesn't matter. Snakebite gets taken down anyway.
Beautiful shots by Penguin there, and it's been Penguin 3 straight times when Sentinels has tried to get some elbow control of Cloud9's base that Penguin's been the player to shut them down. That is huge in stopping Sentinels' ability to get into the base and pull their flag and tie this game up. So great defense from Penguin, stands strong and allows this team to stay in the lead. But the flag was pulled window. Renegade picks up a double in the kill feed, and that potentially could stop the flag unless Neptune does something insane. He gets the double, misses the triple, and because of it, I'm not sure if anyone from Sentinels is going to be there to get this touch.
Yeah, that could have been a world star moment if he got the triple. That could have been a potential pull and flag cap, but thankfully, if you're a Cloud9 fan, he wasn't able to pull it off. But Neptune and Royal 2 working together to take down one. That flag has got across the majority of the map. But Snakebite knows it's very risky to go for this one. Has to win this fight against Penguin yet again. This time he does, gets the ball. And should this, could this, will this? It will be. It's going to be a flag cap. It's tied up 1-1.
A game-changing, potentially series-changing one-on-one. We just witnessed Snakebite win against Penguin there to punch that flag and tie this game. But what did it cost them? Entire map control goes in the hands of Cloud9. All players are going to be spawning elbow. If Stellar's able to hit shots, this could open up the map for a potential pull for his teammates. Not able to land either one of the no-scopes, and because of it, I believe Sentinels' defense will be able to hold off the rest of Cloud9.
Double from Stellar, but what makes that 1v1 even more important was the fact that Snakebite had lost a couple of 1v1s to Penguin prior to that, so to overcome any sort of mental block is really important. Renegade, though, has the rockets, and he is pushing into the base. That rocket is going to go nowhere. He was just trying to predict that someone was going to be there, probably got the call out, and now Eco is going to push from the other side alongside Stellar. They're doing some real work. Stellar doesn't get the triple, which doesn't matter because they've got all 3 of those kills, and now Eco can go for a fast flag run, but Frosty and Neptune are there to stop the party, and that flag is going nowhere.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it from Frosty's point of view, but he made this sneaky play as you saw him crouching in observer mode, bottom middle, was able to get the first pick on the setup and immediately stops any potential flag run that we would have seen from Cloud9. So beautiful job from Frosty to be the last guy alive and find the pick his team needed to stop the flag run.
Eventually Neptune gets the kill onto Eco and doesn't quite connect to get the double. Will fall, and now Frosty is going to be under a lot of fire here from this Cloud9 squad. They're pushing in, but again he's trying to be sneaky, trying to get behind them. Finds Penguin, gets the perfect kill, and that is easy as you like. Frosty, just watching his POV clutch, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's changed. Like he's not aged with his playstyle. It just works. Like he's just such a good player.
If he had ninja'd somebody right there, I would have tried to lose my mind. But I mean, if you just pay attention to the kill feed, even you just see Frosty with stars next to his name, and it's just a testament to how strong of an individual he is. But we have strong individuals in every sense of the word in this match right now. We see 3 members for Cloud9 in the window running this flag. It is going to be currently down as they had to drop it and slay for a little bit, but the kills have gone in their favor, it seems, and if they're able to continue this flag run, they could potentially take the lead. Unfortunately, it's kind of in a bit of a tough spot for them to get a touch on, and Neptune with the rockets is going to deny any idea or thought that Cloud9 might have had of continuing that flag.
It's rocket control yet again. Neptune tries to get aggressive after the first one, but on the other side, Frosty now has a sniper rifle in his hands, and usually this means you're going to see a little bit of montaging on your screens. Does connect with the first shot, but he can't connect with the pistol. Also has a little bit bit of a whiff there as he catches a glimpse of one Spartan, but that one Spartan quite rightfully backs off because you don't want to be challenging Frosty with a sniper rifle. Frosty does have to be careful though here. He doesn't want to isolate himself and leave himself too vulnerable, but he's still hitting shots at the moment. That's 2 down, and Sentinels, they can start to push up here.
Yeah, we have talked about power weapon control and how important it is. Cloud9 actually doing the bulk of their damage without power weapons, but eventually you have to think that it's going to add up against them, right? And this flag being run bottom snipe right now could potentially be the one that bites them in the back. A player in the cave, that's no problem for Frosty as he lands the no-scope and a headshot. He's got multiple guys flying at him, does land a body, which allows Neptune to pick up that quick kill. I believe Sentinel should be punching this flag in, but it looks like Cloud9 actually might stop this.
Unfortunately, Frosty going down just gave Cloud9 enough of the momentum to push in, stop that flag from being put in, and now they can swarm on all these spawning Sentinel players. Penguin takes down one, Stella gets the second, and the final player is on elbow, will be caught out, and now spawning towards Rockets is going to be the last player, all 4 down. There will be spawners, but the big double from Eco should allow this flag to be comfortably run because the map control is well and truly in Cloud9.
Absolutely. It's an unbelievable performance from Cloud9 that stops the flag run of Sentinels, and they're able to take map control with that, counter cap in that situation, and a beautiful setup from them is going to allow them to continue map control. A huge triple out of Stellar is going to continue the pressure on as we see Renegade fly towards the elbow. He's going to wait and see. Eco having to give him comms there. You know, Eco was like, slow this down. I got rocks. Let's work together here. So Renegade's going to try to get elbow control for Eco to move in.
Cloud9 have really been timing their push as well. You can slightly hear, I can slightly hear their comms behind the gameplay, and you could hear the urgency behind that push previously. They knew they had potential to go for back-to-backs. Thankfully, a member of Sentinels was able to stop Stellar in his tracks after that triple kill. Sentinels will make a flagfall here, and Snakebite's actually managed to get it all the way to elbow, and this should be 2-2. So after all that dominance, all that map control, Cloud9 just not able to hold on to it. They even had rockets, and Sentinels still able to creep into the base and get a pull.
Beautiful cap without a ton of map control. Snakebite's able to get that flag all the way across Rockets, but what did they sacrifice in order to secure it? Because it looks like Cloud9 has gotten into their base with multiple members. They are flying with this flag across the map, and if they're able to punch this in, it will in the game. Eco, he's not going to have any trouble jumping onto the flag stand, and he's going to punch that one in. A 3-2 game goes in the favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 just performing excellently with their flag runs in particular. There was a couple of moments where maybe 1 or 2 Sentinels members could have stopped these flag runs with like a back smack or hitting that final shot, but Cloud9 just able to get away, pulling the flag at the right time. Eco 27 and 14. Renegade only dying 9 times with 20 kills as well. I mean, the roster popping off again. You look at Penguin, only 14 kills, but the assists, 17 assists for Penguin, really being an excellent support player for this squad.
The wild part about these statistics is that we saw Rockets a majority of the time in the hands of Sentinels. We didn't see a lot of Cloud9 power weapon control even in that game, and they were still able to dominate in the slays. That's a testament to how strong these guys can play, but it always felt like they were a wolf pack pushing the flag from either the fountain or the window. We saw multiple times that it was 2 to 3 players just forcing their way into the base of Sentinels and having such success while slaying in doing so. So a phenomenal job by Cloud9 to close that game out, and to go up 2-1 in this series is huge to advance into bracket play. The winner of this pool, it means the world. It means everything to these guys for this tournament. And looking at game 4, Eden Strongholds, another strong game for Cloud9. It wouldn't shock me if the series ended here.
Well, Clutch is calling it here, saying that this is going to be it with a 3-1 victory for Cloud9. I'm sure that Sentinels fans around the world will want to ensure that actually we go all the way to game 5. Neptune on the early stages battling against Renegade here, trying to get control of that camouflage, but it may have been burnt, can't quite see. Either way, it's definitely burnt now at this point. 3 members of Sentinels down. Cloud9 have the map control, but can they get the strongholds to go with it?
Yeah, I think this nest, this catwalk stronghold is actually the most important, so I love the prioritization by Cloud9, already focused on the height advantage of the map. They're going to be able to take down Snakebite. No one in control of Red Nest just yet, but they are beautiful damage from Penguin, and a player attempting to take Blue Bin gets taken down as well. So Penguin doing a phenomenal job of just making sure that he controls the most important part of the map, but he actually gets taken down.
Again, power-ups, power weapons are going to be important here. I did see rockets in the kill feed. And really, we just need to keep an eye on who better controls them. But, I mean, in Coliseum Capture the Flag, that wasn't the full story. Cloud9, they were just pushing a lot better together, and if they can have the same synergy here, there is no reason why they can't finish this series, as Royal 2 is challenged straight away by Stella, but manages to win that particular engagement. As we move across to Neptune now, just trying to keep control of Red Nest here.
And this is the right play if you're Neptune. You want to see if he's able to just play defense. And it looks like there's not going to be too many pushes towards Red Nest, and actually 3 kills go in the favor of Sentinels, and with it, I believe Catwalk will be transferred over to Sentinels, and they can finally start scoring.
So results elsewhere, KC Pioneers were able to win their game, which means they finish in second. So your prize for winning this series between Sentinels and Cloud9 is facing up against KC Pioneers, and the loser then will face up against Inconceivable in what will be a very juicy semi-final. Early lead for Cloud9 at the moment. Snakebite trying his best to make sure that there's not going to be too much of an early lead. Stop it a little bit, but he can't get control of Blue Bend. Eco is there to ensure that no one is taking that from him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these teams do prioritize these power-ups and power weapons. It looks like Eco's going to get the rockets. Is he able to find the overshield player? He's not. Is he going to shoot the rocket to trade his life? Yes. Royal 2 doing a phenomenal job of forcing Eco to trade, but this overshield player in Frosty has immediately made his way towards the camo to try and deny that from going in the hands of Cloud9. Unfortunately for him, he's going to get sandwiched, and Renegade actually stays alive for just a brief second with camo, but Royal 2 doing a phenomenal job of coming right off spawn and having the awareness to take him out.
Royal 2 now maybe trying to get behind enemy lines, just trying to make everyone look his way towards Red Nest, and very much they do look towards Red Nest. They take down Snakebite first, and now they look to try and find Royal 2, but his grenades are too powerful for Renegade, and he could even get the double here on Penguin if he is aggressive enough. Either way, at the moment, it's still a lead for Cloud9, a 20-point lead right now that Sentinels just haven't been able to get control of this map.
Yeah, it's Sentinels has been on their back feet what feels like this entire map, right? You want to see them get catwalk control, which they currently have, but they're continuously having to force their numbers and resources to defend it and not be able to play on the aggression. Cloud9 does such a good job of forcing Sentinels to play at their pace, and because of it, they're having so much success early on.
Another player just trying to hide away and survive, and actually Frosty gets the better of Stella. It's surprising, really, both of us, I think, taken quite aback by that. But Renegade manages to get the kill onto Royal 2, and now will capture Catwalk as his prize, and it'll be Cloud9 scoring yet again, looking towards Blue Bend, looking towards taking down yet another player, and it's going to be Frosty who falls. 36-20, Cloud9 starting to make a real lead here in this game, and Sentinels desperately trying to fight back for map control. Perfect left, right, and center right now, but it's total control for Cloud9.
Yeah, I don't think this total control will last for too long, but every second that it is in place, the lead for Cloud9 continues to expand. Sentinels' back is already against the wall in this series. They need to step it up, and they have to do it now, but they continue to give away rockets. Let's see if they're able to secure the overshield, but no, Penguin, being the smart player that he is going to transition those rockets into an overshield rocket play, and now he's going to be aggressive towards the camo. I love this rotation by him. He's going to force this camo player off the map, and he's done his job as far as Cloud9 is concerned. A beautiful play by Penguin's going to land him not only the double kill, but removing camo off the map, turns it into a triple, and the reset on Nest, or actually the capture on Nest, is the potential here. Penguin doing it all.
Really impressed with what Penguin's doing in this series, if I'm completely honest. I said that he struggled in the first series these guys played against each other in recent times, but things have changed now. He's gelling into this Cloud9 roster, and he does not look like he is struggling whatsoever. 62, I think that's 63-20, and Cloud9 are looking like they want to close this out in just 4. They don't want to go to a game 5. They look very strong right now on this Strongholds game. A couple of shots being peppered across the map by Eco, but he's doing his best to stay alive. Knowing there are 2 players weak, calls them out to his teammates. Renegade and the rest of the boys are there to clean things up, and Stella comes in for the final swoop, gets the beat down, and will try and take that back, but still in control from Sentinel. They now need to stop this catwalk being taken back by Cloud9.
Yeah, this is the opportunity they need to finally get their feet on the ground and start scoring some points and make this deficit a little bit less than what it is currently. They're down 40 points, but it looks like a few slays go in their favor, and with that, I believe they'll be able to get some map control. It looks like they're going to push the 3-cap here, Dan. I love this decision by them, but immediately players hop into Red Nest, and they're going to be forced to defend it as well.
Snakebite manages to get the kill onto Penguin, but he goes down, and it's total control now for Sentinels. And they manage to hold on to it because Frosty swoops out of nowhere to make sure that it's not going to be taken, Red Nest. 67 to 44. And you know what? I want to hear what the communication is like on Cloud9. They have a 67 to 48 lead, but they may be struggling to hold on to it. Let's hear what they have to say.
Tower and blue flat. Go from Aiden.
47 OS.
Boost security.
47 OV. You gotta look at it. You guys both have to look at OV.
Up now.
Nice, Kevin.
You burn it? Alright, I got rocket.
I'm getting in red. I'm getting in red.
Up now.
Yep. Red security, one shot.
Yeah, red
Camo,
security,
one shot,
red security,
camo,
red security,
one shot,
red
one shot, camo, one
Two,
shot.
make sure you get red.
Come on.
Capping blue, guys.
Alright, World 2's gonna be tower.
I'm coming,
my
Zane.
stairs.
I'm coming to you, bro.
He just flew in.
Red bridge. He's top camo.
Shot blue sneaky.
Go
He
camo.
went pit. He went pit.
One shot camo in the tower.
I hear that.
Back to blue sneaky.
I got him. Camo's
Nice.
dead.
I hear that.
Okay. I'm holding red. You guys can maybe play for cat.
Yo, we're getting in cat. We're getting in cat. Yo, one shot blue security
He's
dead.
blue window.
Weak top cat, bro.
Yeah, see.
One shot top cat. One shot top cat.
I can't see him,
Literally
go.
on it.
Dead, he's dead.
Stairs.
Play life,
Blue been weak, blue
We're getting cat. We're gonna get cat. We're gonna get this.
Two outside. They're gonna go red. They're going outside.
Run this. Oh, nice.
Gotta be more. Bridge, one shot.
Gotta be more.
They're getting red. Red is
Sony.
And on cat. Red window and on cat.
You guys shoot cat?
Yeah.
He's weak as fuck, Loki.
Red bridge.
One shot, red bridge on me, Frosty.
I'll go for
Run this.
In tower, two in tower, cat. Two cat. We gotta chill out.
Oh, we need to get blue.
You're not getting that fight.
In blue.
Yeah, he's weak. He's not that weak, bro.
Blue sneaky.
Kill
Pit.
those guys.
Two-shot pit. Snake bite on the green.
Frustration in the voices of Cloud9. You hear it from Eco himself. The leader of the team says, we just need to chill out. And you hear all of these callouts being stressed, all of this like just stress from the players. They know how much closing this series out is important to their future in this tournament because they do not want to go to a game 5.
Yeah, crazy, really. Usually when we jump into listenings, it's when teams are thriving, but it was interesting to see how they were going to respond to the Sentinels' comeback, but it looks like they are not going to be able to. 95 to 75 at this point. They're desperately trying to re-secure Red Nest here, but the nades come in, and it's still scoring for Sentinels, and it looks like they should be able to close this game out, and if they don't manage to hold on to Red Nest, Snakebite is going to be there on Blue Ben to maybe close this game out. We really need to stop him instantly. Who can do so? Penguin is there, and maybe this game isn't just over. Okay, I take that back. It's going to be Sentinels taking it 100 to 77, and we're all tied up 2-2. We're going to a game 5 clutch.
Just what the doctor ordered after seeing all the 3-0s earlier in the pool play. We get a game 5, and in the most important series for these two teams, it's rightfully so, I think. And these two teams battling back, I was shocked to see Sentinels get that set up and hold on to it for as long as they did, and because of it, they've kind of built some momentum for themselves to get into this. We've preached over and over so far throughout the series how Sentinels has been working on their Slayers. We're going to see if that work is going to pay off here in Game 5.
Amazing Game 4 and an amazing comeback, really, from Sentinels. They look down and out, but again, just showing their experience, showing how they can get back into any game and really never consider a game over. Game 5, though, well, I mean, I guess it's going to come down to who has the bottle. Truth Slayer. One of the best ways to close out a series. The last Slayer we saw was an absolute domination from Sentinels clutch. How are you feeling about Truth Slayer?
Truth Slayer is a game type I know specifically that the Sentinels team has been working on. I think earlier on in their career when they were CLG, when they were Optic, they really struggled on Truth Slayer. And I think that they've kind of turned that story around for themselves. So I think they go in here confident. I think Cloud9, if you're looking at them, they need to be able to like regain composure. They need to, in the words of Eco, chill out and play their own game. They need to dictate the pace of this game. I think camo control is going to be vital to both teams' success. You cannot afford, to your point, to give Frosty these camos. So we're going to see the battle for this camo early on sets up the team.
What can Sentinels do in this Slayer to stop Cloud9 from coming and taking this series? Realistically, I think Cloud9 know that in a Slayer game type, they might be struggling after what we saw earlier on. The camo was in the hands of Eco, but he will fall. In the early stages, actually, it's quite quiet. Not too aggressive from either side, both just being a little bit more careful with how they're pushing. Frosty gets the 3rd kill for Sentinels, and I'm sure now they will communicate to try and push any remaining players on Cloud9. Get some decent shots here, we'll get the trade. It is a somewhat small lead for Sentinels at the moment, but early stages would suggest that this could be a little bit more of a passive game from both teams.
Yeah, I don't know what Frosty's route was at the start of the game, but for him to get behind the camo player and take him out before Eco's able to do anything was such... We don't have enough time for me to talk about how important that kill was from Frosty. So he's done a great job of minimizing anything Cloud9 would have done, and even with that, he's actually allowed his team to build this 4-kill lead.
Frosty doesn't quite get the kill there. Renegade eliminates him off the map, and still a 4-kill advantage, make that 3 now for Sentinel. Snakebite just patrolling Pink here, trying to ensure that he has the height advantage over Cloud9. Knows someone's trying to push him on the street, but unfortunately will push into 2 players. And look, everyone's staring at Snakebite. You can see that point number 1 for Cloud9 was to get P control. They've succeeded in that, but elsewhere Sentinel's still picking up kills.
I was about to say, if I'm Snakebite, I'm like, where are my teammates if this is happening to me, right? But fortunately for Snakebite, his teammates are actually some world-class players, so they happen to be in the right spots in order to get some kills to go in their favor. And this 4-5 kill lead continues to be built upon for the Sentinels roster. So they did a great job of using Snakebite's death and pretty much baiting him to find success elsewhere on the map.
Really impressed with all of these players really just responding to call-outs, taking a fight, but then turning around and looking at the next fight, just almost leaving players one shot for their teammates. 15-11, and Frosty is the player we're following at the moment, just watching towards this camouflage, knowing it's coming up soon. Snakebite's there waiting, but Renegade absolutely sweeps across the map to take him out, and camouflage is still there, but Frosty has keen eyes on it. Can he stop Eco from picking up? No, he can't. Eco gets his 2nd camo of the game, but yet again, he'll go down to Frosty.
Frosty, another big kill on the Eco with the camo. That's 2 now in this game. Those are the most impactful kills we've seen up until this point. Eco doing such a good job of trying to secure the camo, but Frosty doing an even better job of making sure that that does not happen.
Renegade now has control of Pink. There's only 3 kills in this. Cloud9 still doing well to keep Sentinels at arm's length, making sure they don't let them get away from it this time as they did in the previous Slayer. And Renegade calling out Neptune to top middle, now manages to hit 4, gets the 5th eventually. And now here at P2, suddenly a red Spartan appears out of nowhere. And this is a 21-20 game. So Cloud9, despite the fact that those camos haven't really gone in favor of either team, they're keeping this one nice and close.
Yeah, now that Cloud9 finally has some map control, we've seen what they've been able to do with it. They've cut this deficit into a tied game. It was 5 kills at one point, but those kills have all been returned unanswered to Cloud9's favor, and with it, they've got this map control. We're gonna have to see how Sentinels is able to deal with this map control now that Cloud9 is completely dictating the pace of this game.
I think it's important that Cloud9 continue to take this camouflage out of the equation. It's been burnt twice, and I think that is really going to hurt Sentinels, because if Sentinels can gain control of that camouflage, get the timing on it, they can really benefit from that. They've got players who really excel when they have that camouflage. They know how to be sneaky. They know how to take full advantage of that. But still, 22-22, things slowed down a little bit. As I said, it's quite a passive game as expected when it's a very important game 5. Even though this is just pool play, the winner of this game will play KC Pioneers. The loser of this game plays as Inconceivable, and you'd have to argue that Inconceivable being one of the favorites for this tournament, you want to avoid them until the grand finals.
This camo should be up, and it looks like Cloud9 is definitely in a position to where they should have it. I'm not sure if we just watched the player go down with it. Camo's not, it actually just pops. Penguin's going to be there to pick it up, but we see members of Sentinels trying to pressure it. Completely no shield. Is Penguin able to stay alive? Yes, he is. And we're going to see, finally, the first camo player get away with his life, and now someone gets to play with the power.
Yeah, no pressure, Penguin, but this is the first camo play we're going to see in this game. They've got a 4-kill advantage now to Cloud9, and Penguin decides to take the camouflage towards Pink Tower. He knows full well where the Sentinels boys are spawning. I say that actually, he looked across to the other base. Maybe they don't know where they're spawning. They're waiting to get any sort of sound cue here, and it looks like finally now they've got that information. And this is bad news for your Sentinels, because Cloud9 are swarming in. They pick up 2. Penguin's there to get the 3rd, and that is all 4 members of Sentinels down. A 7-kill advantage for Cloud9 here, and Sentinels need to be careful they don't get caught on the spawn trap.
Beautiful execution from Cloud9 to understand that all of Sentinels is trapped at this base and to dissect them one by one to where they don't trade kills in the process. I think they went on a 4-for-1 spree right there, and it's allowed them to build this 8-point lead.
It's down to just 7, and Sentinels need to fight back to try and get this map control back in their favor, but it's going to be a real struggle with how Cloud9 are setting up at the moment. Sentinels are kind of sporadically placed around this map, which does make things difficult for both teams, really. Cloud9 trying to catch them out, and Sentinels trying to get kills to regain map control, but Eco will find Royal too, trying to sneak his way down to Camo, and I imagine Sentinels probably want to slow this down for the next camouflage to come up, but with only 10 kills needed now for Cloud9, they're going to want to increase the speed of this game. They want to catch Sentinels consistently on their spawn and make sure they don't lose this map control.
Yeah, I don't know if Sentinels is going to have the option to slow this down, but they are going to pick up a few crucial kills in order to potentially capture this camo. Unfortunately for them, they lose 2 kills immediately after that, so Cloud9 trading the kills out, doing a phenomenal job of continuing this 6-kill lead here. Camo, any second, it's Snakebite's responsibility to kind of patrol this and make sure they can pick it up. Do they have the exact time is the question, and Renegade, we know he has the exact time, is going to be able to pressure this situation.
Snakebite just about gets away with camouflage, and how important could this be when we look at the rest of this game? 5 kills down, and everything in Snakebite's hands right now. He needs the rest of the team to kind of work with him. They need to plan, and they need to execute as well as Cloud9 did prior to this. It's only a 4-kill lead now for Cloud9, and they know full well that camouflage got away, so they will be scared. They know that someone could be lurking around, and here comes Snakebite now. Manages to pick up 1, still 4 kills behind, but he would have been called out here, so he has to be careful. Grenades will come through. Neptune takes down Eco, 44-42, and Snakebite is on the hunt, and this game suddenly is very close yet again, Clutch.
I mean, those nades were so perfect from Snakebite to clear it out. Once he gets the hit markers with the first one, he has the brain to throw the second one, and because of it, he's able to win this one-on-one as well. Ping 2 to get the killing spree. It's just a 1-kill game now. We see Frosty trying to press this kill Ping 2, but he's unable to get it away, and with it, he's going to have to play his life. There are 2 players here at Pink. Is Frosty going to be able to get a one-on-one out of it? Yes, he is. 48-48, Dan.
This is on a knife's edge now, 48 all. And Cloud9, after having such an advantage, have really struggled to control this game and keep it away from Sentinels, but just like the map prior, Sentinels are doing so well to get back into things. Neptune dives to his death, and it's 49-48. Cloud9 just need 1, and they know exactly where Snakebite is, and they're coming hunting for him. They're looking for him, but Snakebite, can he connect with 1? No, he can't. He falls, and Cloud9 take the series, and it's a 50-48 lead here on Truth. And what a match, what a series we've seen. It means that Cloud9 will move on to face off against KC Pioneers, and Sentinels will play against Inconceivable. That's going to be some spicy semi-final matchups. Lottie, you've been watching. I'm sure you've been enjoying all of the action. What are your thoughts?
I have indeed. You know, I knew this was going to be a good game. I didn't realize how good the game was going to be. I mean, that was ridiculous. I honestly thought Cloud9 had it in the bag, especially when they had only 10 kills left to get at the end there. And the fact that Sentinels were able to fight back and really bring it back down to the wire was pretty phenomenal. You can clearly quite see that they have been working on their team slayer, that is for sure, especially with the first one. But boy, there is so much to kind of unravel here in this series. You know, it's our first game 5 we've seen on stream. I need to breathe for a second. I'm gonna Goofy, talk to me. I mean, how do you even start to unpick this series?
So there's so much to break down, but I'll try to keep it short and sweet. That was an incredible 5-game series, and I can't help but point out the obvious. Neptune at the end there, that push just beelining towards the bubble there may have cost your team the series, as we saw Neptune sprint and slide trying to get into that bubble and just get absolutely melted, and then leaving Snakebite by himself, ultimately getting double teamed and taken out to lose the game 50-48. That was an absolute bloodbath through and through. Close games on Coliseum Flag, close game on that Stronghold, extremely close game to finish it off with that Truth Slayer. Man, luckily that was just pool play, and Sentinels has an opportunity to bounce back. But Neptune, that's where you separate the Lethals from the Neptunes of the world. Lethal has been tried and true throughout the course of history in Halo, and he is that stable piece on your team that won't be making those mistakes. Not to pick on Neptune, obviously he's a vital part of this team's success, but right there, that was a huge play and a great win for Cloud9. Congratulations to them for winning first in their pool.
Sorry
Yeah,
to jump in
massive.
here, Lottie. However,
Yeah.
I will say on the other side of things, it is one of those plays where if Neptune had got a kill there and they won the game, we'd be saying, wow, what a play from Neptune. Like, amazing for him to push in. It's one of those ones that maybe Lethal wouldn't have gone for that play, but if Neptune had pulled it off, then it would have been an amazing one. But it looks really dumb because he didn't pull it off. You know what? He probably pulls off that play 1 out of 20 times. And when it works, it looks amazing, but it didn't work on that time. And yeah, it was a game-losing play in the end.
Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, go on, Clutch. I want to know kind of what you're saying on this kind of argument, this kind of debate we're having here.
You guys are being really nice, and rightfully so, because Neptune's a great player. But for Faisal, for you to say he might have costed his team the series, yo, Neptune, you just costed your team the series. It was 48-48, and what are you doing? I understand like the idea behind it, but like you don't hesitantly like wait for them to push out car and then try to make that play. That's a blunder that costed your team a game 5 potential win, and because of it, you now have such a harder road to the finals, having to go through inconceivable and bracket play. That is a blunder that cannot happen when you are in crunch time, clutch situations. You need to make the right plays, and that was not the right play. I don't mean to roast the guy too hard because he made a lot of great plays that got his team to that point in that series, in that game. He played phenomenal throughout the whole series pretty much, but you got to keep a level head in those kind of times. And he's going to have to go back to the drawing books and remind himself not to do that next time because, in my opinion, Sentinels was in every position to come away with a win with the map control that they had, with all of Cloud9 spawning at red. There was no need for that level of aggression or solo aggression. And to Goofy's point, he left his team high and dry once going down, that game was over as soon as he dies. High risk, very low reward. What are you doing? Getting bubble control? Well, you're probably just going to get naded out anyways. So I really don't know what the thought process was there. So I know Neptune's a great player, but that one's going to bite him for a while.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is very much like risk and reward, and unfortunately there was zero reward coming out of that one. And also, unfortunately, it's a very noticeable play because we're a 48-48 position within the series, and it's a series ending game, and to kind of have that pressure on your shoulders afterwards, knowing that you took such a big risk there and it didn't pay off, it's very difficult. But my hope for this, Neptune, is to not take it too hard, to know he made a mistake, but for the rest of the team to bounce back and kind of get that pressure, especially if Neptune lifted off his shoulders a little bit. I think it's always a little bit difficult if you do make a mistake to shake it off, and I think that comes with a veteran mentality and having played for a number of years. And I think Neptune by now can probably shake it off. We will see when they come up against Inconceivables next. This is exactly how the series went. Best of 5 went right down to the last map, the last game type. It ended with a Slayer. So close, you can see right there, 50-48, and it's one of those things. What it could have been so different, it really could have. But hey, it's what happens. It happens sometimes. But we have very exciting semifinals to look forward to. We actually have, of course, our first semifinal, which will be Cloud9 versus KC Pioneers, and then our second semifinal match will be Sentinels versus Inconceivable. Now, looking at the way that this has formed here, especially coming off that loss to Sentinels, they definitely have the harder road forward now. They're coming up against Inconceivable, who, let's be honest, have played lights out so far this tournament. They've been playing lights out for the past couple tournaments. They have been doing so well. This is going to be a serious roadblock for them now. Gaskin, how difficult is it for Sentinels to bounce back after such an upsetting loss to Cloud9 and have to now face Inconceivable, who, let's be honest, are definitely waiting to take this victory from them?
I think Sentinels, it won't hurt them too much because they probably look at this bracket and say, okay, well, we should be getting to the final regardless of who we play in the semi. They should be able to just brush that one aside. They're professionals. They've taken losses before. They've come from lower bracket before. They've come from worse situations before. So I don't think it's going to hurt them too much as long as they can get over that play. If I don't know how the squad's working, whether they're saying, hey, Neptune, you shouldn't have done this. How's Neptune going to react to that? Does he know he made a mistake there? They need to get all of that out of their system. Once it's out, then they can start to look towards actually winning that semi-final. Thankfully for them, they have a little bit of a break now where they can all have a little chat, they can get all of that out of their system, and they can move on.
Absolutely. I think the way that this series went was pretty phenomenal. It was very back and forth. We saw the first team Slayer with a massive snowball from Sentinels and coming forward, looking very, very dominant. We had such a tough CTF collie. I mean, that was like down to the wire again. There were so many different moments there where, for example, Snakebite had some phenomenal caps. Maybe one that was a little bit risky that might not have actually paid off for the rest of the game. But I mean, Clutch, breaking that down a little bit further, there's so much to kind of take from that series. Is there any moments in particular that we want to talk about and kind of cover in terms of what to look out for next in their semi-final?
Other than Neptune not pushing the bubble, yeah, there's a lot of moments in that series that really kept the games close and made it as tight as we kind of expected these two teams to play each other. To your point, there were multiple times where Snakebite on Coliseum got his team flag caps, but the rest of the team, and at the last one, wasn't really in a position to play defense, and they kind of gave up everything in order to get it. And with that kind of a mindset, when the score is tied 2-2 at that point, you kind of lose. You basically lose the game if your team's not able to keep control of your base or at least have some kind of a standpoint on the map. But that being said, like, we know who these guys are. They're so neck and neck. These guys go back and forth in series. And if this is a best of 7, we could have seen Sentinels win this series. If it's a best of 11, Cloud9 could bounce back in game 11. But somebody's got to win. Someone's got to lose. Cloud9 made the plays they needed to make in order to just get by and win this series. But sometimes that's all it takes. So props to Cloud9. I think Sentinels is still playing at a high level. I cannot wait to watch this Inconceivable Sentinel series coming up in bracket play.
Me too. And, Goofy, just to round things off here in the final thoughts of the series, but I gotta say, Penguin really did show some incredible moments there across that series, and in particular Strongholds. He really was a major nuisance to Sentinels. The way that he was kind of hand in hand using, his camo and his rockets and his OV, I mean, it was just absolutely phenomenal. What did you make of Penguin overall fitting into this team and kind of putting on a major showcase for us?
Yeah, Penguin filled his role perfectly in that series, right? And one thing that this series told me is that Cloud9 and Sentinels are very, very evenly matched, right? We saw that Eden Strongholds game 4. It looked like Sentinels was dead in the water. It looked like Cloud9 was going to win the series 3-1, but Sentinels is able to get that miraculous 3 cap and hold it for so long and end up winning the game on such a big swing. I believe it ended up being like 100-77 or something like that. Sentinels was able to win game 4. And game 5, they were poised for such an amazing comeback once again. You saw Snakebite with that camouflage making amazing plays and brought his team right to the doorstep of victory. Unfortunately, just small plays here and there, that blunder at the end cost him the series. But again, what this series showed me was that Sentinels is a very resilient team, and they are still very scary in this bracket. And like I predicted before the series, even though they lost to Cloud9, I think they'll still be able to make a run at this grand finals and maybe take out Inconceivables on their way there. So ultimately, both teams played phenomenal, and now we get to see another great matchup coming up, Cloud9 against the KC Pioneers. I can't wait.
Me too. I'm very, very excited to get this one going. Well, phenomenal stuff across the board from Cloud9. A huge win taking down Sentinels in a nail-biting match. It was absolutely amazing. If you guys missed it, then don't worry. We actually do have some awesome clips from that one, and we have a few updates as well. Just head over to @HCS, and we want to hear from you guys too. So tweet us. Let us know what you're thinking about the day. Let us know what you thought about that series. It was absolutely ridiculous. Who were you rooting for? And don't forget the hashtag H5Pro series along with it. But you know what? We have plenty of action coming your way, including action that could be your own. We have so many open tournaments for you guys to get involved with. Super easy to sign up. You can sign up and compete. Head on over to aka.ms/H5 registration. We have plenty of things for you guys to be getting involved in. We want to see you guys showcase all of your Halo skills. So please head on over, sign up right now, and you can have your chance to compete and show us what you're made of. So absolutely love that stuff. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we have our 2 semifinals coming your way. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our Halo 5 Pro Series Championship. My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Clutch, Gaskin, and Goofy. We've been here all day long, but do you know what? We just witnessed quite possibly the best game we've had all day. It was so close, right down to the wire, and it did decide where the two teams go for the semifinals. We are now into our championship bracket, and Cloud9 and Sentinels fought it out. It was very close, but Cloud9 did take it over the edge for that W and find themselves going up against KC Pioneers in our first semi-final of the day. I'm very excited, gents. I think it's going to be a really, really good series for both of our semi-finals here, but maybe a little bit better for Cloud9. I'm just going to say this now. I'm going to start teeing it up because I feel like Cloud9 do have the edge over KC Pioneers. And we'll talk a little bit more about that now. Clutch, you know, KC Pioneers have really struggled against Inconceivables in their first game of the day. They really did show us what they're made of in their following series. But going up against now Cloud9, which we saw, you know, do so well against Sentinels, do you think KCP really do stand a chance at taking this series from Cloud9 or even taking a map here?
I think they definitely have chances to take maps. Will they take the series? I do not believe so. I think Cloud9 is just too strong of a team. We actually have Renegade that has a lot of time spent playing with these KCP guys. So a lot of esports arena tournaments throughout the past 6 months until Cloud9 actually came back to Halo 5 and he opted to leave Kansas City Pioneers to go play with them. So Renegade has the ins, the outs of their strategies, knows these guys as players, understands their play styles, and not only that, he's kind of like chosen to leave them to join his actual team. So I think that like that motion in itself just speaks volumes to like, hey, guys, you guys are good, but these guys are great, and I'm going to go play with the great. And I think that that's kind of like it's great versus good in this situation.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Gaskin, what are your thoughts heading into this series? You know, where do you think KC Pioneers are at in comparison to Cloud9?
I think KC Pioneers are a top 4 team, and I think that's as far as they go. They'll give a good run to Cloud9, but I would be shocked if Cloud9 lose this series. I am more than happy to be proved wrong because I love seeing an upset, but it would be an upset if KC Pioneers take this one. We saw how KC Pioneers performed earlier when they actually lost a series to Inconceivable. Cloud9 should do something similar with how they've been playing so far today.
Okay, I feel that. Goofy, are you kind of on the same wavelength here?
Yeah, if anything, I'm more so on the side that I'm not so sure that KC Pioneers will be able to make this a close series, maybe not even be able to take a game. We saw them get swept earlier against a team like Inconceivables, and Cloud9 is right up there as well, especially after coming off a big victory against Sentinels. I'm sure they're ready to stamp their ticket to the grand finals for this $10,000 HCS Halo 5 championships, and they're not going to let KC Pioneers come in the way of that. So I'm expecting Cloud9 to come out strong, but just like Gaskin, I'm hoping for a good series, and we'll see what KC Pioneers is made of here in the bracket play.
Okay, well, I don't like to totally count them out just yet, but I do understand where you're coming from. You know, for the most part, let's actually take a look right now at our series layout, just in case they do take a few maps off Cloud9 or even go the distance and win. Who knows? Looking at all of our game types here on our maps, we're starting things off with True CTF. We've got Coliseum Slayer, Eden Oddball, Plaza Strongholds. Okay, hold on, I'm getting a reaction here. I think that was you, Goofy. Talk to me. What is so crazy here? Or is that Dan? I don't know.
I was laughing just because I'm
Gaskin.
looking at the stats for KC Pioneers and I'm looking at their worst game types and their 3 worst game types the first 3. I know there's not that much stats to go off. There's not that much stats to go off from the 2 tournaments that have been played like most recently, but in those 2 tournaments recently most played, they've really struggled on Coliseum Slayer, Truth Capture the Flag, and Eden Oddball. So it doesn't bode well when you look at the stats, but you said it yourself, Lottie. Sometimes stats are just stats. They may have worked on those game types. That's something that you've also got to consider. If you do lose a game type a couple of times in a tournament or a couple of times across 2 tournaments, you are going to look at that and say, hey, where can we improve? So who knows? Maybe this could be a good thing for them.
Yeah, that's worrying, Dan. You know how I said that stats sometimes are just stats?
Mm-hmm.
This is a bit tough in this situation, isn't it? It's a little bit tough. I do feel like with that kind of going against them and the stats talking the way they're talking, Dan, it seems like this is going to be a really, really difficult series coming in for KCP. But we actually are about to start our semi-final 1. So I'm really, really excited for this one. Let's see exactly how it goes. Best of luck to KC Pioneers. Best of luck to Cloud9. We're actually going to be handing things off right now, I believe, to Dan and Goofy. So, gents, I'll take it away.
Thank you, Lottie. Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is look at the screen. Clutch is more than happy to let us.
I'm
take
trying.
this
I'm trying. I can't figure it out.
He's like, hey, give me a break. Well, here we go then, Goofy. A series that we do think is going to be in favor of Cloud9, but we are both willing to be proved wrong. I'm starting off with Truth Captain Flag. What are you feeling about this one?
Feeling like KT Pioneers has got to, if they want to win this series, they got to make a statement early, and they got to come out strong. Maybe get a flag cap early in this game to let C9 know that they're here to play, they're here to win this series, and let's get this first round of the bracket play started in the championship $10,000 Halo 5 tournament here with Renegade and the rest of Cloud9.
Early flag balls as Soul Snipe taking a look across, manages to get the perfect onto Eco. And something looks a little bit amiss here, so we'll see what happens. But at the moment, certainly this flag is being pulled because I think it's 4 versus 3. I think maybe that's why we saw one player dive into the base. But we will see what happens, and I'm sure it's going to be an end. Oh, Penguin's on the yellow team! So it's all Penguin's fault, basically, at this point, Goofy.
I was going to say, KT Pioneers coming out hot. So
but,
yeah,
know,
looks
these things happen.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to end the game here and start it back up. Some more even teams, you know, maybe they could do a 4-on-4.
Cloud9 just wanted to give him a chance, really, so Penguin was like, you know what, I'll go on to the yellow team and see what happens. But we'll jump into that first game when we can. But still, the question still stands. Truth capture the flag. I always think it is one of the better game types to start a series with because it can be one of those like fast, explosive game types where a team can quickly win and move on to the series, or it can be one of those game types where it's very back and forth, very slowly and passively contested. How do you see it happening?
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to just controlling that camouflage, and really for KC Pioneers, I think it's going to come down to putting the pressure on Cloud9 early. Like I said before we ended that game, I think KC Pioneers, in order to win this series, a truth flag is a winnable game type for them. I know you went over those stats, Gaskin, about these game types, the first 3 game types, not being so favorable for KC Pioneers, but seeing the way they've been playing recently, aside from that first series sweep, I think they have a good chance to make this first game competitive and potentially steal a game 1, and that would do wonders for this team and their opportunity to win the series.
Yeah, I mean, any sort of momentum they can gain against Cloud9 would be amazing, but Cloud9 have all the momentum in the world at the moment after beating Sentinels. They will be on Cloud9 quite literally, knowing that this tournament is within their grasp. Sentinels would have been their #1 target to take down. They don't even have to worry about Inconceivable right now because it's down to Sentinels to take down Inconceivables in the semi-final, and they know they're probably going to face off against Sentinels, or maybe Inconceivable if they're able to win. But they've done their job now. They just have to make sure they get through KC Pioneers here, and then they can wait blissfully in the grand finals. We're going to restart this first game, and this time, fingers crossed, all things are correct. It looks like all 4 players are on both teams, so we can get it underway. Truth capture the flag. On board with Druck to start things off, just threw a couple of nades towards the opposition bubble, and now he's going to try and take control of bottom middle just to get those shots, and that's going to be 3 members down, and that is going to be a big old push. Penguin, though, has camouflage, but the flag is being moved.
Yeah, flag is being moved. Penguin dies there with that camouflage. And as we see right here, KC Pioneers starting off the game very hot, able to get the flag all the way back into the pink attic. And it looks like they will be punching in the first flag cap, Dan. Not even 30 seconds into the game, KC Pioneers with the lead.
Yeah, KC Pioneers just having that starting strat down to a T, wiping Cloud9 off the face of the map and getting the flag run to boot. And now they just need to kind of stabilize a little bit, get control of this map, and ensure that Cloud9 don't work their way back into this game, which we know they are more than capable of doing. Off some good shots there coming up. A Soul Snipe will get the beat down onto Stella. Now Renegade pushing across will connect with Soul Snipe himself, and that flag is being moved now by Cloud9, but they need to be careful. They just throw it out. They know this isn't a potential flag run.
Yeah, KC Pioneers throwing that flag out. I like what they're doing. KC Pioneers keeping the pressure constantly on this Cloud9 roster. I do expect Cloud9 to kind of let things settle in a little bit and get their feet underneath them. But right now, it's all KC Pioneers, Dan.
All KC Pioneers in the early stages, but Cloud9 are one of those teams that once they do heat up, once they do get control of the map, they really punish their opposition. Renegade now pushing in, grabbing the flag, throwing it out, and just waiting for the team to assist. He gets the call that actually he has the all clear, and will start to run that flag now. We'll get it bottom mid. Will he go for the flag throw? He does throw it up. Penguin, I think, is going to be there to put things in, which he is. And just like that, after all the dominance of the early stages, Goofy, we're tied up 1-1.
Just like that, indeed. The blink of an eye, Cloud9 has the upper hand as you see Penguin falling. So Eco goes down as well, leaving leaving Renegade in a tough position there as he gets grenaded up in ping 2. So an even start so far. KC Pioneer started off strong, but Cloud9 answered.
It's so weird seeing Cloud9 as a red team just because Cloud9, York, it's always blue. They were blue last time, and my brain, it just can't comprehend what's happening. But at 1-1, we are seeing Cloud9 start to get back into things now. Camouflage once again in the hands of Penguin, manages to get the headshot onto Druck. And he's not pushing up too aggressively. He's waiting for the info from his team, manages to try and hide away. Will look to get the second. He does take down Manny, gets the perfect on him, and will now push in with the rest of the squad. He will call out that they are spawning bubble. Can they get the flag out towards B? That's the real question.
Sneaky, sneaky. Penguin playing this camouflage perfectly, not taking much damage and giving his team at least a chance to do something there. Unfortunately, his teammates fall, so Penguin's trying his best to stay alive here with the camouflage. 2 members go down for KC Pioneers, and Penguin is still being a little nuisance in the base of KC Pioneers, not throwing that flag out.
Yeah, he's a thorn in the side right now, but eventually he has to make the play of distracting the opposition team, and it comes to his death. And I think that's what you have to do sometimes. You have to accept that you need to die for the cause. It distracted KC Pioneers enough where they had to turn around. They had to look at Penguin. Is Druck having a bit of a fight amongst a lot of players right now. Thankfully, he gets the support of his teammates, so he doesn't have to get too aggressive on either fight. Knows that Penguin is bottom middle, spots out. Penguin gets the headshot and will secure the kill. Now has a 1v1 versus Eco, but Eco gets the perfect. But Soul Snipe there to respond.
Yeah, Soul Snipe in a good position right now with Tolik pushing up into the enemy base now. He's trying to provide some cover fire. Unfortunately, Tolik goes down. Now Soul Snipe in a tough position in the opposing base, and he falls as well. So what I am liking out of KC Pioneers is it seems like after that first cap that Cloud9 got, KC Pioneers is making a very concerted effort to make sure they have that middle ground controlled over Cloud9. So the advantage they're having, what I'm seeing, is that not only do they have their base controlled, but they also have that middle map controlled, and it seems to be working for them so far.
And something I've always wondered, and maybe you can answer as a pro player yourself, is at what point when you're in a game do you realize how an opponent is playing? Like, do you notice certain tendencies? Do you notice certain patterns that you try and eliminate? For example, they consistently pushing P, or they're trying to control P. Do you say, hey, they're trying to do this, we need to eliminate this? How quickly can you examine that in a game?
Definitely, and I think that goes back to just practice and scrimmaging in general as well. I think certain teams have advantages and know the tendencies of their opponents, and we're seeing that here. Cloud9 kind of understanding that KC Pioneers likes to be aggressive, likes to make the game hectic for their opponents, so they're trying their best to hold their ground and not let the aggression phase them. As we see Stellar here, Car1 takes down 1 and takes down 2. 3 members go down for KC Pioneers, allowing Stellar and Cloud9 to try to position themselves for a second cap. Nice
He gets the stick as well, sends it right up. Well, it went up his hole, let's be completely honest. And Stellar manages to get the kill, and he looks for more, but unfortunately for him, he goes down, and that flag run looks like it might have stopped in its tracks. Nades coming in to stop Renegade picking it up, can't quite toss it up into the base, and now it should be sent back to their own base. They should get the return, but no one's there to get the return just yet, but it's going to be a double for Soul Snipe and a return finally. Cloud9 desperately were trying to get that flag in, but KC Pioneer is doing very well to stop it.
Yeah, now a flag run for KC Pioneers is out and about as Stellar soars across the map, untouched into pink 1, but Tolik says no, as he might be able to punch in the second flag for KC Pioneers and maybe get the lead, but Renegade and Penguin say sit down. We are not letting you take this lead right now and turn that flag into a counter cap opportunity now.
Yeah, both of these flags are just being run at the moment without a solid setup around them, so it's very possible you get counter-capped on, but neither one able to capitalize on these counter-caps. Maybe this could be the one from Penguin. He dips, dodges, and dives to try and survive, but can only do a little bit of damage to help Stellar get the kill. There's a player hiding top middle as well. Renegade gets the kill there. And still, this is just so back and forth, so action-packed, and really, KC Pioneers, they're showing up in this first game.
Yeah, big blunder there by KC Pioneers, not emphasizing the return on that flag pink 1, and look at that, Penguin puts in the second cap, and from what would look like would be a dead opportunity, Cloud9 capitalizes and takes the lead as we see Stellar loose positioning up at pink 2, but Renegade is right there to clean up the pieces.
That's what sets aside the best teams, is just prioritization and knowing when you have to focus those flags. Penguin gets a double, now pushes into the base to look for the triple, but the nade makes sure he has to back off. He's going to get challenged anyway. He does have camouflage though, so he's got that to his advantage, and he's done enough to make the opposition player retreat. They get the kill, that's going to be 2 down. Penguin can't quite make the jump, eventually will get there, and now he can run this flag, and this could be third and final flag cap, as a couple of members of KC Pioneers have already fallen. Eco's just picked up another kill as well. Who is there to stop the flag? Oh, a little bit of a fumble. This is going to give time for KC Pioneers to get into the base. Druck is there. Penguin will win that engagement, but he goes down and the flag is there. It's vulnerable, and the return will happen. You gotta say, what would happen if he hadn't fumbled it there, Goofy?
Yeah, really unfortunate timing and an unfortunate fumble there for Penguin. I would bet that either way he was kind of not an ideal position there, but that fumble definitely did not help. As we see Tolik now trying to weather the storm, get these Cloud9 members out of their base so he can try to get a flag run of his own. As you see him trying to work with his teammate here, taking down Penguin, and now here we go. A second cap opportunity for KC Pioneers.
Yeah, they're moving this one across, and they've got the Cloud9 members in their sights. How are Cloud9 going to poison themselves to stop them, though? Soul Snipe gets a grenade onto Renegade to wipe him off the map, and Talek takes down Eco, so this is looking all good at the moment for KC. And Manny just body blocking the flag there, allowing Druck to put it in. 2-2, all tied up, and down to just that final capture.
KC Pioneers able to tie the game up despite not doing a great job controlling the camouflages, Gaskin. They have let Penguin get that camouflage 2 spawns in a row, and fortunately for KC Pioneers, Penguin had that fumble which caused them to extend this game, but this one very well could have been over. So KC Pioneers really going to need to focus on that camouflage, as look at that, they might be able to pick it up and possibly run the 3rd flag, but 2 members of Cloud9 are there to shut it down. But Druck does have the camo here. Let's see how he plays this. We've seen Penguin make some moves. Time for you to show up, Druck.
Yeah, he's gonna shine now, has the opportunity to shine anyway, but needs to wait for his team before he tries to go for anything. Gets a couple of shots onto Eco, it's enough for Manny to clean up. And now he is just playing vantage point, looking across at all these Cloud9 players. It's going to be 3 members down for them. 1 is spawning, and Pioneers now can set up for an execution here to try and push in onto this base. Penguin going to be the first point of contact. He can see the camouflage, but can't quite hit the shots, unfortunately for him. And now here come the Pioneers to try and grab this flag.
Great job by Druck there. Unfortunately, the patience of Stellar stopping that flag cap, but Druck played it perfectly with the camouflage. And look at this, Gaskin, the 3rd flag is so far into the base of KC Pioneers, they may be able to punch this one in and potentially win game number 1. But 2 members of Cloud9 are there to try to stop this cap, and they get the touch, so it won't be an easy capture for KC Pioneers. Until they get this return, they will not be able to cap that flag. And there you have it. Game number 1, surprisingly enough, goes to KC Pioneers, shutting us all up and showing us that they are here to win this thing as they take a close victory. Truth captures the flag 3-2.
Well, we said we wanted to be proved wrong, Goofy. What did you say? You didn't even see them taking a map? Well, they have answered back here. We very much did not expect this. What a performance from these boys. And yeah, 30 and 21. Druck with 20 assists as well. I mean, 7 and 22 is not the best scoreline in the world, but they've come away with a victory. He is not going to care going negative. He's got the assist. They've got the W. They go 1-0 up in a series, and that is going to give them so much confidence now going into games 2 and 3. And clearly, they just knew how to react to this Cloud9 roster. They knew where they were going to be. They knew how to stop them from pushing, and they were so responsive to a lot of these flag pulls. The counter caps were excellent. Got to say, very impressed.
Extremely impressed as we are loading in to game number 2. Slayer on Coliseum. You got your sniper rifle, you got your rocket launcher, and let's see what Cloud9 can do to answer back.
Yeah, Cloud9, they need to answer back now. They've just been shown up when they are the favorite for arguably not just the series, but maybe even the tournament in some people's eyes. And they've just gone down 1-0, so they need to make sure they come back, they equalize, they get the series all level. And of course, we'll be focusing on Rockets, we'll be focusing on that Sniper and seeing who can really control them, who can take advantage of them. Talek, he went pretty nuts in that game, so we quite rightly start off with his POV and see what he can do, pushing towards Snipe now. Does see 2 players, gets the kill onto Eco, nice shots from him. Now needs to stop that sniper rifle from being taken away, but it may have already fallen into the hands of a member of Cloud9. Stella actually picked up that sniper rifle. Penguin has the rocket, so all the goodies here for Cloud9.
Yeah, not the way you want to start the game after such a close win, as everything going in the hands of Cloud9 to start this one. Rockets in the hands of Penguin, Sniper in the hands of Stellar, and they also have map positioning here, Dan. So starting off good for Cloud9. Maybe KC Pioneers may have poked the bear and woken him up.
Yeah, certainly is dangerous to take a lead and poke the bear, as you say, because Cloud9 are one of these rosters that when they do get firing, they are very terrifying to play against. And especially when they've got the power weapons, it is going to be difficult to try and break this setup from KC Pioneers if Stella's hitting his shots. At the moment, he's being rescued by Penguin every time. He doesn't even need to hit his sniper shots because Penguin is just on a tear with these rockets. Finally, Penguin gets taken down, but the rockets are depleted. He has done his job. They've got a 7-kill advantage, and now Stella looks for spawners with this sniper rifle. And Renegade at the moment is just lurking around, doing his best to survive. Does get the kill onto Soul Snipe, and he has done so much damage there, just being a sneaky little beaver.
Penguin now just patrolling the snipe 1 area. Lucky for him, he has his teammates there and they have the lead. And with the sniper rifle in his hand, hitting that no scope on the body, not able to clean up the kill though. 14-4, there goes the assist as a 10-kill lead to start off this game too. Dan, I would love to hear the comms of Cloud9, knowing they're down 1-0 in the series and seeing how they're reacting to being up 10 points in this game number 2.
He died, right? No, I don't know where this guy went. He's still bottom middle.
Just type on your X.
I
got him, another one.
Nice, nice. Top rockets.
Get to the carbine, guys. Who's silver, guys? Bottom blue, bottom blue.
Two shot blue BR, Manny.
He fell.
Guys, one shot. Nice, John. I'm pushing blue.
Alright. Red. I'm here, Zen.
One shot blue. Literally just baiting myself. Drop it on this guy.
One shot on me, fountain.
I'll get this guy.
I'm choking. Red fountain killed me. Drug might go red sniper ramp.
Red elbow. Red elbow.
He's dead. Stock one, I think. I'm going red.
I got scratch. Oh my god.
Red sniper. I'm red sniper.
Elbow here, or
I'm going sneaky. Yeah, you guys go snipe. I'm going elbow side.
I'm about to fly into the blue window with rocket.
Alright, you can. Right now.
No, you back to the elbow.
I got one.
I'm here, I'm here.
Two. One shot back flag.
Drop was blue elbow.
Yeah. Blue in a week.
They're looking at Kevin.
Nice.
Sniper's up, John.
Alright, they're I'm flanking elbow.
Calm and collected is how I would describe this Cloud9 comms right now as we're hopping out of that listen. In 28-15, Gaskin. Everything going right for Cloud9 in this game too.
I just like how Penguin was like, yeah, I'm just gonna fly into blue base here with the rockets, and he did, and he got a kill, and then everyone else swarmed in. I just like the confidence in the moment from Cloud9, and maybe that was what they were lacking in that first truth capture the flag game. They almost were too passive and allowed KC Pioneers into the game, but KC Pioneers definitely not in this one. 30-18, 12 kills behind. We have seen the likes of Sentinels come back into a Slayer at this kind of deficit, but at the moment with how Cloud9 are playing, you'd have to imagine that they should not throw away a lead this significant, especially if they keep control of the sniper and the rockets, which they have done throughout the entirety of this. And really pretty impressed with how Cloud9 have approached the game, how they have dominated the power weapons here.
And if there is a point in the game where KC Pioneers can make a comeback, it is right now. Sniper rifle in Manny's hand. Great job cleaning up that kill on Penguin, but unfortunately for him, that lead extends to 12 kills as he goes down with the sniper rifle here in that red fountain area. Rockets in the hands of Druk though, so not totally out of the game just yet with rockets and the power weapon still in the hands of KC Pioneers, but losing that sniper could be detrimental.
Yeah, still a chance to get back into things, but it is going to be difficult. They have to play some pretty impressive Halo. Druk just taking a couple of shots at the player bottom middle, looks towards rockets and knows there are players surrounding that area as well as blue elbow. Finishes off Renegade, and now only 8 kills behind. And look at the KC Pioneers. They're swarming towards those players they know that were at elbow. They've tried to retreat to bottom mid, but they've just retreated and put themselves between a rock and a hard place. That hard place is Talent right now. He's popping off. Only 7 kills behind. Rockets were in the hand for the KC Pioneers as well. Ooh. Suddenly, this game is back, and it's possible for KC Pioneers to get back into it if they can carry this momentum.
Amazing showing of resilience out of KC Pioneers. You're able to cut this deficit down to just 5 kills as Stellar says no to Druk and takes him down in that pivotal snipe battle. Tolik, though, doing a good job responding, taking out Eco and helping take down Penguin with some perfect shots for the double kill. And look at this, Gaskin, only a 3-kill game we have on our hands right now. This one is looking like it's going to be a nail biter.
Yeah, this is where Cloud9 start to worry, and they say, hey, let's not throw away another game. Stella does pick up a double, though, just to keep that advantage at 5, but here comes Renegade to try and make it a bigger one. It's 6-kill advantage now for them. They've got control of the snipe tower, and Rocket's not up for another 20 seconds yet. So KC Pioneers either need to slow things down and wait for these rockets, or they need to make a push accordingly and ensure that they push at the same time so they can have rockets and get some kills. But they're slowly hemorrhaging kills here. 7 kills down now, 42 to 36, make that 43, and Cloud9 look to have stabilized a little bit after that crazy comeback from KC Pioneers.
Yeah, it was starting to look a little scary for Cloud9, but like you said, Dan, they were able to weather the storm and take back control of the map. As you see, rockets are out of play as Stellar uses the last one there. Sniper rifle has spawned though, but only 3 kills left to go, and Cloud9 will tie up the series 1-1. Eco Smith with the sniper rifle.
Yeah, this should be comfortable now. They've got sniper rifle, they've got map control. KC Pioneers, they have kind of one push to try and get all 4 dead, take map control, and then maybe they can keep Cloud9 on the back foot and come back into things. It's still possible, still doable, just not probable. But there's a big grenade onto Eco. He has to back down. 48 to 41, only 2 kills remaining, but they have done the damage and they've regained the map control. But at 49-42, you have to feel like this is going to be it for Cloud9 now. They just need one more. They just need to work together and push the right player. Solek gets the DMR out, tries to keep them at bay. Soul Snipe has the sniper rifle, and Pioneers are trying to slow it down and actually gets the beat down onto Renegade, but it's not enough to keep them in the game. Cloud9 tie things up 50 to 43 in what was an impressive performance here on Coliseum. But I am also impressed on the other side, Goofy. KC Pioneers, they were down and out, and they kind of made a game of that.
If I step it up right here...
Yeah, KC Pioneers once again showing their resilience towards the later half of that game, able to cut the deficit down to only a 3-kill game. And it's hard not to think, you know, if a couple kills went their way there and they were able to tie that game up, you know, how the ending would have turned out. But unfortunately for them, Cloud9 was there, the tyrant team that they are, able to weather that storm easily and close the game 50 to 43, able to tie the series now 1-1.
And then going into map 3, being Eden Oddball then, how are you seeing this one playing out? Because KC Pioneers in the first objective game, well, they showed up, but Oddball is a completely different ball game to Truth Capture the Flag, isn't it?
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I've always said, so this KC Pioneers team, I am a fan of them because, like I've said time and time again, they're so efficient and they almost remind me of, you know, myself coming up into the scene and in the professional Halo ranks and just kind of always is going for the win, doing whatever it takes, being a good teammate, not really worrying so much about the kills. And I've always said that the time objective game types such as Strongholds and Oddball can favor this KC Pioneers roster, but it can only favor you so much when you're going against the likes of Renegade and Eco and friends. So if I had to give the edge in this game to someone, I would give it to Cloud9, but KC Pioneers definitely has what it takes to win this.
Yeah, back in the day, Splice were that roster. They were the roster who were kind of just so aggressive, always pushing, trying to do anything to win. But now, as they've matured, as they've got better, as the chemistry has grown, and of course with the addition of Penguin, there just seems to be a little bit more structure to Cloud9. And I think that will go against KC Pioneers if we see Cloud9 take a significant advantage. But Manny picking up the double kill with the sniper rifle, looks for a third, he knows there's a player below him, gets the no-scope and won't quite finish off the kill, but Druck is there to clean things up for him. The early lead going in favor of Cloud9, but no one really being able to pick up any ball time yet.
Yeah, Druck moving his way, top snipe here, locates a player on the catwalk. Unfortunately for him, he goes down as Stellar gets one as well. So 2 members fall for KC Pioneers, allowing a possibility for Cloud9 to get that early setup.
When you look across the previous tournaments for KC Pioneers, I said that Eden Oddball wasn't one of their best game types, but it was certainly better than Truth and Coliseum. So if they're able to play that well in those 2 game types, which were arguably their weaker ones, then I'm sure they're going to put in a performance here on Eden Oddball, and they are starting to put on some time on the board as well. Soul Snipe having a little one-on-one versus Renegade, unfortunately loses because Renegade hits the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now Solek, who has really impressed me so far in this series, wins an engagement of his own, turns around quickly to go for the double, but he doesn't manage to connect.
Yeah, an opportunity for a setup squandered there by KC Pioneers. They could have potentially had that red base setup, but Cloud9 just being so aggressive, not allowing them to find their comfort zone. As you see, Renegade and friends here in the tower side, pushing towards catwalk to try to get that high ground, try to get the advantage, but that light rifle hurts, doesn't it, as Solek takes down Renegade.
Solek again just being that thorn in the side of Cloud9 right now, but Penguin takes down Druck, and now we'll move to Blue Ben to have a little look-see, see if he can see anyone near that ball. Will be the one-on-one, and actually it's a trade. Like again, just doing some big damage with the light rifle, and Renegade under a little bit of pressure right now. Eco has been able to pick up 2 elsewhere. The overshield is going to be in the hands of Stella, so Cloud9 need to utilize this and get some ball time on the board, because that's where they've been really struggling at the moment. They haven't been able to set up.
Yeah, that's going to be something to look out for in this game, is will either of these teams be able to dominate the power-up, right? Will they be able to dominate that overshield and in turn help them win the game? Because I'm a firm believer that the team that controls the most oh my god, that could have been scary for Stella, as it's still a little bit scary. He hasn't gotten this kill yet, and Tolek trades that, but the overshield will be huge in determining the winner of this game.
Damn, Stella, that one's not going to feel good. That's just one of those that goes against you. 28-28, and just like that, Cloud9 have been able to pull this game back. That just shows one semi-setup can bring you that much time. So imagine what you can do with an actual full setup. Realistically, neither team has been able to achieve that thus far. Eco will get taken down. Renegade also in a little bit of a scuffle, has to try and desperately get away at this point, and it looks like he has succeeded in doing so, but of course walks into yet another engagement, because that is Halo. An engagement is always around the corner, goes for the double beatdown, does not connect. And Cloud9, they've got the sniper rifle, and you are completely right, we need to be looking at who can pick up that next overshield when it does pop, because it can be so influential in this game.
Sniper rifle is in the hands of Stella, which will allow his teammates to move around the map a bit more freely, knowing that a player like Stella has a power weapon. As you see him, he took down one player, trying to find a second one. Misses a couple of shots there, but still in a good position, not taking much damage. And 2 players, though, from that KT Pioneers team trying to put him out of his comfort zone. Stella takes down one and will not be able to take down the other.
Renegade now throwing a couple of nades towards Blue Ben, helps his teammate Penguin down below, and the rest of the 3 players of KC Pioneers too far away to get involved in that particular engagement. But now they just swarm across the map, trying to help out, but they walk straight into the pistol shots of Renegade, who has just been on fire. But as I say that, he does get the trade, but he's not able to just survive without dying himself. Stella has the overshield, gets a perfect, and it's an OS yet again in favor of Cloud9, and I guess that's why they've been able to find themselves with a little bit of an advantage in terms of ball time here, Goofy.
Yeah, if the first half of this game is the blueprint for how the rest of the game's going to go, it's not going to be good for KT Pioneers. That's 2 back-to-back overshields in the hands of Cloud9. We've seen sniper rifle in their control as well, so ball time is going to be so much easier to gather when you have those power weapons, you have those power-ups, and so far Cloud9 leading the way in that regard.
They've got a little bit of a setup now, and this is where KC Pioneers really need to step up and try and break this down, because otherwise Cloud9 are going to run away with things. Manny trying to push in, manages to get a nice kill there onto Eco. He has support, but he just walks straight into a wall. Just about is able to get his shields here. And Cloud9 have kind of pinned themselves into a base, but KC Pioneers haven't been able to quite rescue the ball just yet. As I say that, ball goes down, and they've been able to stop this score getting too far away from them.
Yeah, Cloud9 is just so good at making their opponent so uncomfortable due to their teamwork, right? So some people's questions about this roster was, will Penguin be able to fill the shoes of someone like Shotzi, right? In my opinion, Halo 5 had 2 transcendent players, one being Shotzi, one being Frosty. And losing someone like Shotzi could have been detrimental to our roster, but Cloud9 says, hey, we picked up Penguin and we are ready to win some tournaments with this guy. So they've been doing a great job so far today in this tournament, and so far they're looking like a favorite.
Yeah, it's going to be a slightly different playstyle, and there's going to be that transition period, that adjustment period, but of course this is a couple of years back now we're talking, so maybe we need to start looking at the Cloud9 of new and what Penguin can actually offer to this roster. 68-44, overshield this time in favor of KC Pioneers. Manny has got hold of it, and they've got ball time, so they can really take advantage of this period of the game where they have control of the map ever so slightly. They've got the power up, but unfortunately Stella comes from behind, takes down the ball, and that is going to be a play. But at least KC Pioneers have been able to put a bit more time on the board, and now Cloud9 trying to get that ball, trying to run it into their favor, and some nice kills down low for Cloud9.
Yeah, I would have liked to see KC Pioneers do a bit more with that opportunity once they had that overshield and the ball, but unfortunately they were only able to get like 9 or 10 seconds or so. But like you said, Gaskin, they did do a good job closing the gap as we see the scoreboard 68 to 54. This entire series so far has been very close, and KC Pioneers again raising some eyebrows and showing us that they are trying to break out of that 4th place and get into the top 2.
Yeah, this could be massive for KC Pioneers, but Renegade has got hold of a sniper rifle. He connects with one, he looks for the second. The grenade might do the job for him rather than the sniper, but he is really struggling to get eyes on that Spartan. It was Manny in the end, comes through, gets a double, and then is rewarded with a sniper rifle and the ball. Huge play there from Manny to bring KC Pioneers right back into this. They've got ball control, they've got some form of map control. They can set up here, and Manny starting to hit shots, starting to pop off.
Shots like that will definitely help you get your way back into a game, as Manny is putting on a show with the sniper rifle. Unfortunately, misses that shot and goes down to some fast pressure by Cloud9 as Eco takes down Tolik as well. But the scoreboard is all tied up, essentially 78 to 80 with ball in neither team's hand right now. They're just trying to, it's just a battle for control right now, Gaskin.
And when you look at this series, I mean, it's on a knife's edge right now. It could go either way. If KC Pioneers can take this 2-1 and go up, then that might be enough just to rattle Cloud9 and they could potentially close this out in 4. But if Cloud9 take a 2-1 lead, you'd like to think they've gained momentum, they've gained the confidence to push on in this series. That's going to be an overshield headed in the way of KC Pioneers, it looks like. And now they need to try and push on and take down these remaining Cloud9 members, because one of them still has the ball. All the while we're having this like kind of scuffle for the overshield, ball time was being utilized and picked up by Cloud9.
Exactly. I was a bit confused there, seeing the overshield in the hands of KC Pioneers, but ball is leaving, going into blue base, getting time, and now, thankfully, for KC Pioneers, they were able to take the ball out of Cloud9's hands and kind of try to get that lead shortened once again. I don't believe they've had a lead in this game so far, at least not after the first couple minutes, as we see 2.5 minutes left in the game, and this was another close one.
Yeah, is this one even going to go to the full ball time? That's the real question, because with only 2 minutes and 47 and how back and forth it's been, the real inability for either team to set up. But Soul Snipe, some amazing shots with the pistol. Decent nade, does bounce off the kneecaps of Penguin and will take him down afterward. And now Tolik, who has been a player who has really enhanced his performance from KC Pioneers. His slays have been phenomenal throughout. The 1-point lead now, 95 to 94. The clock starting to tick away. Ball time now being gained yet again by KC Pioneers. And for the first time, as you say, Goofy, Cloud9 slightly on the back foot here.
Yeah, Manny just trying to stay alive in that tower side, racking up some crucial time now. There's only 2 minutes left in the game. Every second will matter. Druck putting down some damage. Tolik getting a perfect kill on his own. And now we see Tolik once again being that strong slayer on this roster, able to pick up 2. Gaskin, there's only a little bit of time left, and looks like this KC Pioneers roster starting to pull away as that kill feed is favoring them as well.
The KC Pioneers train is a rolling, and Tolik is the conductor at this point. He is doing some disgusting things right now, and they've got quite a significant lead. But Stella's just picked up the overshield and is going to push in and try and take this ball right from amidst their hands. 1 minute and 33 left, and there is a 30-second difference here. So they need this ball time, and they need it now, Goofy. Otherwise, we might see KC Pioneers with another shock result.
Yeah, I talk about those swing moments in a game, in a series. This is one of them right now. Overshield in the hands of Stellar, ball in the hand of his teammate, but they're down by 20 seconds right now as 2 and 2 get traded on each team, and there's only 60 seconds left, and Cloud9 is down by 20.
2 and 2 is usually 4 quick math, but at this point, 20 is the math we need to be thinking about. Renegade throws a nade, looks to the right, but gets taken down. The trade is there. Thankfully, Penguin takes down Manny, but look at the lead that we're seeing Pioneers get to, and maybe we won't even get to the final time of this game, because 138 to 108, they only need 12 seconds now. They need to keep Cloud9 at bay and stop them from having the push, but what a huge kill from Eco, and maybe that can be enough. 2 members of KC Pioneers have fallen. Tolik needs to take down this ball, but he's being shot in the back, and this is going to come right down to the wire now. Penguin trying to survive, trying to eat away at this time.
Manny getting an absolutely huge kill as Druck gets a huge one of his own, only up by 13 seconds with 21 seconds left to go. Soul Snipe, if he gets his hands on this ball, Gaskin, that could be all she wrote, and it looks like that will be the game, as it is mathematically over for Cloud9 to win this, and we will see the Kansas City Pioneers take a 2-1 series lead, putting Cloud9 against the ropes. One more loss and they are out of this tournament.
My. We started today with KC Pioneers losing 3-0 to Inconceivable, and we started to say, well, how are KC Pioneers going to respond to this? Are they going to be able to bounce back and get out of their group? They successfully got out of their group, and now they have a lead against Cloud9, who won Group A. They beat Sentinels. We were all saying we think that we're going to see Cloud9 with an easier route to the final. They should be able to get to that final so comfortably. KC Pioneers, they had something to say about that. And yeah, they've proved us wrong, and I'm so glad to be proved wrong because we've got an amazing series on our hands here, Goofy.
Yeah, I'll be the first to say it. I am extremely surprised at the level of Halo that this KC Pioneers team is playing. They're almost making this Cloud9 roster, you know, they've turned the tables on them, and what we were expecting to see out of Cloud9, we're seeing out of KC Pioneers as we head into a game number 4, a pivotal game number 4, Plaza Strongholds. Again, Gaskin, this is that time game type, right, where it's the scrappiness and the wanting to win and the do whatever it takes mindset really comes into play, and maybe we'll see Cloud9 flip the switch knowing that their backs are against the wall now.
Yeah, this is do or die now for Cloud9, and honestly, with how things have been going, I think maybe KC Pioneers have a real opportunity to take this 3-1, and if it goes to Rig Slayer, they performed pretty well in Rig Slayer in the recent tournaments. Both games they've played on it, they've been successful and found victories there, so I'm sure they'd be confident if it went to a game 5, but I'm sure KC Pioneers would want to take this and complete this series in 4 games. Plaza Stronghold, though, you're right, it can be one of those kind of scrappy games as well, where you're pushing for that time. Do you think that KC Pioneers have got what it takes here, or do you think now we're going to see Cloud9 wake up a little bit?
I can't help but say we have to see Cloud9 wake up. I can't imagine them losing 3-1 in the semifinals, but KC Pioneers has proven me wrong multiple times this series already, so I don't know what to think, Gaskin.
Well, here we go. Cloud9's tournament life on the line, and KC Pioneers with the chance to give us the shock result that none of us would have predicted. But of course, there is still quite a way to go. 12 minutes to go before they have the chance to be precise. Soul Snipe does get the first kill of the game, and the overshield will still be, Camel will still be there for Penguin. Slams it into his chest, and now we'll look to try and move on over. But as we go into the start of this game, I want to hear what Cloud9 have to say. Let's see how the comms are on their side.
4 weak and 1 nest. I'm pushing something.
Yeah.
We're good.
Just live. Game's on them.
2-shot nest.
Oh,
Yo, glass is weak on you guys. 1 shot.
Top mid. Top mid weak.
Top mid kill me. I couldn't.
Top mid 1. Bottom mid now. S4 weak. S4 1 shot.
Yeah, U-turn.
U-turn 1 shot front soda. S4 1. S4
1 shot
good.
U-turn. 2 1-shots U-turn.
I got one. Yeah, let's go on my U-turn. It's 1 shot U-turn. 1 shot on the vent.
I died from yard. I think yard. He's just capping. Nice.
Alright, this guy minivan. Live.
They're gonna have a shotty. I'm getting that one. I spawned glass.
Top dip.
Blue window kill me.
He went top gold.
I'm in yard.
Okay, 1 shot dip.
They're going to go bottom, probably.
Yeah, they're just going. Yep, they're second bottom.
No, man. Flowers kill me. Flowers weak, Manny.
Needing flowers.
He's one shot many. There's 2 guys top dip, bro.
Top gold, I think.
Flowers and top gold, maybe.
Looking top gold.
There's 2.
They have shotty.
All 3 yard. Last 3 yard. 1 with flowers, 1 with LR, 1 with top yellow.
Okay.
Top yellow right now.
1's blue.
I have 1 shot, guys.
I'm here, Kevin.
Faster than LR.
Yeah, we need help.
They're trying to kill you.
Get that.
1 shot bottom mid. 1 shot blue truck. And S4.
Nice, just 2 dead. He's running.
Nest ramp with shots. 2 shots on him. He's on
Two guys nest.
1's in the corner weak. 1's on cap.
I can get 1.
Which on the corner?
On cap. He's top nest. He's top. Terminal. Can we get ice?
Top yellow weak.
Yeah, top mid.
1 shot dip. 1 shot market. 1 shot market. Talik.
Dip.
Yep.
Other shotty.
Alright,
LR. We need his camo.
He's bottom mid.
1 shot. 1 shot.
Bottom mid. Let's go. All dead.
We need his camo.
Soul Snipe.
40.
Yo, soda stairs.
I'm blue.
He's 1 shot. He's 1 shot LR. 1 shot LR.
Soda stairs.
Yo, camo, boys. I couldn't get it, Kevin.
Live.
1 shot.
On it, Kevin, on it.
On camo.
Bro, camo.
I didn't know it was there. I didn't know it was on it. We gotta calm down. We're just suiciding.
He's S4. He's coming. He's S4. Come on.
Blue truck right now.
Yep.
Truck to bottom left. 1
Nice.
Two decks, guys. Get bottom maybe. He's front. I'll start it. Yeah. Camo's above us.
On Prius, guys.
I got 1.
Camo's
Camo. You turn. Camo.
Then you can hear it there. Camouflage not going in the way of Cloud9, just allowing it to escape through their fingers, and a couple of comms just saying, hey, we're kind of suiciding at this point, we're running in, we're being a little bit sloppy, and it's allowed KC Pioneers to take quite a significant advantage at this point of the game, Goofy.
Yeah, that's a bit of a nice way to put it. From the sounds of it, it sounded they were getting annoyed that they weren't. Renegaders in particular seemed to be getting a bit annoyed that his teammates were not kind of focusing on that camouflage, and you could hear it in his communication as the triple cap is in full effect. Dan, 49-22, KC Pioneers in the driver's seat.
Cloud9, a team that we expected to be in the final. Cloud9, a team that we expected to have a chance at winning this tournament, may fall at arguably the first real hurdle presented in front of them. KC Pioneers, 56 at the moment to 23 with a triple cap. They are close to taking this series. They're in control of this game, but Cloud9 now starting to put some points on the board. Manny will fall and be the first to fall. Elsewhere, though, Renegade is doing some real work here, but can't secure the stronghold. But at least he's been able to keep the KC Pioneers players just on their spawn, keep them over in yard, and that's the job. Keep players in yard, keep them on the spawn, and consistently kill them one by one as they push out.
Manny with a big win on Eco there with that light rifle, as we see Renegade moving down this blue ramp, trying to corner this player here in the closet, and he takes down Talik, now leaving Renegade here in the dip. There it is again, the stronghold advantage that switched over to KC Pioneers. We missed which stronghold or how that went down, but there we go, bottom middle in favor of KC Pioneers, 60-36. Looks like Cloud9 trying to get that bottom mid hill back right away.
Look at this from Talik as well. Rather than just stopping that from being taken in bottom mid, he plays his life instead. He knows he would just be throwing his life away, and instead now he gets joined by the rest of his team. They're able to push the team out of bottom mid, and they can try and take control. He gets the final kill, and it looks like he's going to be rewarded with that patience. Excellent play from him. Really experienced play that we have to acknowledge, and another triple cap.
These triple caps hurt so much. If men can somehow stop at this yard, that would be huge. But thankfully for Cloud9, they were able to at least stop some of the bleeding as two members for each team go down 71-41. Soul Snipe, Mikey trying to get the triple cap and putting the pressure, putting the hurt on Cloud9. And will this be another triple cap? Yes, it will be. But Neth might be going back to Cloud9. Now all that KC Pioneers need to focus on is to make sure Cloud9 is not able to swindle that bottom middle hill, because that could hurt them really bad right now.
I mean, KC playing this like it's Rig Strongholds, constantly going for that total control, but will it come back to bite them in the bottom? Bottom mid has been taken by Cloud9 here, and they can start to put some points on the board. KC Pioneers might get trapped in yard, and Cloud9, I would feel, are going to be more of that squad to try and consistently keep them there, but some of the shots I'm witnessing here, Goofy, all of these players on fire right now.
Woo, man, everyone on KC Pioneers is winning their pivotal battles, as we see Talik and Druck making quick work, and Soul Snipe taking out Stellar with perfect shots, 85-48. These KC Pioneer boys are on fire.
They want this grand final. They want to have the chance of facing off against either Sentinels or a rematch versus Inconceivable. They are so close, it is in tasting distance for them now. They can practically have it in their mouths, 91-48, but Stella is going to take bottom middle. We're not going to see the victory just yet from KC Pioneers. Cloud9, they really need to play absolutely perfectly. They cannot allow KC Pioneers to get control again. Otherwise, you've got to feel like this is going to go in favor of KC. Renegade gets two, Stella gets one of his own, and Cloud9 starting to pick up some very important kills. And maybe Renegade feels like they need a total control themselves, which they have. And KC Pioneers, how are they going to respond to this, Goofy?
You gotta be careful with these trip caps, Gaskin. That score can close really quickly, as we've seen in some of the series earlier in the tournament. But KC Pioneers quickly getting that nest. Now they will try to move their way and get that bottom middle hill. Renegade with camouflage top mid, able to take down Tolic in the posters. Now patiently with a shoddy in hand, trying to make sure they can keep this bottom middle control. Maybe he'll try to make his way to nest for that triple cap opportunity once again, as Soul Snipe goes down. If they can get the trip cap and hold that yard, maybe they could bring this one back, as it's only a 20-point game now, Dan.
Well, you saw he was going to go for the triple cap, but then he got the call of where all those players were, so he transitioned towards yard. Then they saw the Slays, they went straight back to nest, they got the triple cap, and Cloud9, they have the momentum with them, and they need to get this victory victory to take it to a Game 5. Are KC Pioneers going to crumble right at that last moment when it looked like they were so close? This series was there, as I said. They could taste the victory, but Cloud9 are showing up at this point, 91-91, and I think this might be it for KC Pioneers. There is no sight of getting one of these strongholds. Renegade holding this one with the shotgun, his teammates holding the rest with pistols, and what an amazing comeback from Cloud9. We're going to a Game 5.
Gaskin, if you could see, I cannot believe what we just saw. KC Pioneers had the grand finals in their sights. They had it in their hands and they let it slip through their fingers. As I said, that triple cap is deadly. Cloud9 holding the triple cap, shattering KC Pioneers' dreams of moving on in a quick 3-1 series. But now, all the chips on the table, baby. Game number 5. Who has the ice? Who will go on to the grand finals?
This is going to be a real test now for how the kind of mood in the camp is, because they had that game. They know how close they were to the grand finals, and for that to be ripped away from you by a comeback like that, KC Pioneers, they are going to have to try and just forget about it, move on to Game 5. They gave themselves that cushion by winning Game 3 and taking a 2-1 advantage. But, well, all coming down to a Rig Slayer. I'm being told that 79% of viewers in a pre-match poll said that Cloud9 were going to take this one. And, well, they may still be right, but I don't think any of us would expect a series to be this close, Goofy.
Yeah, big shout out to John, the man Renegade himself, really being a crucial factor in the closing minutes of that last Plaza Strongholds game, letting his former teammates know, hey, I left you guys to join these guys for a reason. We are not going down without a fight. Now, game number 5, Rig Team Slayer. If I'm a KC Pioneers fan, Gaskin, I got to say, I'm scared right now because you had that game in your grasp and you let it slip away, but maybe they could ice up here and move on to the grand finals in a crazy Game 5 win.
Well, what can we see here? We've seen everything in this series, really. We've seen comebacks, we've seen shocks, we've seen surprises. But the real question is it going to end as a shock and a surprise, or is it going to end with what we expected it to be, with Cloud9 moving on to the final? 50 kills to get Team Slayer. Renegade going for an early push, going behind the sniper rifle. Big grenade, and should clean up that kill as well. Camouflage going to be picked up on the same side of KC Pioneers, so they may be able to get that camo and potentially push towards getting this sniper rifle, and we'll really see who gets the first real setup here on Rig.
Good start. Sniper rifle and camouflage in the hands of Druck takes the face of Eco Smith. 3-1 lead right now as Druck moving his way to top tower. Manny able to take down Penguin, and Druck doing damage once again. 5-1 to start this game, and the pressure is on.
Pressure is on, but the pressure was on in the previous game as well, and Cloud9 definitely answered that pressure, but can they consistently do it game after game if KC Pioneers can continue to take lead after lead? 7-2, sniper rifle still in the hands of Druck, and he is still hitting headshots, and this lead could continue to grow if Cloud9 cannot take this sniper rifle off him somewhat relatively soon. He's just moving around the map, he's traversing the map and kind of staying close enough to the team where he has an option to retreat, and I like that.
Yeah, so far so good. Druck has been playing his life immaculately to start this game number 5 off, and that's exactly what you're going to need in a game 5 against a team like Cloud9. Every kill matters, Dan. You have to be a pain in the behind for the other team, especially when the other team is Cloud9. So Druck once again maneuvering his way out of danger while at the same time hitting no scopes, hitting body shots. And now Renegade and friends are in a good position to try to move up, but Druck still has that sniper rifle in the trenches. You got to be careful.
You can already see how much this game is slowed down as well. Rig Slayer can go like that, where you get two teams who just are both trying to hold a setup, reluctant to push one another. Here comes Druck though, the no-scope from behind, but unfortunately it will be to his demise as he falls, and now 12-7. Cloud9 have regained control of that sniper rifle, but how many bullets is left? Just the one for Stella. You gotta make it count. This camouflage is gonna be popping relatively soon, and you can see all players are just keeping a keen eye on when that camo is going to be popping. 13-8, 14-8. Camo will drop to the floor, but who is gonna be brave enough to dive on it? Penguin looks like he wants to make a move, but Manny's already there. He baits it, he sets the trap, and he's rewarded with his treat.
16-10 with camouflage in the hands of SoulSnipe. Make it that 18-10. Still early in the game here, Gaskin, but when you have camouflage and the scatter shot with the 8-kill lead on Rig Slayer, I would say you're in a pretty good spot.
A very good spot indeed. And now here comes the sneaky beaky plays from SoulSnipe, and he should be able to get the jump on this player. Scat shot in hand, and that is going to be an easy kill in the end. 20-12. Sniper rifle coming up, and I imagine SoulSnipe, with a sniper in his name, he'd like to put a sniper in his hands. Drops down, looks towards one, connects with the first shot. The second kill is an easy cleanup, and now he's going to move on to carry on with this destruction. But he misses the 2 shots, but has the pistol in the back pocket. But Penguin's done so well to avoid those 2 shots there.
Yeah, could have been a really important kill right there because you keep control of that engine side to some degree, but instead Cloud9 shuts that door completely as Talik still has the sniper rifle taking down Eco, and SoulSnipe gets one of his own. 16-23. Seems like KC Pioneers is doing a great job keeping, if not extending, their lead as Stellar here in that battle for top snipe control chooses to back down. KC Pioneers putting on a show right now.
I think that's the important thing for KC Pioneers, really. They have to hold their palm against the head of Cloud9 and not allow them to get close enough to get back into this game. Because if Cloud9 even get a whiff of a comeback, we saw what just happened in the previous game, they will take it. And if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. There's 4 kills now just in it, so Cloud9 starting to sense a comeback on the horizon. Make that 3 kills. Okay, we see a slight response from KC Pioneers, but this massive lead they had has been chunked away at ever so slightly by Cloud9.
Yeah, great response there from Cloud9 at a time they needed it most. That game could have gone completely away from them, but instead they give themselves a chance and stay alive in this game as Talik takes down Renegade bottom tower. SoulSnipe trying to get this camouflage that has not spawned just yet. There it is now. Druck and SoulSnipe going to try to work hand in hand and get this camouflage and maybe extend their lead even more, but Stellar is a thorn as Eco takes one down as well. 30-26. This one is going back and forth. Camouflage has been burned, so it is out of play for the time being.
It's hard to say who would actually benefit from like a more fast-paced game, because if Cloud9 speed things up, can they overwhelm KC Pioneers? Can they get into a position where KC just don't know where to look, where to try and position? But Cloud9, we know if they can get set up, they're going to be a squad who can succeed so much, and now they're only 1 kill behind, so the comeback is on yet again for this C9 squad. Scatter shot is in the back pocket of Penguin. We've already seen what the damage that can do on the map, but the sniper rifle, the next sniper rifle, and of course the next camouflage are going to be 2 things we really have to focus on here, Goofy.
Yeah, slowly but surely KC Pioneers is putting themselves in a tough position by dying at the same time and spawning in clumps, allowing Cloud9 to pressure their spawns. We saw them spawn back to base here and go down. Lead now in the favor of Cloud9, and there you see it. These deaths are piling up as the lead still by 1, barely in the favor of Cloud9. This one's so close.
So close, and as I say, it's going to come down to power-ups. It's going to come down to power weapons. Druck has already positioned himself bottom middle to keep eyes on and keep tabs on anyone that might be moving towards either of them. New Snipe's going to be up in 10 seconds, 36-35. So finally, Cloud9 have got some sort of advantage, but as I say, that is chipped away at. KC Pioneers, their 8-kill lead they once had, now is very much just a thing of the past. But sniper rifle has been found in the hands of Manny. He looks down, manages to connect on Renegade, skips past his teammate. That could have easily been a betrayal, but instead it's the 37th kill, and I still have no idea who's going to be winning this one.
Yeah, this is a huge sniper rifle life for Manny. You got to stay alive with this weapon. You could have been the difference maker, but this game is still anyone's to take, as that Penguin has the scatter shot trying to move into the sniper hallway to get the sniper rifle in his own hands, and he does just that. Scatter and sniper rifle in the hands of Penguin with the lead of 3. Now Stellar with camo. This is looking great for Cloud9, and KC Pioneers may once again blow a lead in a pivotal closeout game, but let's see what happens. 42-39. Everything in the favor of Cloud9 right now as Renegade takes one down as well.
Cloud9 have all the goodies. They've got the sniper rifle, they've got the camo, and Penguin is hitting the shots. The experience of Penguin to grab that sniper rifle, get out of dodge, and ensure he didn't go down could be a game-winning play. They only need 5 kills now to Cloud9 to send themselves into the grand final. Renegade picks up a kill with the grenade, 46-41 as Stellar takes down Druck, and Penguin knows all he needs to do is survive because they're going to be looking for him. They want to take that sniper rifle off him, but 47-42, KC Pioneers once 8-kill lead is now a 5-kill deficit.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. Gaskin, 2 closeout games in a row. They've had the lead. They were in such good positions, but it's Cloud9 just snatching the heart out of this KT Pioneers team. But I don't want to speak too soon, as it is still 3 kills to go before Cloud9 punches their way to the grand final. Sniper in the hands of Penguin. Renegade finds himself in a curious position, taking out the bottom tower. Now Penguin taking some damage as well. These next couple kills have to go in the favor of KT Pioneers, or obviously this one will be over, as 48 kills on the board for Cloud9. 49 now. Eco getting that 49th kill. Renegade looking for the 50th with the help of Eco here in the barrel side of the map. Working together on the tower. Will he be able to get this kill? Renegade on his own teammate. Yes, he does, as Manny goes down. And there you have it. Cloud9 in a miraculous fashion able to punch their ticket to the grand finals. Good job and congratulations to them. But man, oh man, KC Pioneers will be thinking about this one for quite a while. They had the game 4 in their hands. They had game 5 to a degree in their hands, but they just couldn't close it out. And there you see it on the scoreboard. Good stats all around for Cloud9 taking this game number 5. I'm still mind blown.
And how fitting as well for Renegade to get that final kill, Lottie, against players he had teamed with previously. What an amazing series, though. It was an honor to cast that one.
That was crazy. When you think about it and how we were talking about the series beforehand, we were so in the favor of Cloud9. And yes, they did win. They did pick up that series. But boy, it was a journey for them to get there. I mean, Clutch, we were kind of talking back and forth in Discord about what we were seeing before us. KC Pioneers, they put up a really good fight against Cloud9. What did you kind of see? Where were the glimmers of hope for you coming through from these Kansas boys?
Yeah, I think their teamwork and just like their efficiency is why they find so much success. It was really in game 1 where you saw a lot of teamwork turn into very efficient flag caps. You saw flag relays that it was like they have no business scoring these flags, but because they're tossing it to each other basically across the map in a relay line that they're able to like secure some of these things. And it's a testament to like how tried and true they are in Halo 5, to where they have so much experience at this point, having played the past couple of years, that they're able to like really take advantage of people's times off and have a great understanding of what they can get away with, like how to min-max as best as possible. I knew that this was going to be an interesting series. I didn't know it would go game 5, but I thought that KCP really did have an opportunity to compete with Cloud9. And up until about 2 minutes left in game 4, I thought that they were going to beat Cloud9 after watching some of the games go down. But Cloud9 really having that ice in their veins, really having that clutch factor, were able to figure it out and do just enough to get over the hump once again.
They did indeed. I mean, Gaskin, talking about that Stronghold Plaza, I mean, that was just so difficult to watch, I think, as an outsider here. I can't imagine what it was like casting it, because there were so many moments. I think we saw 3 trip caps from KC Pioneers, and having so much control on that map. And I did hear you say at one point that actually might come back to bite them, and boy, did it. It kind of showed the underbelly on the rest of the sides of the map, and that eventually led to them not actually taking that win, when it really did look like a solid game for them, and one that they should have really closed out. From your perspective in game, what did you kind of see there, and what kind of went wrong for them?
I think I said bite them in the bottom, and JT tweeted me saying I should say butt instead. But I just think bottom sounds better as a British man, I'm going to be completely honest. They were just pushing. They were pushing for that trip cap. They were constantly going for that fast-paced action. And eventually, when the game fell out of their hands, they just had no strategy to get back into things. And I'm quite surprised, because I feel like it's one of their better game types. They beat Inconceivable on it in a previous tournament as well. So I knew there was going to be a chance of them taking the series there. But Cloud9 showed their experience, not just in that game, but also in the Rig Slayer game that we finished off with. Doesn't matter how far they're behind. I think Cloud9 know that they can come back into things. They know that they are a roster that can take down any other people if they are playing at their best. And unfortunately for KC Pioneers, Cloud9 just showed up when they need to. On any other day, I feel like KC Pioneers could have walked away with the win there. If Cloud9 had made one extra mistake, we could have been seeing KC in the final. They will regret that, and they will probably look at this as a real chance to earn some extra cash, get to that top 2. But they just have to put their heads down, practice, and go again.
Definitely on the right track, that is for sure. I mean, Goofy, coming into this series, we kind of discussed the potential that KC Pioneers had against Cloud9, and really for you, it really wasn't much potential. Looking now at how the series went, and obviously you getting to really live in that commentating, what did you make of KC Pioneers? And really, they came here to prove a point and to prove that they are a really great team to, you know, to compete with. Did they do that for you?
I will be the first to admit, I had KC Pioneers all wrong. These guys, hats off to how these guys played. I can only imagine the sadness because you were so close to take out a team like Cloud9. You know, Renegade left these guys to play with his team, obviously, but just as a former player, that feeling of beating a team that dropped you or beating a player that left you, it's one of the best, you know, feelings in competitive gaming. And they were so close to doing that here in the $10,000 championship and advancing for more money and more opportunity, obviously, if they were able to find themselves in the finals. But at the end of the day, it's all about Cloud9. They iced up and they showed why they are one of the best teams in the game. But man, that Plaza Stronghold game 4, I really thought that KC Pioneers had it. I want to know what the exact score was before they had that triple cap. I want to say it was like 91 to somewhere in the 60s, and all KC Pioneers had to do was hold the 2 cap. But again, ice in the veins for Cloud9. They were able to shut it down in game 5, able to make that comeback. So again, hats off to KC Pioneers. You guys definitely proved me wrong, and I will be looking for you guys to break into that top 2 moving forward. But right now, it's all about Cloud9.
Definitely. Another epic game for Cloud9. They really are putting on a show for us tonight, so I'm loving that. Let's see what they can do next. But I want to hear from you guys at home. Let us know what you're thinking after that incredible semi-final, the first one we have of the night. Just head over to @HCS. Be sure to tweet us your thoughts, and don't forget the hashtag H5ProSeries so that we can see exactly what you guys are thinking. Now, we have our second semi-final ready to go. So we're going to head to a quick break. Just make sure all of our players are getting ready, set up in the lobby, and we will be right back, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Halo 5 Pro Series Championship. And a big welcome to our brand new Grassroots members. I have a list of our new creators here for the Halo Grassroots. I'm so excited to announce that Lady Echidna, Mint Blitz, Real Life Spartan, and Trunks will be joining our Halo Grassroots program. Super awesome. You guys need to check all of these incredible individuals out and every single one of their content creations. Absolutely fantastic. I have nothing but amazing things to say about a lot of these guys, and people who I haven't checked out, I'm certainly going to do so after the stream tonight. And another amazing announcement actually we have is a new tournament partner. We've got Halo Australia on board. We're going down under, people. We're happening. It's happening here. Awesome stuff. Halo Australia coming on as a tournament partner. It's always great to have some new tournament organizers on the go. So Australians, watch out. Halo is coming to you. Exciting stuff. And if you guys are actually interested in also becoming a Grassroots member yourself, all you have to do is head over to halo.gg/grassroots to apply. Easy as that. So amazing stuff. And talking about amazing stuff, that semi-final, I'm still in shock about it. I am. I honestly thought KC Pioneers were going to go to the final. I still kind of can't believe how they're not in the final. But obviously, Cloud9 with the major ice, they clearly have their AC on full blast and are freezing their little socks off playing because the ice was real. Clutch, what did you make of our first semi-final? And obviously now Cloud9 being in the position of the finals.
Yeah, it's funny because we talked about how getting that seed was so important for Cloud9, and they end up going to Game 5 with the team that they end up playing. Kansas City Pioneers coming out strong and really putting on a performance for us, but just not enough to get to the next set of brackets to find themselves in the final. So unbelievable job by Cloud9 to somehow squeak away with that series win with the way that they played. I expect them to have a much stronger finals, and they're going to need to, given the competition's only going to get better after this next series is resolved.
Definitely. I mean, Goofy, Cloud9 have had a fair few Game 5s now. Are they kind of still a little bit rusty, do you think, but they have the clutch factor, or do they just like to keep us on our toes here?
Yeah, back-to-back Game 5 wins for Cloud9, first against Sentinels, and then obviously just now against KC Pioneers. If anything, I think it bodes well for them, right? I would rather have a spot in the grand finals knowing that I went through the trials and tribulations to get there and feel like we can handle some pushback, feel like we can take that fire, right? Rather than, like I said, if they were just 3-0, 3-0 and make their way to the finals, maybe if they lose a game, they kind of get rattled a little bit. So I'm happy to see Cloud9 win back-to-back Game 5s, and I think it's going to help them when they inevitably meet one of these two teams, either Sentinels or Inconceivable, in the grand finals.
Absolutely. One of those wins was against Sentinels, which pushed them into our semi-finals number 2 against Inconceivables. That is coming up very shortly. And talking about this in preparation of what we're about to see, let's take a look right now at our series layout and see exactly what these two teams are going to have to go through. Let's see what hardships they're going to be facing with our game types and maps on the board. Starting things off with Truth CTF. We've got Coliseum Slayer, Eden Oddball, Plaza Stronghold, and the Rig Slayer. Gaskin. Obviously, Sentinels have a big game in front of them. Inconceivables have been fantastic. And let's be honest, they've been fantastic in previous tournaments too. This is no surprise to us here. What are the chances right now of Sentinels proceeding through and getting to that finals with Inconceivables standing in their way?
Oh, the chances are definitely high. I mean, either squad are more than capable of winning this. I think the game types are, of course, going to play a factor. I mean, Truth Capture the Flag, we've seen that it can be a little bit difficult for Sentinels in some stages. So it's whether they've been working on that map, it's whether they've been improving on that slightly. And on the other side, when you look at Truth Capture the Flag, 4 victories we've seen recently and 1 loss on the side of Inconceivable. So it's a somewhat strong map. But it's that first one that is really going to set the momentum. So we'll see how it goes. But I think either squad could take this.
Definitely can. Well, I have been told that our semi-final number 2 is starting. So without further ado, I do have Goofy and I have Clutch that are going to be calling this one for you guys. So I'm very excited. Go well, fellas, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hopping on board with our second semifinals match of this Halo 5 $10,000 championships. We're going to kick things off with Sentinels and Frosty moving his way towards the pink side, trying to control the camo off the rip. Now, we've talked about it time and time again. the correlation between winning games on this game type and getting camouflage is very high. So you want to try to control this camouflage as much as possible. Stay on top of that as Snakebite grabs it at the 39-second mark.
The starting strat that we just saw for Sentinels was out of control. Frosty and the boys did so much, used so much teamwork to get different angles on the players for Inconceivable. You saw team shots top mid, team shots being won, and it's resulted to the flag being pulled already out pink side. But will this amount to much? Frosty able to get the first kill from underneath the base, is going to try and stop that player from getting the return, but can't do enough off screen in order to do so. But they're still allowed to apply this pressure. Great start so far from Sentinels. We want to see them dictate the pace of the game. If you are a Sentinels fan for Inconceivable, you want to see them be able to pick this up. But right now, what they need to pick up is another return because their flag is still being ran.
Yeah, quick 3 down allows Sentinels to get that flag almost back to their home base, but here we see the Inconceivable roster shutting that down and running a counter cap of their own as they get their return. Boo Boo Dooba now running the flag, pink one into his Eli, up into his attic right there, but again, you have Sentinels on the other side pulling the flag, so a couple back and forth right here for both teams in terms of trying to get that flag home, but neither have been able to do that. But that Sentinels flag is still in that Inconceivable base right now, West.
Yeah, this potentially could turn into a standoff, but it looks like someone is bottom mid on the return right now, and is he able to get it? No, there's a player there that gets the touch, but that player goes down, and it looks like Bound is going to be on the return and does just enough to give his team the lead, and that's going to be a 1-0 lead for Inconceivable. We saw a huge blunder out of Sentinels. It's textbook Halo. You come back with the flag, and because they didn't do that, we saw a bit of an opportunity for Inconceivable to get the lead.
Great shots by Boo Boo as you look at that kill feed. 3 members for Sentinels go down, make that 4 dead as Inconceivable is rushing into the Sentinel base, trying to get the flag out before they spawn car and collapse on them, but a little bit too late here, but it gives them an opportunity to slay once again, and they're doing just that. 2 members down for Sentinels, looking for the third one as Boo Boo putting pressure on these car players, get the third player as well, and that flag is all the way out pink side. They may be able to get this second flag cap, and there it is, 2-0 lead for Inconceivable to start this first game.
Yeah, early 2-0 lead. This is a very quick-paced game, and it looks like it's favoring all of Inconceivable right now. They've been able to weather that early storm that we saw Sentinels have, and since then it's been all Inconceivable.
Camouflage in the hands of Sane. That's back-to-back camouflages now. Keep that in mind as Sane picks up this deadly combo. Camouflage and green gun jumping into the window here of Sentinels. Gets hit by a nade, gets hit by a second grenade, goes down. Unfortunate for him as that camouflage could have helped them potentially get a third flag going, but instead 3 members fall for Inconceivable and Sentinels. Frosty, the man himself, moving into the base of Inconceivable, almost eats a nade, eats the second one as he goes down, and Snakebite goes down as well. So unfortunate push for Sentinels as Inconceivable running a third flag cap, and as members of Sentinels have already fallen, so this could be very dangerous and quick for Sentinels. But Royal 2 with some perfect shots, taking down the flag player. Neptune gets down, Snakebite takes down Falcated. Great response there from Sentinels from what looked to be a scary position.
That was all 4 dead for a moment from Inconceivable, but like you said, the game could have ended there if they were the ones to pick up the kills in the kill feed. But fortunate for Sentinels, they're able to continue playing. They now have control. They need to get the slays before pulling this flag for too far. They do lose their flag carrier, but they have numbers. This could be the opportunity they need to put one on the board themselves.
Yeah, Neptune being a thorn in the side of Inconceivable right now, staying alive. As you see right there, a flag cap goes in for Sentinels, so 2-1. Don't count them out of this game just yet. If we know anything about Sentinels, you never count them out. As Bound goes down, Neptune working together so flawlessly with his team, again, just staying alive in this pink attic, and just, once again, causing problems for this Inconceivable roster.
Yeah, surrounded by enemies right now. Neptune trying to play as life as best he can. He actually gets a double. That is a game-changing play, and he potentially could have got the triple if Roll 2 wasn't there to take that one. But overall, the damage is done, and Sentinels gets 3 unanswered kills, a flagpole of their own, and if they pick up a few more slays, they're going to tie this game up.
Royal 2 making an outstanding play. Unfortunately gets assassinated there, but the thought process was right. Snakebite says, no, you are not getting this return as 3 members go down for Inconceivable, allowing Frosty to spawn par, run all the way to his pink side, and potentially get a touch. I'm not sure just yet as that grenade drills him. Has that flag been touched? Not yet, so halfway. There it is. They get the touch and potentially running the second cap, tying it up 2-2. Next flag cap win. What a response from Sentinels. Frosty says sit down. 2 members drop for Inconceivable. Make that 3 as Boo Boo Doo goes down. And now this is scary for Inconceivable. You're spawning cars. Sentinels is collapsing.
This is an incredible performance from Sentinels right now. Individual plays were made by several players in order to punch that second cap in, and they've been able to maintain control of the map since. There is a player that just won that one-on-one against Neptune there in Tommy. That's going to be Saiyan, and he is going to have the sole responsibility to slow this last cap down for Sentinels. If he's able to make the correct play, this could be the win for him, but if he's unable to find an opening, this is a very dangerous position for him to be in. He's got a one-on-one against Frosty. He wins the one-on-one, immediately trades his life, and Neptune is there to follow it up. This is going to be the game. Sentinels somehow come from behind a 0-2 deficit and win 3-2.
What the games we are fortunate enough to be witnessing right now are making my hair go gray as I am stressing out. Sentinels was down 0-2 to start off that truth capture the flag, but Sentinels doing Sentinels things, able to make the rally, able to make the comeback and win a come from behind game number 1, 3-2, putting them ahead 1-0 in the series.
I mean, we didn't even have time in the middle of that game to talk about what had to happen to have that second flag punched in. But it was the insane double kill with a ton of damage to the third player by Neptune, followed up by a double kill from Snakebite that if that doesn't happen, that flag gets returned. And we're not even like talking, they're probably still in the game. And eventually, Inconceivable will probably pull it out. But all of the momentum that they got from the individual plays that they made, the fire that kind of like started, you saw take place for the third cap. Everyone started clicking. You saw Sentinels start to reach that form that we know that they can reach. If you're an Inconceivable fan, that's a devastating loss. Having been up 2-0 in that game, thinking that game 1 is ours for the taking, and now having to jump into game 2, it'll be interesting to see how Inconceivable is able to rebound after such a devastating loss.
Going into game number 2, Coliseum Team Slayer. Once again, you got your sniper rifle, you got your rocket launcher, and you got Bound here moving in to the sniper one of trying to help his team come back from a heartbreaking loss in game number 1. Sniper rifle still on spawn as 2 members go down for Inconceivable as Snakebite takes down Saiyan, leaving Bound alone down here. Snipe 1, and there he goes. He goes down. Frosty with the sniper rifle in his hand. Let's see what he can do. Oh my god, what a headshot for the double.
You know what he can do. He can rip faces, and with that, he's already found 2. Oh my god, I'm choking on my words as he's hitting these shots. It's absolutely incredible what Frosty's capable of, and they are riding the momentum they have from game 1 into game 2. This is a very dangerous situation for Inconceivable.
Frosty doing a great job here, not overcommitting and not putting himself in too much harm, knowing that he has the sniper rifle, knowing that he has teammates next to him, but unfortunately for him, both Royal 2 and Neptune go down, leaving him in such a compromised position with the only power weapon on the map. Actually, I'm not sure where those rockets are exactly, but Bound and friends doing a great job shutting that down, and now it's only a 1 kill a game, went from being 6-1 to 6-5. It's a good 4 kill swing.
Yeah, a huge 4 kill swing from Inconceivable, because if this continued the way it was going, this series could be over very quickly. But Inconceivable able to bounce back, figure out a way to take down Frosty without him doing too much damage, and now find yourselves in the lead up 2.
Saiyan now moving his way on to this top sniper pyramid area, trying to be a little bit sneaky, but gets spotted by 3 members of Sentinels as 2 players on Inconceivable go down. Neptune now making his way into the elbow of blue, trying to spread out the map a little bit for Sentinels as they do have a 2 kill lead right now. Frosty putting another one on the board. Neptune getting a perfect kill. Now Royal 2 moving in from red window, trying to find the players back red, get some perfect shots on Saiyan. Royal 2 with that steady aim we know and love him for, never really misses any shots. 14-8, once again, a swing in favor of Sentinels. 15-8 as the sniper and rockets are spawning. This Sentinels roster, it looks like they're clicking on all cylinders right now, Wes.
Yeah, those 2 kills top red really were important because rockets were coming up briefly after that, and because of that, they were able to secure rockets, turn that into what we just witnessed, and now it's a 9-kill lead, right? What was once a 2-kill game in favor of Inconceivable has quickly changed to a 10-kill lead for Sentinels. They have taken the lead and run with the momentum. It's unfortunate to see Inconceivable not be able to get their footing on the ground because this series really has the opportunity to go to distance, but we need Inconceivable to step it up.
It's a scary sight when Royal 2 is hitting all of his shots as he is starting to catch fire. Royal 2 having a bit of some tough games earlier in the tournament, but now he is stepping it up as Neptune goes down. A sniper rifle here fabricated. This game 2 could potentially be in your hands as he takes down 1, looking for the double kill, hits a no-scope. Boo Boo able to clean up Frosty, now fabricated, trying to stay alive, but at the same time moving up to help Boo Boo, and there you go. 2 members for Inconceivable unfortunately go down, and sniper rifle goes in the hands of the kid that's not missing a bullet right now, and that's Royal 2.
If there's anyone on this game you do not want with the snipe, I'd have to say it's Royal 2. You could argue it's Frosty, but unfortunately for Inconceivables right now, they're on the same team, and one of them has the snipe. There's 2 currently still dead for Inconceivable as they come off respawn. These next set of rockets are going to be vitally important, but how do you get to them with Royal 2 with the snipe?
The exact position you want to be in if you are Royal 2, able to put himself in that red fountain, red cave area, caught 1 player with a headshot. Now takes a lot of damage, so wisely choosing to back up, maneuvering around the map a little bit to avoid those angles, and now once again full shields up in top middle with the sniper rifle in his hands. Royal 2 and his Royal 2 and friends are up 30-19 already in the series. They are leading as Royal 2 takes down Bound with 1, moves up in the top middle looking for a double kill. Will he get it on Falcated? No, he does not, but still in a good position here, staying alive on that blue VR. Red VR, excuse me.
Fortunately, Booba was able to get rockets. Unfortunately, he has to waste them with 0 production for them. So it's basically a power weapon wiped off the map, and when you're down 14 kills in a Slayer, you need these power weapons to be efficient and effective in order to come back in this deficit. If you're an Inconceivable, you need the next sniper, and you need someone, whoever gets it for your team, to go off. Unfortunately, Sentinels has complete control of the map, and they've opted to sandwich these players at red, which is going to force a very difficult situation for Inconceivable to try and even compete for this snipe.
Yeah, this scoreboard is not looking friendly to Inconceivable. 41-21 Snakebite now in the red cave, moving back. Snipe finds the player. Boo Boo Doo will choose to back down and goes down to Bound actually as Neptune now top rockets with a good angle, but you need your teammates to stay alive at Snipe. If you're sitting top rockets, Snakebite goes down, causing Neptune to be in a compromised position, so he drops. Boo Boo Doo now sitting top pyramid, trying to get angles and work with his team to try to cut this lead down. Falcated takes down Snakebite. Boo Boo Doo once again holding down sniper rifle, holding down the snipe tower and holding these angles.
Yeah, Boo Boo Doo having to play just about perfect Halo in this situation. It's going to be very difficult for him to figure out the piece of the puzzle that he needs to. He does pick up a single kill, but he loses a teammate in Bound during this situation. I love this play by Boo Boo. If he's able to stay alive here, he could find himself a triple. Knows the information of World 2. And now, a 10-kill game seems more manageable. Both power weapons coming up here in 10 seconds. This could be the turning point Inconceivable needs.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though, because you have such little margin for error. Only 6 kills left for Sentinels, and they will win this game. But Boo Boo Doo with some wonderful shots, taking down Roll 2. Unfortunately, 2 of his teammates go down, so make that 47-36. Falcated also 1 shot now down at the bottom of Sniper. 47-36 with Sniper Rifle in the hands of Neptune, moving his way up to top pyramid once again. Spots a player down in red trench. Probably, I'm sure, calling him out to his teammate. Now you see him rotating into that red fountain, red cave area. Sniper rifle in hand. Still, great spot to be in if you have the sniper rifle right here. Just allows you to get so much cover and get so many different angles. Neptune choosing to try to run away, but Frosty and Snakebite do some of his work for him. As you see the scoreboard, 49-37. 1 more kill, and Sentinels will be up 2-0 here in the semifinals. And there you have it. Victory for the red team, 50-37. Sentinels up 2-0.
Yeah, we asked ourselves before the series started, how is Sentinels going to rebound after losing to Cloud9? It looks like that answer has been just about answered for us as they take the 2-0 lead in a very dominant fashion here in Game 2. They're riding that momentum that they were able to capture in Game 1. Basil, are you expecting that to be the same story in Game 3, or are you expecting this veteran squad and Inconceivable to be able to kind of weather this storm and somehow put up a good fight to get this to a Game 4?
The way Sentinels is playing, especially after winning that nail-biter Game 1, I want to give the edge to Sentinels and think they're going to close out the series 3-0. But if we know anything about Inconceivable, is that they have so much heart. They were your last HCS tournament, Halo 5 champions, so I don't think they would want to go out with the sweep. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one over. I'm going to think that Inconceivable will win this Game 3 and at least push it to a Game 4, but the way Sentinels is playing, we'll have to wait and see.
Eden on ball is the name of the game. If you're an Inconceivable fan, this has to be the time they turn it around, or their tournament is over. The #1 seed in our HCS tournament today has come in looking so strong throughout group play, but now have their backs against the wall, 0-2. I want to hop on board of saying if I get to pick. So Richie, I know you can hear me. Let's see some Saiyan point of view, and let's see what he's going to be able to do to get his team off to the right start.
Saiyan able to avoid that barrel explosion and pick up that sniper rifle, and also hitting a crucial body shot on the overshield player, taking him out. So sniper rifle in the hands of Saiyan as 3 members of Sentinels go down, and let's see what he can do with this weapon. We know Saiyan is one of the best slayers in the game. Sniper rifle in hand still, and unfortunately for him, his teammates go down, allowing him to not be in a position where he has much cover, and he loses that sniper.
Yeah, unfortunately for Saiyan and the boys, they were able to win what seemed to be the break off the start, but they weren't able to transition it into anything, and because of it, it looks like it's going to be Sentinels that jumps out to the early lead.
Three members fall for Sentinels, allowing Inconceivable to potentially hold the setup here at red base. And this is a good spot if you are Inconceivable. You know, even though you had a bad start to the series, this is far from over. We've seen reverse sweeps happen time and time again in West and Halo's history, and if any team can do it, it is Saiyan and friends on this Inconceivable roster. As you see, 3 members once again go down for Sentinels, allowing Inconceivable to rack up that time. And looks like Boo Boo has a hunch where Royal 2 is. Gets that hit marker courtesy of Halo 5, takes down Royal 2, and now moving towards Saiyan to try to provide his buddy some cover. And 2 members, once again, 3 members drop for Sentinels, make that 4 as Bound will clean up this kill on Neptune. 4 dead constantly for Sentinels, and look at that scoreboard.
How about the awareness from Boo Boo there? That was huge because it forced Sentinels to have to play a 3v4 because Royal 2 goes down before he's able to really impact the game right there. So not only did Royal 2 was the last guy alive, but they timed that kill so perfectly that it was never a full push from Sentinels, and because of it, we see over a 50-point lead.
Yeah, holding that ball at this red setup can be so deadly if executed correctly, and for the first couple minutes of this game, it has been executed to perfection as Bound finally getting taken down after going on a bit of a killing spree right there. Neptune with the overshield, also maybe this will start the run for Sentinels.
Absolutely, that was a huge opening from Neptune. He was able to take down the player with the combo, secure that overshield without losing it, and now has brought the ball to his team. I like this decision. He says, somebody else hold this, I'm going to go get some kills. So he picks up 2 of his own. Does he get stuck? The answer is yes. Great job by Falcon to end Neptune's reign of terror, but the deficit is starting to be chunked into by Sentinels. Unfortunately for Sentinels, when Neptune dropped that ball off, nobody picked it up.
Yeah, and you hear Inconceivable trying to rotate that ball, able to throw it out of the blue window. So a bit of a play ball situation. Not really. I mean, as long as you don't leave it in that base, then you should be okay. That sniper rifle has just spawned, and Boo Boo just hand delivers it to Snakebite. Let's see if he's able to make his way out of this danger zone, but he goes down, and that sniper rifle is still in play. I'm not sure who was able to really pick that up just yet, but Saiyan able to stay alive here on that blue catwalk area and still lead by 50 in favor of Inconceivable, and it's looking pretty good for them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what you want to see in a Game 3 with your team down 0-2 if you're an Inconceivable fan. You want to see them with a consistent lead, playing confidently, winning their one-on-ones, and so far we've seen great things from their points of view. We've seen good trades and when they're at deficits, and we haven't really seen anything that shows us that Sentinels is still riding that momentum wave that they've been in games 1 and 2. So this is a great opportunity for Inconceivable to find the moment to get back in this series.
Royal 2 now making his way into the tower, trying to clear out Catwalk. Get some great shots on Saiyan, taking him out with a perfect. Now able to rain down fire here in this engine turbine area. Neptune takes down Bound, but they trade kills, so no reason for Royal 2 to die there. Wisely choosing to back up as we hopped on board now with Boo Boo Doo. That lead, though, Wes, has been cut down pretty significantly. Look at that, 71-61. Sentinels is putting on more scores on the board.
Yeah, Booba Dooba trying to figure out a way to kill this ball guy without losing his overshield. Does so successfully. The ball goes to bottom middle, but because Booba Dooba gets the kills before, he's able to get away with his life while grabbing this ball. So, yes, we did see Sentinels just take a chunk out of the lead from Inconceivable, but it looks like Inconceivable is in a very good position to try and build that lead right back up.
Two members fall there for Sentinels, allowing Boo Boo Doo. I don't think he knows he's about to run into a couple players of Sentinels, but wisely choosing to back up into tower here, get some more cover, and Bound is trying to provide that cover, moving into red base, trying to clear it out, but unfortunately for him, does not know there's a player sitting in the back of red, so he starts getting shot in the back a little bit, but look at this. The ball has been rotated all the way to blue now from red, so great job by Inconceivable. Heads up play, rotating the ball. Look at that lead now, back up to 60 seconds.
Absolutely beautiful job by Inconceivable to weather the storm that Sentinels threw at them in the mid-game and be able to continue the consistency that they have throughout this Game 3. This is going to bode well for their opportunities to not only get to Game 4, but to feel comfortable going into Game 4, knowing that you can compete with the Sentinels team. But there had to be doubts and questions to the level of they were playing at earlier on in the series, especially after Game 2.
15 more seconds and Inconceivable will win their first game of the series. Let's see what they can do as Sane takes a lot of damage and goes down to players from Catwalk and outside blue, leaving Boo Boo Doo once again compromised with that sniper rifle spawning. If there's ever a chance for Sentinels to come back, it's right now, but that is a tall order, even though sniper rifle is in the hands of Neptune, but overshield gets clicked in by Bound as he will just be a moving tank, a moving shield for his team, and just beeline this ball, excuse me. Only 7 more seconds and they will move on to a game number 4. Don't get ninja now, Bound, as he is able to take down Royal 2 and do a lot of damage on Catwalk. Somehow stays alive and throws the ball, trying to throw the ball out of the window. He might just choose to hold it here though, as 2 players for Sentinels go down, make that 3, and this might be game as they only need 5 more seconds and all players drop for Sentinels. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 going on the side of Inconceivable, putting themselves on the board here in the semifinals and pushing the series to a game 4.
A textbook Game 3 will allow Inconceivable's tournament to continue. We're going to get to Game 4 here very shortly, and I love what we saw out of Inconceivable. A huge game out of Bound, and not so big of a game out of Frosty. It's not often you see Frosty go negative, let alone negative double digits, having only 4 kills to his name.
Yeah, definitely a peculiar stat line there. You don't often see Frosty with only 4 kills in an objective game type, and only, look at that, only 1,200 damage. So, you know, if I'm Sentinels right here, and knowing that one of like the best players on the team, if not the best player in the entire game, Frosty, had such a bad game, you know, you don't feel as bad going into game number 4. You know that you could brush that one off as just like a bad game for one of your pivotal players, and moving into Plaza Stronghold, I'd still give the upper hand to Sentinels with how they've performed so far in the series. What say you, Wes?
Yeah, to me, those stats and having Frosty with by far the most ball time on the team, that's a frustrating feeling if you're Frosty. I think you want to put Frosty in his like best form, which I think is as like that Slayer role where he's free to just rain terror on the map. Frosty may have felt the need to play a little bit too much objective in that game, and because of it, he wasn't able to impact the game as much as he potentially could have. I want to see the rest of Sentinels kind of pick up the objective slack for Frosty in order to put him in a position to where he can shine at his best.
Well, here we go. Game number 4, Plaza Strongholds. Inconceivable's backs are against the wall. Tournament life on the line, as one more loss for them, and they are out of this tournament. But they obviously just won that convincing game 3. Moving into this game number 4, we got Falcated with Camouflage jumping up to the poster, trying to stop Sentinels cap that nest, but they will capture it anyway. Snakebite now moving his way into bottom middle, ideally able to cap that nest and bottom middle stronghold and hold it for a little while right here, as Snakebite able to do just that. Backing up into the nest now, I'd imagine he just holds this as 2 players though for Inconceivable down in that bottom middle U-turn area.
I love this play by Snakebite. He's going to try and buy his team as much time as possible. Saiyan not checking his corners is going to not find Snakebite, and because of it, Snakebite's going to be able to buy so much time, which has allowed Royal 2 to now get down here. And Royal 2 is actually going to nade his teammate, but he's actually going to kill Falcated with the combo itself, and that's not often you see a plasma pistol kill in the kill feed. So that was quite a treat. That player had to have been absolutely no health for that to kill him, but Bounce still being a nuisance in this bottom hill could potentially recapture it for his team, but he's going to get swarmed by it looks to be the entire squad of Sentinels.
Back-to-back clutch resets from Sentinels in that bottom middle hill. I know it's still early, Wes, but if that's indicative of how this game is going to be, then you know Sentinels really wants to win this game and move on and not move on to a game 4. Instead, they want to move on to the grand finals. They are making sure that Inconceivable is not able to sneaky cap that bottom middle hill. They're making them fight for every second as Frosty puts one on the board. Boo Boo Doo goes down. Neptune Shoddy's bound. Royal 2 now being the aggressor with the perfect shots essentially on Falcated. Not getting that star medal, but taking down Falcated, going for the triple cap, and there you have it. 23-6, and that timer is going to shoot up when you have 3 territories in your possession, and now Royal 2 is just on a tear.
I called Royal 2 out for losing some one-on-ones earlier in the day. It looks like Royal 2 has been able to turn that around here in this series. The last game we saw some crucial one-on-ones go his favor. We do see Camo go into the hands of Boo Boo Doo, but Royal 2 is starting to become a force again.
Yeah, and as we were hyping up Sentinels, 4 members fall for Sentinels, and all 4 stay alive. Inconceivable, allowing Boo Boo Doo to get an uncontested camouflage. Now Nest and bottom middle in the possession of Inconceivable. Boo Boo Doo still got the camouflage here. Moving up, gets 1, picks up 2 as Frosty gets the back smack, and now Inconceivable is going for a triple cap of their own. Will he felt Travis, aka Neptune, trying to sit up there sneaky, but he gets spotted, and the triple cap opportunity for Inconceivable is on the way, but there, as I say that, the nest has been converted and Sentinels has captured nest. I'd imagine they're going to hop into that bottom mid hill next.
Yeah, how many times have we watched Boo Boo Doo just change the outcome of games with Camo, and once again we see him just raining a terror right now on Sentinels. It looks like he's going to be able to get not only 1 but 2 assists there, and he's on a wingman, so that's going to be 5 with just that life, and he's just impacted the game so well right now for his team. He's keeping Inconceivable in this game, and because of it, it looks like they're pushing the trip cap.
Yeah, they have the trip cap, and they're actually in great positions right now, Wes, as players of Sentinels. Looks like they're all going to be spawning blue room. They're going to have to push into yard from blue, and that's such a tough push to make when the other team is holding you down from top yellow area. Triple cap still in full effect. Falcated gets 1, gets 2, looking for the triple kill, gets the hit marker, but Ed chooses to wisely stay alive, and that triple cap is still not been addressed by Sentinels. The triple cap is so deadly, and finally Sentinels moving their way into nest, trying to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, beautiful job so far from Inconceivables. Once they've had control, they've been able to keep it so far. Still having this trip cap, every second that this trip cap ticks is so many points for Inconceivable. It does look like the trip cap is over, and Sentinels has their eyes on the bottom mid hill, but so does Saiyan. With this shotgun, he's able to pick up a kill. He needs to get back into bottom middle, and unfortunately, he doesn't really do that in time, and Snakebite actually transfers that bottom mid stronghold to his team. Unfortunately for Sentinels, though, the camo, another camo actually goes in the hands of Inconceivable.
Yeah, I was going to say, Wes, that was actually quite a big brain play out of Saiyan, because now look at this. He has stayed alive through that fight. His team got bottom middle back, and he has been rewarded with camouflage and shoddy. This is such a deadly combo. You guys know how strong that shotgun can be, especially when you have camo. Saiyan opting to use his pistol, so he has some teamwork there. Boo Boo Doo Boo gets 1 as well. 2 members drop for Sentinels. That scoreboard once again gets swapped in favor of Inconceivable, and Saiyan is just running around his jungle gym right here with the shoddy and camo in his back pocket, as he, again, being the aggressor, trying to move into yard. I don't know if he saw that player in yard. No, he did not, as Saiyan in a troubled spot there with the power weapons and the power-ups, and he falls. But Falcated and Bound putting the pressure continuously on Sentinels, but almost able to get the triple cap once again. Sentinels shuts it down.
Inconceivable needs to be very careful they don't overextend for this triple cap in that third stronghold, because if they do, they could potentially lose control of the entire map to Sentinels. It's very easy for that to happen, and just like that, we see 2 kill swings go in favor. They're both answered, so it's a 2-on-2 for the moment, but Nest is being captured by Sentinels.
Ooh, Bound doing a great job pushing that player on Ness. Unfortunately for him, Snakebite was there to back up his teammate, and great shots on Falcated, allowing the double cap to, for the time being, stay in favor of Sentinels. Now looks like Snakebite's going to put his focus on bottom middle, make sure his team is able to cap it, and there's a trip cap for them as well, so maybe Sentinels can bring this game back, as that triple cap, we've said time and time again, is destructive to the other team's morale. It's so hard to break out of it, especially on Plaza, when a team like Sentinels is on the other side. But there you see the yard has been switched over to Inconceivable, and now once again they're going to run it back, try to rotate and get another stronghold.
So how is Sentinels going to play this? Are they going to try and hold 2 for a limited time, or are they going to try and push 3? Because that is a very risky play. It does look like they finally have secured a camo in the mid game, and it looks like it's going to go into the hands of Snakebite. He's able to pick up 1, but a beautiful trade from Saiyan comes through in order to get rid of that camo player. Unfortunately for Inconceivable, though, Saiyan has to trade his life to pick that player off, and they continue to lose the number game. Frosty goes down to Boobadoo. That's a pivotal one-on-one. If Boobadoo was able to stay alive here, it looks like he's been able to dodge 1 nade, but Neptune gets the information with the second, and because of it, you see Sentinels continuing to get closer to tying this game up, and not only that, but take the lead.
Snakebite trying to put the pressure further on Inconceivable, but unfortunately gets caught with his back turned as Inconceivable takes him out. 79-76 here, pretty much all tied up in the final moments of this game number 4. So much happening here on this LR side of the map as Frosty trying to stay alive. This player one-shot, Bound takes him out in a embarrassing fashion, for lack of a better word, on that silo there. 83-79. The triple cap, though, is in favor of Sentinels, and they are not able to get that bottom middle hill west, and this could be all she wrote. The triple cap is in full effect, and Sentinels is on top. Inconceivable spawning in that blue room, sprinting towards yard, hoping to capture that in time, but this might be it for this Inconceivable roster, and I think that's gonna be it. Once it hits 98 and you have 2, it is mathematically impossible, and there you have it. Inconceivable will be knocked out of the tournament as Sentinels moves on into the grand finals to have a rematch against Cloud9. What a series and what a game out of Sentinels. Wow.
Take a deep breath, Faisal, because we both need to after what we just witnessed. That is some of the craziest Halo we've ever seen. I mean, Game 1 was wild. Game 4, wild. The past 2 series before this, absolutely insane. We're seeing such high-level Halo. We're seeing back-and-forth swings. And somehow, Sentinels gets the setup they need to clutch up and close that series out. Inconceivable is going home and with a lot left on the table.
Wow, wow, wow. That is quite something. We are going to a rematch, folks. That is right. We've got a rematch final. And honestly, I couldn't pick a better rematch because that Cloud9 Sentinels game that we saw previously was just ridiculous. So I'm kind of hoping for an intense and exciting close game again. I don't know about you guys. But honestly, I truly thought Inconceivables was going to be a little bit more tricky to take down, but Sentinels just really looked like they had their number from the get-go. Gaskin obviously watching in the wings there. What did you kind of pick up in terms of Inconceivable and maybe what they were lacking against Sentinels there?
I don't think game types went in their favor particularly. I think Strongholds Plaza is one of their worst game types. We've seen them lose it before in a previous tournament to KC Pioneers. And you can see how when they had a lead and they had the advantage, they just weren't able to keep on top of that. They weren't able to continuously push the other team their backs against the wall. Like Sentinels were able to do so successfully when they came back into things. And Inconceivable, they are without a doubt a fantastic roster. They were deserving winners of a previous tournament, but I feel like both Cloud9 and Sentinels have stepped it up a little bit in this tournament, and it's been the comeback factor from both of them. Like when you think they're down and out, when you think it's done and dusted, both Cloud9, both Sentinels, they seem to have that extra gear that they shift to, and when it gets to a grand final, when they're playing against each other, it means that some of these crazy games we've been witnessing, we're going to see more of that when we get to a grand final.
Definitely. I really just felt like they'd found their stride at this point. I mean, Clutch, you know the Sentinels boys really, really well. You've had the, incredible experience of being a coach yourself. You're a past pro player. You have so much experience, especially when it comes to these guys. What's going through their head at the moment, especially against Inconceivables? And looking, of course, at our series layout here and what really happened down the road. But what did you pick up from Sentinels coming out of that horrible Cloud9 loss there and coming into this match where they knew that they did have a pretty big opposition to go against?
Yeah, I think momentum and confidence are a hell of a drug. And when you can see it kind of transition throughout the game, it's like it's actually a real thing. And for people that don't think that, like, you really, like, emotions come into it, and confidence and a mindset really gets carried. And when they win game one the way they do, you saw it carry to game two. It gives them the belief and the confidence they need to come back in that game four and close it out the way they did. That's a very scary, dangerous team to start getting confident, to start feeling comfortable, considering we've seen them waver a lot of the times in the past, and we've seen them kind of lose these series in pretty dramatic fashion. So for them to kind of recapture that flame and regain that confidence, it's a very scary thing for, like, the Cloud9 members to kind of be seeing. That being said, they're going to be confident in themselves, and knowing that they kind of have that leg up on this team. But yeah, you got to see that momentum shift, and when things are going right and these guys are clicking as individuals, like, the teamwork starts to happen, things start to work out in their favor, and that's when they become, like, their scariest one, right?
Definitely. Goofy, from your perspective, what did you kind of notice on the side of Sentinels or Inconceivable? It's kind of from, the angle that you were at while casting. Sometimes you pick up on little things that maybe some of us mere humans, mere mortal viewers might not.
Well, one thing that stood out to me, it's a player, and that's Royal 2, right? So earlier in this tournament, I saw Royal 2 struggling in their pool play match against Cloud9. I believe game one of their series, he only had like 11 kills and 19 deaths. Game 3 of that series, he again had like an 11 kill, 20 deaths kind of scoreboard. But this time around, Royal 2 is playing like Royal 2. So going into the grand finals against Cloud9, you gotta wonder if the scoreboards, if the final series score is going to be different now that Royal 2 is playing at the caliber we know and expect him to play at. But in saying that, Inconceivable also did a great job, weathering the storm to an extent in that game number 3. And even in game 4, it looked like they were in prime position to push it to a 5th game, but Sentinels caught fire at the end there and never let go of that lead. And now we have an amazing grand finals ahead of us. Cloud9 against Sentinels again. That Splice Tox rivalry, right? We're right back where we started years ago. We have Eco and Renegade and Stellar going up against Royal 2, Snakebite and Frosty. So we've been here before. We know these two teams are the top dogs, and now we get to watch them battle it out once again.
Definitely do. I mean, I think there's just something about that Cloud9 Splice generation of players that seem to just always manage to just beat Sentinels in the best of ways. But it's like they're their kryptonite. There's something about them that sometimes Sentinels, I feel like, can't get over them, can't get that W, can't take it across the line. And they better figure it out soon because they have a final to get to. Clutch, obviously, we spoke briefly about Neptune and maybe some of the mistakes that he was making on the team, but has been an incredible addition to the roster, especially coming into Halo 5 once again. What did you make of his gameplay there against Inconceivables? Any kind of notable things heading into our final that maybe he's really stepped up here?
I think it's Neptune. I mean, he's just solid, right? I think he's one of the most individually talented players in Halo 5. I think if anything Neptune can get better at, it's decision making. But I think he's still young, and he's still learning the ins and outs of that. That's a journey that he's going to be on for a while. But his individual skills there, it's not like he's playing poor. He just made a bad decision at the end of that game 5, and I don't want to harp on that too much because Neptune does so much for this team in its current form. Like, it's arguable that Neptune is the best player on this team right now, and that's, like, we're talking about Sentinels, right? So he's just got to keep playing his game, stay confident, and know that, like, he's alongside some of the best in the world, and they're going to get the job done and they're going to put him in the position to make plays, and he's just got to be ready to make those plays.
Definitely, it's a machine. At the end of the day, a well-oiled machine that makes a team an incredible one. So, talking about teams, who are you guys going to have your eye on for this final? We have Cloud9 versus Sentinels. It's a rematch that we've seen from earlier today. It's going to be a close one. I have a feeling about it. If the first one was anything to go by, it's going to be insane. We want to hear from you. It's at HCS. Tag us in all of your thoughts, your opinions, your pictures, whatever you're doing, how you're watching the stream, what you're eating while you're watching the stream. I don't care. We just want to know what it is. So hashtag H5 Pro Series. Let us know. We're interested. We're going to head to a quick break right now where we let our teams get set up for this incredible grand final. When we come back, we do have Cloud9 facing once again with the Sentinels. Who's going to take it? We'll find out after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Halo 5 Pro Series Championship. The day is running away from us. Honestly, we are into our final match of the day, and it happens to be the grand final. So if you're just joining, good timing. We've got the best till last. Don't worry about that. We have a rematch. We've got Cloud9 taking on Sentinels for the end of the night, and I couldn't be more excited about it because if the first game, like I said previously, is anything to go by, this is going to be a really good game. Now, joining me, I have Wes Clutch Price, I've got Daniel Gaskin, and I also have Goofy. And they have been giving us top tier analysis and casting the entire day. And I have one more favor to ask of them, and that is to talk to me about this final matchup we have for you guys. So, Clutch, looking at, of course, the way the day has gone, it's been quite the journey for both of our teams here today. I mean, Cloud9, let's start with them. I mean, they really have kind of put us through the paces here. Looking at where they were sat, obviously Group A alongside Sentinels, they've given us quite a fair few 3-2 games. So they've taken it to Game 5. They kind of took it to the wire against Kingdom at one point, only winning 3-2, where Sentinels beat them 3-0. So they have a bit of a strange way of getting there, but they got to the grand finals, and they really showed us the ice today, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cloud9, no surprise, is kind of where I predicted them to be. I think that these guys are world champions, especially in this game. You gave them a little bit of time leading up to this tournament in order to get back into the groove of things, and now they're starting to hit that form. Unfortunately for Cloud9, their biggest fault up until this point in like their dominant careers are they play to their competition, whoever that might be. So they found themselves in two different Game 5s. I expect this to be very similar to the pool play match that we saw them compete against Sentinels in, where it was very tightly contested, just a couple of lives separated the two. And I expect this series to really be pretty close-knit throughout the entire time. I think Cloud9 does have that one leg up on them, though, having won that previous series. They should go into this one confident.
Definitely. And Goofy, obviously Sentinels on the other side of things, they have had a really great run so far until they met Cloud9. They hadn't dropped a map. And then unfortunately, it just didn't quite go their way, but it did come down to the wire. What did you kind of take away from Sentinels' run so far through this tournament and then the roadblock that they hit with Cloud9?
Yeah, Sentinels has been playing amazing this whole tournament, and even in that Cloud9 series, they were in the game until the last second. Again, we talked already about it a lot, that final play from Neptune, and ultimately losing that Truth Slayer the first time around. But this time, I think we're going to see a different Sentinel. They've pushed through the adversity already, and we know Sentinels in adversity, they always seem to come on top whenever their backs are against the wall, and we saw them do that against Inconceivable, and now we're in the grand finals, Cloud9 once again, the rematch. If it's anything like that first series, Lottie, it's going to be a nail biter. Both these teams have so much to prove. Again, we talked about it. It's like that, the Splice talks, we're right back where we started. And, now you got Penguin on this Cloud9 roster, and you got Neptune filling in for Lethal. So we'll have to see who the champion's going to be in the end.
Definitely. And talking about seeing, we have seen some beautiful Halo all day long, and quite frankly, some of the best timed POVs in the game. And beautiful Halo usually comes hand in hand with Richie Hines. So massive shout out to our observer Richie Hines for doing a stellar job as per usual. But Gaskin, I come over to you now, my friend, because I want to know what we can expect out of this rematch here. Cloud9 Sentinels. I know you're the man of stats. I know you probably have something up your sleeve, so I just want to know what it is.
Sleeves. Yeah, I've always got something for you. Out of all of the Halo 5 sanction events that we've had recently, so the 3 series these guys have played up against each other, including won this tournament, they've not actually repeated a game type so far. So we had a 3-0 victory for Sentinels in their first series. Cloud9 then won 3-1 in the second series they played in the most recent tournament, and then of course we saw a 3-2 victory for Cloud9 today. It's crazy to me that they haven't repeated one single game type. Like, it seems bizarre. It's just an amazing coincidence. But now we are going to get repetitive game types because there's no way they could play completely different ones going into this rematch. So I'm excited to see who can improve in certain game types that they lost, that they can then turn over and put them in their favor. So once we see those that map layout, that series layout, Lottie, I'm going to be twiddling my thumbs and having a little look
Well,
around and seeing who's where.
Dan, I can grant that wish for you, my friend. Let's have a
Lovely.
look right now at the series layout to see exactly what these teams are going to be faced with, what their paces are going to be put through. So, Gaskin, talking about these stats that you had hand in hand with kind of the game types and maps and the layouts and replaying some of these, what kind of are you seeing here?
So Empire Strongholds, the last time they faced each other, Sentinels won 100-7 on that one. Truth Slayer, Cloud9 won 50-48. That was today. Coliseum Capture the Flag, Cloud9 won 3-2 today on that one as well. Fissure Oddball, they have not played each other on, so that's going to be a new one. And then Plaza Slayer, Sentinels won that one 50-47 a few weeks back as well. So it's pretty even. It's a 2-2 split in terms of wins elsewhere in previous series, so it could all come down to Fissure Oddball.
Oof, hey, Oddball's a tough game type sometimes. So it can go either way, and honestly, I believe it. I think this is going to be a really, really close game for our grand finals, and a very exciting one at that. Clutch, obviously knowing Sentinels as well as you do, how do you truly see this going? Do you see Sentinels taking the win here and taking the revenge match, or are we seeing Cloud9 kind of closing things up again here once again?
I think this series falls in the hands of Royal 2, and we saw a glimpse of the dominant force Royal 2 can be in the last series, and I think that he's going to have to play at that level for Sentinels to find their way to beat Cloud9. If he has a series that's very similar to the one that we saw in pool play, this is probably going to go back in Cloud9's favor. It's difficult to predict. I predicted Cloud9 on my X. I predicted Cloud9 earlier in the day. I can't change my pick. I think Cloud9 is just here to win. I enjoy seeing Penguin excel because it's just about time for him to have some success in his career, and it's great to see that he's landed on this roster. I'm excited to get underway. I expect a super close series. Let's get this started.
Let's absolutely do it. So the game is starting. We're heading into our grand finals right now. It's Cloud9 versus Sentinels. It's a rematch. I'm too excited. I'm heading this one over to. We got Clutch. We got Gaskin. Guys, grand finals time. Enjoy.
Let's get it. Grand finals. It's about 1 a.m. here, but I'm about to wake up my neighbors because this is going to be a series for the ages. These two teams going at it. They've looked incredible all tournament long, Clutch. But, of course, so much on the line, so much pride to play for, so much history between these two teams. Who can be controlling those power-ups, though? It's going to be so important in this game one.
All right, I'm going to change my prediction. If he wins this one, I want to go Renegade. And he backs down. So, no longer get to change that prediction. And Royal 2 going to have to play his life now that he's lost his duo in Snakebite as multiple members push out Red Bin here. It's going to be a very fast game one. It's a high-intensity Empire stronghold, so I'm very looking forward to seeing who's able to weather the storm and through the chaos find success.
And as I did say earlier, Sentinels did win this game type the last time they played each other on it, but this was when Cloud9 were a bit more newly formed. Penguin was kind of easing his way into the roster, and I think we're going to see a very different game here from Cloud9. They have adjusted so well with the arrival of Penguin, and we'll see whether they can actually turn this result in their favor as Frosty manages to connect with the final shot onto Stella. Now we'll look towards trying to gain control of Pit here, because the early access, the early control has been going to Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9, success so far. You got pick control, you have a side base, that's exactly what you want. Try not to press 3 if you don't have to, but if you get the numbers advantage in order to do so, I expect them to do that. But this is just textbook from Penguin right here to just trying to defend the pit, play it slow, wait for information, and then excel where you can.
And so different from what we saw earlier with two teams competing here. Just the patience from Sentinels. They bided their time. They said, look, let's wait, let's execute. And they've executed perfectly. They regained control of Pit. They pushed at the right time. They took down the right Cloud9 members. And now they have control of the map. And they're starting to put points on the board. Royal 2 can't quite get the finish. And will go down some explosive behind him. Maybe helped out his enemy. There's Neptune now trying desperately to stay alive in Pit. But he's not able to do so. Renegade picks up the double kill. And maybe he'll get the Pit as a reward here. No one to stop him, and Cloud9 get the triple total control cap.
Yeah, and he's actually going to get the reset in red and keep this trip cap. That's a huge kill from Renegade under Royal 2 in order to get that reset, and the bleeding is ensuing. The overshield up does go in the hands of Cloud9, and unfortunately Snakebite's just a step too slow to get there in order to deny that. So not only do you have a trip cap, it looks like you're in position to not only get overshield, but camo potentially in their favor as well. So everything going right for Cloud9 early in game one.
And both these teams have been so successful at controlling the power-ups throughout this tournament, but when you get two teams who are that good, there is always going to be someone who, like you said, is going to be one step behind. Just unfortunately for Sentinels on this occasion, it was Snakebite, as Penguin has taken control of Pit now, has Overshield as well, so he's going to look to try and use this shield advantage, but he runs straight into a plasma pistol, but thankfully the plasma pistol missed, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team were there to swarm him, take him down. 49-6, make that 50, and this Cloud9 lead is really starting to get away from Sentinels here.
Yeah, Neptune making Renegade work for it, but Renegade's willing to put the work in, as we've seen. 53-6 and continuing to climb. Cloud9 is storming with pressure right now onto Sentinels. Sentinels is still struggling to just hold the one base that they control because of the amount of pressure we see continuously applied by Cloud9.
Cloud9 applying the pressure, pushing in the right areas and getting the kills when they need them. Eco now just trying to see if he can sense out a couple of players, throw some nades to get some hit markers, but in the end backs off to help the team because you can see that one of the bases is being taken and Sentinels are starting to put some points on the board now, but Penguin will find Neptune, comes in for the double, connects with it onto Snakebite, will take the base. There's a temporary minute of, well not even a minute, temporary second of total control from Sentinels, but it is denied by Cloud9. But what's important is Sentinels were able to get a little bit of control and take Pit for themselves.
Absolutely. The important thing is that Sentinels didn't have to give up 2 strongholds when they had lost multiple members. Cloud9 still had to focus on maintaining 1. You see Reds being captured, but you're going to have to see Cloud9 kind of face the same facts that Sentinels had to face earlier in the game. They're going to have to defend their stronghold for a period of time. Overshield is going to be coming up any second, and it looks like Penguin, once again, in the perfect position to pick that up. That's a heads-up Overshield pickup from Penguin, who got it the last time. He's really playing on top of his game. He's got situational awareness to understand that I need to get this Overshield for my team to have success. And because he got that Overshield, we now see a transition immediately into control.
And there's a lot of responsibility on players in these online tournaments because usually you're not going to have a coach available to help you. So you yourself, as players, probably doing something you might not do at LAN, you might not time it as much, but Penguin getting it right down to the T and ensuring that he picks up that Overshield yet again for the team as he then dives into Pit, picks up 1 but can't find the second. So Sentinels making this a little bit more scrappy now in Pit, but Cloud9 are still picking up time. And Renegade is just lurking here. He's waiting for someone to walk into that Pit. He finds Frosty first, but he's not going to be able to do enough to stop Pit, but a teammate is going to be there. It's Penguin yet again. This could be a huge hold from him, but he has to back off, and Sentinels regain control of Pit.
Yeah, we see all 4 of Sentinels in the Pit, and unfortunately that's going to be too much for even Penguin with how well he's playing to deal with. What is this going to transition into? Are they going to be able to hold blue base? And now that they have a kill, are they going to look to press red? Or are they going to opt to just play for 2? I think, in my opinion, when you're down by 30 at a 70-40 streak, you're going to need a trip cap at some point to come back into this. You can't force it, but if you get the kills to go in your favor, look for Sentinels to be aggressive for that 3rd cap.
Well, Sentinels do have control of the map right now, but they are behind in the game. So I'm interested to see what the comms are like on this Sentinels side. So let's dive into a listening with the red team.
They're gonna spawn. They're gonna spawn tower. We still have a tower.
I'm in tower. We got the 2 cap. Just stay up.
Yeah, one could be red security. Yeah, we spawn. Outside shots. Renegade blue.
Shot blue bear. Shot blue bear. One shot blue bear. He's a blue bear. Hiding. Blue bear hiding. Win blue.
I got him.
No, really big set of power.
One hit pit, guys. One hit pit.
Get on me. He's one hit on me. Nice, man. Kobe.
Oh, everything.
Trap up him, man. Holy fuck.
I've came.
Alright, listen, I'm gonna be here. Yo, we're collapsing around.
We're past red.
Alright, red fan, guys, red fan. Red security behind me, I'm gonna die. You gotta play your life, Rev.
I'm on. Red security from red.
You should turn around to blue, one of you guys.
One red,
Matt, that's you.
Red security and then 1 blue. Last guy's blue.
Listen, I'm flying up blue. Two blue. I'm in. They're both one shot. Dead.
One shot blue alley.
Alley's gonna die. Alley's dead.
Push back up.
I'm blocking. Alright,
I got hit by an 8.
Two hits reply.
I'm dead. Play your life, guys. Everyone play your life. Brad's making a play. Yo, nice play. Get ready, play your life.
Red 2 and pit.
Last guy.
They might push you.
83-70 in total control then for Sentinels, and you heard the emphasis they put on the power-up section of that this game type, Clutch, where they said, look, we've got Obi, we've got Camo popping up at the same time, we need to secure them. They did secure them, and you can see how it's paying off now. 93-70. There is no chance back into this game for Cloud9. This is going to be game one going in favor of Sentinels, and again, Strongholds has shown to be one of their stronger game types here. Very impressive way to come back into things.
We went into a listening at the perfect time, because what we first heard when we went into that listening was Royal 1. Big set of power-ups coming up here. What happens immediately after he says that? Neptune somehow gets a double with nades in the bottom middle stronghold. He gets a perfect kill for the triple, and that opens up the entire map for Sentinels to not only get overshield, but for Neptune to get camo as well. We saw Penguin sprinting for that overshield. He's just a second too late, and Royal 2 was on the clock to get that one. And it snowballed out of control for the favor of Sentinels, and it was an unbelievable setup that they were able to hold for the entire rest of the game. When you get 2 power-ups to a team like Sentinels and you give them complete control, that's what's going to happen. And a beautiful comeback in game 1 for Sentinels. Cloud9, I'm looking at you to rebound here in game 2. You cannot afford to just be giving up power-ups like that. You started the game off so well, but you have to close the door on a team as great as Sentinels.
And I mean, I have to apologize because I did misspeak, because I said that when you play online, you likely wouldn't have any coaches. But I look now to the chat rooms, and I can see 2 coaches in there, 1 for each team. So I guess that's the beauty of modern technology, being able to stream things to your coach and have them involved at the same time. So coaches stepping up, and as you say, Roy One just making that perfect call to ensure that people were focusing for those power-ups. But we move into game number 2 then. We're going to have Slayer on Truth. Sentinels with a map advantage. Let's see if they can build from this clutch.
We saw the impact of the camo at the end of that game from Neptune's point of view. Are they going to be able to have the same impact? It's going to go in the hands of Snakebite. He's no shield. Going to find a kill on the Penguin. Is he able to stay alive though? Just a nade barely missed by Stellar is going to allow Snakebite to get away with his life. A 1-kill lead, but more importantly, the cam.
Yep, got the camouflage, and now he can look to rotate through this map slightly more freely without anyone being able to spot him out. He looks towards the bottom of the base. He would have seen Eco pushing towards Bubble there. He'll communicate that to the team, but he's going to go for the play of getting behind enemy lines. He can't find anything just yet, and the rest of his team are falling, and Snakebite is now going to have to wait and bide his time and choose his moment perfectly, and his moment is chosen. It's going to be on Stella, but he can connect with the shots and will fall to the grenades. Amazing play by Stella to just ensure that he threw those nades to cover his body where he was, and he gets the kill for it.
Yes. Part of a blunder by Snakebite, right? If you're going to pick and choose to fight your fight there, you have to hit those shots. You have to take him out. And you cannot afford to die to those grenades. Unfortunately, Snakebite goes down. A huge kill by Stellar that swings the momentum of this game. And a pivotal game, too, for Cloud9 to make sure that they don't fall behind too far in this series is going to allow them the opening they need to stay in this game.
If Sentinels can take a 2-0 advantage in this series, that will just give them so much of a confidence booster. As a reminder, they did face each other in pool play. Cloud9 were able to win that series 3-2 in a nail-biting affair. So closely contested between these two sides, unsurprisingly considering the players that are on these rosters. 13-12 now. Penguin will go down, and Stella has got a little bit of P3 control, but as I say that, he has to drop down immediately to join Renegade, who is also weak. And Sentinel's doing really well just keeping Cloud9 at bay, not allowing Cloud9 to set up too comfortably here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how the battle for this next camo that's coming up in about 10 seconds is played. We see one member of Sentinels in pink 2. We see multiple members of Cloud9 trying to make their way over there, but Stellar, a little bit of a hasty play there is going to cost him his life. He does have a teammate in Eco. Pink 1 completely no shield with the camo. We see a beautiful observer mode from Richie where Eco is able to stay alive completely no shield, dodges the nades, and now we see an opportunity finally for Cloud9 to have a power-up.
I mean, if Richie is doing the first-person views and doing the third-person camera views as well, then he is a literal god. Fair play to that man. 18-16. Eco has himself a camouflage, and he's doing some damage with it. He's just controlling top mid. He's just being a nuisance right now. Sentinels know where he is. They know he's top mid, but of course he can disappear at any time. That's the beauty of the camouflage. And now he's going to opt to go under the base and look to try and get behind the enemies. But the rest of his team have fallen, and similar to how Snakebite found himself earlier, he has to pick and choose his moments. But he finds Snakebite in this moment, and now he's got the spawners with him, so he makes it count, and Cloud9 still holding a lead now.
Not too much damage done with camo as he lost all of his members, to your point, but They do have the lead, and that's what's important for Cloud9 right now. They got the camo out of Sentinel's hands. They had a minor success. A huge kill comes into the bubble where you think Eco would have gotten that, secured that kill, but unfortunately he goes down. Still a 1-kill lead in their favor, and Stellar with the double kill, make it a triple, is going to extend that lead to 2.
Yeah, Stellar just picking off everyone who was weak, listening to those call-outs. And I think the scary thing in a game like this is if you miss a beat, if you miss a shot, that opposition is going to take full advantage of that. There are such little mistakes at this level of Halo. These players are so good. They're tried and tested at this point. Eco can't quite get the lunge, and Neptune will take him down. A very tight affair here on Truth, as Royal 2 looks across to try and take down Renegade, which he does so with a nice headshot to finish things up. And now we're going to be looking towards that next camouflage, how that's going to impact this game, because you are completely right, it hasn't really had the impact that we usually see, Clutch.
Yeah, great predicted nade from Eco is going to stop this push from Sentinels and keep this game close, because all of Cloud9 was just stuck at red. A beautiful job by them to somehow trade kills at disadvantageous positions, but Snakebite picking up this next camo, to your point, could potentially run away with this game if he plays it correctly. But Penguin going to shut that idea down immediately and picks up probably the biggest kill of the game up until this point. Game's tied 33-0 as we move forward.
I really love this kind of Penguin versus Snakebite battle for power-ups, and realistically, you know full well it's Royal 1 versus Hoaxer battle, just to see who can be the better coach, who can get that player on the power-up at the right time. You cannot predict how this game's going to go right now. It can go either way. Cloud9 look really strong. Sentinels also pushing at the right time. It's a very minor lead for Sentinels, as Stellar will be the first player to fall on the Cloud9 side. He'll spawn up soon though. And Sentinels, they haven't taken the advantage. They haven't decided to push. Instead, everything's getting a little bit more passive right now. People trying to hold certain angles in the map, but here comes some aggression. Renegade is going to be under a little bit of fire. Tries to get up to P3, but can't survive.
A beautiful nade is going to open up the map to get that kill on the Renegade and potentially swarm red, where you see Snakebite pick up this kill. Now a 4-kill game, momentum, map control, all in the favor of Sentinels now. They have everything they need. Just understand that you have this team spawning at blue. There's no need to give up free deaths.
Don't want to give any free deaths whatsoever. And with the amount of comebacks we've seen from both of these teams, you know the game is not won until you get that 50th kill. 42-39, so only 3 kills in it. Cloud9 definitely not down and out. Make that a 2-kill game now. Penguin picking up a kill and taking control of P2 here. A couple of nades going into spawners, try and get some hit markers, try and give that information to the rest of the team. And he is just commanding this P side right now. He really is the anchor point for the team, manages to pick up one across the map, but elsewhere, Sentinels have been able to take down the rest of the Cloud9 roster, and they're only 5 kills away from taking this map number 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, Penguin loses his entire team, and with that, that's going to open up a push from Sentinels into Pink. They take down Penguin, they take down Stellar, they take down Eco, Renegade. The last player alive, Pink 2, is going to be forced to try and make a play on this camo, but he's already weak, so Snakebite gets the leg up on him. It's 49-43, they need one more kill. Snakebite's going to find the double and end this game before it ever has an opportunity to give Cloud9 a chance to come back. Sentinels is going to make sure that they close this game out much different than the pool play match, and they go up 2-0.
Well, this one goes against the tide. As I said earlier on today, we saw these two face up against each other on Truth Slayer. Cloud9 won that one in a very nail-biting 50-48 affair, but Sentinels turning things around now. 16-9 for Frosty with 12 assists. He was playing out of his mind in that particular game. Eco, 9-11 on the bottom of the scoreboard, but still a good game all round for most players. But what do you think was the difference maker in that game from what you saw, Clutch?
I think those last couple camos really did make a difference. It wasn't anything in the first 3 that we really saw change the outcome, but the battles for the last 2 camos both went in the favor of Sentinels. It wasn't that we saw a ton being done with the camo, it was the battle for the camo was heavily won by Sentinels both times, and because of it, they were able to get map control and they were able to get the kills without having to trade, which extended their lead into what we saw the game end.
So we're going into Coliseum Capture the Flag then. Another game type we saw earlier in this series between the two. Cloud9 won that one 3-2. Again, so close, similarly to the Truth Slayer. So if Sentinels can continue this run and continue to turn around those game types they lost earlier, there is no reason why they can't take this in a 3-0 fashion. But if Cloud9 can make this 2-1 and go into Fissure Oddball, which I think is a bit of a a mismatch for both of these teams. I don't think that either of them are going to be particularly comfortable on that. Maybe this could be their ticket back into this series, Clutch.
You saw Cloud9 win Truth Slayer in the first series in pool play. You also saw them win Coliseum Flag. So a lot of confidence goes in here for Sentinels, knowing that, hey, we just beat them on a game type they beat us in earlier. We're playing better now. We should be able to knock them out here. And you want to close the door on this Cloud9 roster, because if you give them any life, any hope, you know that they're a team that can come back and reverse sweep just about anywhere.
I think we just witnessed a bit of confidence there, or lack of, should I say. Stella not opting to try and go for any sort of no-scope shenanigans with the sniper rifle, straight away throwing it off the map, knowing the damage it can be done, but you could argue a very intelligent play. But would you have seen a member of Sentinels do that? I argue they might have actually gone for the no-scope, because Frosty, well, he's the type of player who would be like, yeah, you know what, I can hit this. But flag being run at the moment by Cloud9, but also the other flag is out, so we might end up with a little bit of a standoff here and see who can get the first return.
You want to talk about an intelligent play. Royal 2's ability to stay alive in the situation he was just put in was absolutely incredible. Snakebite winning that huge one-on-one could potentially keep this flag stalemate alive. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as you see the kill feed all go in the favor of Cloud9, and with it, they're going to jump out to a 1-0 lead, and a much-needed lead if they want to continue this series to a game 4.
Royal 2 needs to do some damage now. Snakebite actually hits the perfect, otherwise it could have been back-to-back flag caps for Cloud9, and actually they're opting to still run this one, so it all comes down to Stella to hit his shots. He does, but Frosty is there to stop, and it's all going to be down to Renegade now, who has to back off, has to leave this flag, and Cloud9 just need to accept they have the lead. They don't need to go for the back-to-back flags, as Renegade will find Neptune just trying to stay alive, just trying to lurk over there. And now, well, for Sentinels, I wonder how they're going to respond to this one, Clutch, because it's never easy going down after you've got their flag out, you've got it to their kind of towards your base, and it's in that flag standoff.
No, not at all, and it's a difficult pill to swallow, but you're going to have to get over it. And Rockets just coming up with control of Sentinels running the flag at the same time. It's going to be a very interesting situation that they run into, because nobody on Sentinels is in position to get those rockets. Are they going to be able to influence this flag cap, though? The answer is no if you're a Cloud9 player, and Frosty, with the fastest flag run in the West, punches it in to tie this game up.
Yeah, the movement from all these players, the flag runs we've seen today has been incredible, and of course the map awareness and probably listening to his teammates to turn around and finish that kill at the same time. Neptune has found himself a couple of rockets to work with, or one rocket if I am precise. He's now run out of them and looks towards Snipe 3 to see if he can take down Eco, but it's just a clamber fest right now. Neither player are able to shoot one another, but Neptune comes out on top thanks to a teammate, as another flag has been pulled by Cloud9, but it's just been lobbed across the map, and it's going to come down to whether anyone can actually get on the end.
Yeah, I don't want to see Cloud9 overextend for this flag. I think it's a dead cap. We see multiple players on Cloud9 go down. They need to focus on playing defense, because it's very easy to give up complete map control and find yourself in a counter cap situation. It does look like that kill from Renegade is going to be huge on the Frosty. Not only did you get the snipe off the map and out of the hands of Frosty, but you kind of opened up some release of pressure for a little bit and allowed your teammates to get off spawn and potentially win some fights. You see both perfects in the kill feed result in Cloud9 being able to get out of their base.
Sentinels tying this game up earlier does mean that they are only 2 caps away from taking this tournament. Of course, money on the line, but most importantly, pride on the line between these two teams. Penguin takes its engagement, gets the beat down onto Frosty. And still plenty of time left. Cloud9 don't have to panic too much at this point. They have looked good in this game type. As you say, the sniper rifles have been a bit of a non-factor thus far. No one's been able to get away with it and do any real damage, as Royal 2 decides, I think I might run a flag here, but instead, he runs past the flag, and probably better that he just stays alive, plays his life at this point, and tries to do a little bit of damage. But he's joined by 2 players on elbow, and in the end, will fall.
Yeah, but what he does is he buys so much time for his team to get kills elsewhere in advance on the map, right? He attracted so many players for Cloud9 to have to worry about the opportunity for Sentinels to go up in this game 4. Or in this game 3, I'm sorry, and really run away with the game. Royal 2 doing a phenomenal job. It's not often you see him pull flags, so you know he's doing whatever it takes to get his team to win.
I'm sure that must have been difficult for Royal 2 as well. He saw the rockets were up, but he had to kind of push back to the base and retreat to ensure that no flag would be pulled, give away and give up those rockets, I'm sure much to his brother's disappointment as the coach. But now we will see rockets not in the hands of anyone. I think actually the rockets have gone down, maybe even fallen off the map perhaps. But either way, 1-1 still, and the game's starting to slow down a little bit, but Sentinel's trying to inject some pace now by pulling a flag and seeing if they can get it across the map themselves. But Eco should be there for the return, which he is, and he will return it back.
And I believe the flag for Cloud9 is actually being run, right? I think throughout all of this chaos, Frosty trying to slide the flag across the map was a bit of a desperation pull, and with it, Cloud9 has gotten some control, has got the flag over halfway. If Penguin's able to land a kill, that could potentially be continued, but no. He's going to go down. Eco's actually going to find a double, which is going to turn this into a very interesting situation where the flag is bottom middle. Neptune, unfortunately, can't get there to get a touch on it, and he's going to opt to try and overextend once again, but Penguin's there to meet him.
Time after time, we're just seeing players step up, getting double kills, triple kills, and the rest to ensure that they don't go behind in this game, because losing a flag cap could lose the game at this point. 6 minutes left, so a decent amount of time, over half just about, and the new sniper rifle is going to be popping. Is anyone going to be able to pick it up and actually influence this game whatsoever, or are we just going to see it get thrown off the map yet again? Rockets also will be up soon, so we'll need to keep a keen eye on seeing who is able to pick that one up. Eco takes down Frosty. We'll get the sniper rifle as a reward. Can't hold on to it though. At the moment, that sniper rifle is cursed. Clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. The sniper rifle's cursed, but what are the Rockets going to be able to impact here? Neptune finds the double, and now the potential is on for an onslaught. We see Neptune in a prime position with the snipe to really open up the map for his team to push. A beautiful nade kill is going to allow Snakebite to push in front of him. He does know this player is under the snipe bridge, and we'll see if he's able to take him out here. No, the answer is very clear, that he misses the no-scopes, and because of it, the snipe once again falls off the map. We saw an opportunity for, once again, the sniper to impact the game, but these guys are too good. They're too focused on making sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, Cloud9 just doing really well to stay out of the sightlines so that they couldn't be sniped too easily, and Sniper just not a part of the game yet again here. 5 minutes remaining. And we're seeing Cloud9 trying to make a move on this flag. Excuse me, Sentinel trying to make a move on the flag, but Frosty will fall, so it means it goes back to a situation of just battling for map control. Snakebite doing some decent damage and working with Royal 2 to take down Eco. And now Snakebite knows there's a player to his right. Big nade, he doesn't quite connect, but he's done enough with the shots to take down Penguin. And Snakebite now, his reward is being able to push up with the rest of the team on this flag.
Yeah, one player alive in the base. There is a player bottom middle. He's going to be the last guy alive for Cloud9. He has made his way towards the catwalk. We'll be able to see if he's able to impact that. But it looks like he's done just enough to have presence on the map for the rest of the boys to spawn and get the kills they need. Unfortunately for them, Frosty still was able to throw the fire bottom middle, so they have to press the attack, and they have to get this return in order to stay in this game.
Yeah, Neptune just has to stay alive now and ensure that he stops Cloud9 from successfully pushing into the base, but he goes down to a grenade, and now it's a flip over to Cloud9's turn to push, but they walk straight into an ambush, and Snakebite gets the kill onto Eco. Royal 2 will get the return. Rockets were shortly coming up, so we need to keep an eye to see who's able to pick those up, because that could certainly influence this next push. Double kill for Royal 2, and it's going to be Stella picking up the Rockets. Can't quite connect with the first, the second also goes a miss, so now Rockets out of the equation. And really, the power weapons haven't been as influential as usual, Clutch.
Yeah, I think it's because of the pace of this game. It's like so chaotic, it's so fast-paced that it's so difficult for these players to find success with the snipe, with the rockets, whatever it might be. But it's wild to think that every time we go to a point of view, there is a flag being pulled from both ends right now, as I make the statement. And Neptune gonna land himself a double. If this player in Penguin goes down and Snakebite takes him out, this could be potentially the first actual flag run we see that has an idea of being capped, but no. Multiple slays go in favor of what appears to be Cloud9 for the moment, but the flag is still out.
If that flag hadn't have fallen, you saw Neptune got the double, he turned, he thought it was just going to be on the bridge, but it ended up on the floor. If it was on the bridge, maybe he could have made a run, but he knew if he had just tried to dive on that one, the likelihood is he would have died to those who were spawning. So smart play from him, just unfortunate the flag ended up off the bridge in the end. We're still all tied up with only 2 minutes 45, and it does feel like it's going to be next flag wins at this point. How closely contested it is. But Penguin has the sniper rifle. Are we finally going to see it make an impact into this game? Is Penguin going to hit some shots, or is it going to continue to hold that curse and probably end off of the map? This is the first one. No scope does not connect with anything either, and now Sentinels are fully aware of where that sniper rifle is, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try and hunt him down.
Penguin is still alive though, so the potential for damage with this is still present. A nice headshot, a nice no-scope, and he's going to run straight for the flag. Beautiful efficiency by Penguin to immediately not waste any time and understand the situation he's in to go for that flag. He's going to get it all the way to his fountain, get it up, does get rocked by a nade. Is he able to punch it in? A bit of a stutter, and because of it, he's going to actually go down. There is a player in the back of the base in Eco that's able to contest these pulls. A player in Stellar is able to get another touch. Neptune takes him out, but one spawns cave. Neptune's forced to blow himself up with the rockets with that trade. A return from Royal 2 comes in, and absolute chaos has ensued for that flag to be returned. Sentinels clutches up once again. The defense for these teams is so incredible.
Bloody mental stuff there. I mean, Cloud9 so close to putting that flag in, but absolute clutch moments from Sentinels to ensure they were able to stop that, because as I say, that flag cap could have been it, and it could have been the game. 1 minute and 20 seconds, and Snakebite is able to stop that flag from moving yet again, but another player from Cloud9 is there to potentially run this himself, and it's going to be Penguin. He is going to be met by a lot of grenades here, but this time, can he put this one in? It looks like he's going to find more success. Cloud9 take a 2-1 lead with only 1 minute remaining here, Clutch.
Yeah, and Penguin can take a deep breath because I'm sure he was panicking, knowing that the potential for absolute chaos was once again a very true reality. But now, with a minute left, if you're Cloud9, are you choosing to play defense or are you choosing to fight for map control here? It looks like Eco's going to be hesitant to push out of his window, and this could potentially be dangerous.
Yeah, if you choose to turtle up, the opposition can definitely take advantage of that, but some big shots from Eco will at least get him 1 kill. Renegade gets another, and now Stella is going to be the other base, and he's going to pull the flag just to make this a little bit more difficult for Sentinels, who are running one of their own. Sentinels, they need a flag, and they need it now with only 25 seconds remaining, but Cloud9 are spawning. Cloud9 are getting the kills. Penguin picks up one onto Royal 2. Stella also gets one of his own, and surely there's not enough time here for Sentinels. Maybe, just maybe, one last push, one desperate attempt to try and throw this flag across the map, but I think Stella has positioned himself perfectly. The flag is still in its space. There is no time for Sentinels to get back into this one, and it is going to be a Cloud9 victory, their first of the series, and we're going to a game 4.
It wasn't easy, it wasn't pretty, but Cloud9 stays alive in this tournament.
I think you said it perfectly. It was chaotic, that game. There was a period of the game where it slowed down a little bit, and I was like, okay, now the players can breathe, and then suddenly explosions and flags being thrown out everywhere, and any possibility the flag was being pulled. It was mental. That is not the usual Coliseum flag game I'm used to seeing.
No, and those are not usual stats you're used to seeing. Penguin dropping the +12, you love to see that, but Renegade, -10. One of the best slayers that we know in the game, only coming away with 15 kills in a 12-minute game is pretty wild to think about. So Renegade, if he's able to pick it up, what can this Cloud9 really, like, how high is their ceiling if he starts to play at a higher level with the rest of the boys obviously playing at a very high level? I think from watching that game 3, we can expect a very tight-knit game 4. But Fisher Oddball, Dan, you're the stats guy. We joke about it, but how does this game type favor either one of these two teams?
Well, as I said, it's the one game type they haven't played each other throughout all these tournaments. This is the one where, like, I'm kind of scratching my head about. It's an oddball game, which I think leans towards Cloud9, if I'm completely honest. We've seen a lot of struggles for this roster, on the opposition side, for this Sentinels roster, excuse me, because 3 out of the 6 games they lost coming into this tournament were all oddball game types. So I feel like Cloud9 have a great chance of tying out this series.
I couldn't agree more, and I think Overshield is going to have a very large part in the story of what this game looks like. We see multiple kills going in the favor of Cloud9, and Roll 2 able to stay alive somehow right there, dodge the nade, and apparently Neptune, throughout the chaos, picks up the Overshield, and with it, he's going to be granted the opportunity to get some great damage onto these players spawning it blue.
And are they going to have the timing on it, have that advantage already, gets the double, looks to try and get the triple, but unfortunately will fall. As the ball time now can start to be secured by Sentinels, they can gain a little bit of an advantage in the early stages of this game. Frosty needs support though at this point. He knows he's being pushed by several members of Cloud9, has to back off, has to try and find some sort of advantageous position. Needs to get his shields back, eventually does, and now he can attempt to make a push, see if he can pick up 1 or 2 kills, but most importantly, just stop this ball time being picked up from Cloud9 and keep this small advantage they've gained.
Yeah, I love this play by Frosty to be able to play his life for this long and then somehow try and figure out a way to impact it once your shields have returned. Unfortunately for him, Penguin's going to actually get that melee, which delays a lot of what he wants to do, but he is creating a lot of chaos and opportunity for his team to come across the map and help him out because he was able to stay alive. Yes, he didn't get a kill, but what he did do is not allow Cloud9 to get any form of a set.
What he did was assist Royal 2 for 3 kills, and Royal 2 gets another one. It's going to be a double, not quite the triple. Actually, it's a triple because Penguin goes flying off the map. Easiest triple of your life gifted to him, quite literally. And now ball control can go firmly back into Sentinel's side, and really Cloud9 have to try and work out how they're going to break this setup.
Yeah, it looks like Cloud9's going to try and push top middle from the left side. Penguin actually getting caught, and Frosty goes down as well, but Roll 2 is able to turn that into 2. So a 2-on-2 situation, what we're looking at right now, but one is going to be the ball carrier, and continuing to pick up score. 35, 36-0, Overshield coming up in about 5 seconds. We're going to see if Sentinels is able to get this and secure some more ball time.
Royal 2 is there to stop the ball time being gained from Cloud9. That's something that Sentinels have done very well so far in this game. Always had one player just being a nuisance, lurking around just to do some damage. Royal 2 gets a stick, and he gets the back smack. Massive double kill from Royal 2, taking down the Overshield while he's at it. And Cloud9 just can't catch a break right now.
I mean, Cloud9 can't catch a break, and Royal 2 being the most fortunate player in the world right there. Sticks a player he doesn't mean to stick, gets a free back whack on the Overshield anyways, and because of it, any chance at Cloud9's setup right there that they thought that they were going to have is absolutely ruined. It actually turns it into the opposite effect, where Sentinels now continuing to build their lead.
Cloud9 jumping off the map and giving triple kills, showing their booties to be stuck by plasmas, and then just, of course, turning the back to be whack at the same time. All things are looking up for Sentinels right now. Frosty gets the kill onto Penguin. They're still picking up points, and Cloud9 yet to even put a score point on the board, 67-0, and it looks like that is going to continue at the moment. Cloud9 all trying to swarm together. They get the first kill, but Frosty is there to get the trade. That's very important. Sentinels have continuously done this. They've been trading out time and time again.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen a player on Sentinels go on a killing spree, and because of it, we've seen those kills amount to the lead in the scoreline that we're seeing. Very efficient play being had by Sentinels right now with this ball. I want to see them be in a position to play this ball because it does look like their setup might have a time limit on it as they're starting to rotate it towards the other base. A player does come in. A nice melee from Royal 2 is going to allow Frosty to pick up that one shot, and Royal 2 is going to continue to rotate the ball around the map. This has got to be the most frustrating experience for Cloud9.
Frosty and Royal 2 have just been Tweedledee and Tweedledum at the moment, but Tweedledee and Tweedledum with brains, because honestly, they have just been perfectly baiting and switching one another, assisting each other in the right times, and Cloud9 have been punished time and time again because of that. 106-0, Sentinels closing in on taking this tournament. We need to see a massive resurgence, just a breath of life into this Cloud9 roster, because at the moment, I can't see it happen.
It starts with this Overshield, and Penguin's able to secure it. Unfortunately, he's going to get hit by that nade, which is going to knock a majority of his Overshield out, but multiple kills go in their favor, and they're starting to rack up some time on. Somehow, the ball player gets killed across the map, so Penguin's going to be forced to use this Overshield to go back for it. That's an immediate red flag if you're a Cloud9 fan, because now Penguin, when he has the ball in his hands, he's not using the Overshield to effect, and because of it, Sentinels pushes across the map, finds the kills they need, and are once again scoring.
Once again scoring and edging closer and closer to winning this tournament. They've got the setup. Again, Cloud9 need to try and break through, and even if they do break through, look at the comeback that they have to make. They would have to play perfect Halo. We've all seen it, we've all said it for comebacks, and at the moment, Sentinels just look flawless. They're playing perfect Halo themselves, 131-7. Here comes the victory. Cloud9 just can't seem to get past this barricade that has been set up, which has basically been Frosty just mowing through them time and time again. Eventually, they stop this ball from being eaten away at the scoreline, but here comes Frosty yet again just to ensure that it's not going to be an easy pickup. We need to see something special now from this Cloud9 roster.
I mean, did you see it? As soon as Frosty goes down, there's a killing spree as he trades the kill for his life. Again, on his screen, Frosty has picked up his game. Roll 2 has picked up his game, and this is the Sentinels that we know and that is capable of absolutely dominating even the second best team in the world. We're seeing Cloud9 being ran on right now. 150-19 is going to be your scoreline. Sentinels will be your HCS champions.
And what a dominating way to take the championship as well and take that 4K to put in their pockets. Sentinels, they may have lost in pool play to Cloud9, but they came back with a bang in this grand final, and that was just a simple game in the grand scheme of things. Cloud9 are not even close. I thought this game type might have favored Cloud9. Of course, not as much statistics on it between the two, but really, Sentinels, when they're on like that, when they're firing that well, no one can touch them. And Clutch, I mean, what else can we say? Sentinels, they've done it again.
Champions once again.
Lottie, I mean, you were watching in the wings alongside Goofy, and it was a quicker series than maybe we thought. A lot of back and forth, but an incredible one and an amazing performance from the Sentinels.
It was stunning. It really was quite an incredible performance. And I think that's what happens when Sentinels are really on full form. When their confidence is up, they get to do what each individually they want to do. I mean, just for an example, that oddball, the rotations were perfect. The teamwork was there. The slaying was there. Cloud9 couldn't get their hands on the oddball. They couldn't even get their hands on any type of control on that map. It was absolutely beautiful. Chef's kiss. Stunning stuff. Honestly, I'm a little bit in shock at the moment, considering what we saw at the beginning with these two teams and the matchup they had right at the start. I was not expecting that type of win in that kind of fashion. So for me, I wouldn't say disappointed. I think it was a phenomenal finish and it was some beautiful Halo on show. But I did kind of want an intense matchup. But hey, congratulations, Sentinels. Fantastic stuff. Goofy, what did you make of that matchup? It was insane.
Yeah, so just for the record, prediction was true. Sentinels ended up winning the entire tournament today. And I think what really helped them kind of have that dominating performance in the grand finals was, as I mentioned before, the adversity they faced early on in the tournament in the pool play, right? We saw them go down in a heartbreaking Game 5 loss to Cloud9, but because of that, they had to face a tougher opponent in Inconceivable, and they were running on all cylinders going into that grand finals up against this Cloud9 roster. And we saw them have a dominating finish in that Fisher oddball. The final score was 150 to 19, right? So game one, just to quickly break it down, it looked like Cloud9 was going to come out on fire. They had a triple cap to start the game. They were up by quite a bit of margin, and then you saw Sentinels rally back and close that game one with the easiest victory right there, 100-70. Game two, 50-43. Cloud9 able to sneak out a game win in Coliseum, but ultimately Sentinels is too much for them, and they are your HCS Halo 5 Pro Series Championship winners, and they played lights out all day.
Oh, they did. They definitely did. They're just sitting in the dark right now, Goofy. They are totally lights out in that last series. Absolutely incredible. Clutch, you mentioned before heading into that series that, a lot was riding on Royal 2's performance and how he would kind of turn up to the series. What did you make of it?
Yeah, that's the Royal 2 right? That's the world-class Royal 2. That's the best player in the game when he's playing like that. And because of it, you saw how that drastically changed the outcomes of some of these games. How much easier the games look for the rest of Sentinels when Royal 2 is doing Royal 2 things. I mean, absolutely going off. You saw triple kills, killing sprees, you name it, he's not missing. And that's Royal 2 in its finest. It's not often we've been able to see that Royal 2 as of recent, but it's a great breath of fresh air to know that one of the best players in the game is starting to hit his final form and feel more comfortable going back to Halo 5 on the console. So big shout out to that guy. Good friend, better Halo player, and it's a well-deserved win for him.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Talking about the bracket and kind of what we saw, have a little recap, but the journey that Sentinels went on, it very much finished in that fashion, apart from that kind of bump in the middle that we saw against Cloud9. I mean, Gaskin, Sentinels really didn't drop a map at all until they reached Cloud9, and they kind of finished off in that fashion, in that way, which was awesome to see, because obviously I think going up against Cloud9, they've had problems in the past. It seemed to be kind of their nemesis, their kryptonite. What did you make overall of that series, and how do you think Sentinels really overcame that speed bump?
I mean, how many times have we seen like a Sentinels roster or something similar of a Sentinels roster go through a tournament and go 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, and we're kind of like, okay, they've done it again. But this time we're starting to see other teams show up and give them a match, and like, thank God. Like, I want to see some top-end Halo where it's not 3-0s consistently. That was a bit of a battering in the final map, but aside from that, I mean, Cloud9 looked phenomenal. They looked like a side that could really go toe-to-toe with them, and on another day probably could have taken that final. Some different maps maybe could have gone in their favor. But this Sentinels roster, I mean, you put together three of the best players who have the chemistry, the history, and you add a player like Neptune, you're going to find success. I think you could add a lot of players in that spot. Like, no offense to Neptune, he's not like he's being carried or anything because he's an amazing player, as Clutch said, arguably maybe even the best player on that roster. You could put Clutch on that roster, and I still think you probably get to a grand final. That's how good some of these players are, how much Halo 5 experience they have.
No, it's very true. I'm only joking, Wes. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I'm a confident individual, but those guys on the other side, they're pretty good at Halo right now, and I like my seat where it is. I'll say that.
Hey, we love you sitting in that seat, Wes. Honestly, I wouldn't know what to do without you on here, pal. But no, a phenomenal job. Congratulations once again to Sentinels. Let's have a quick look at the prize pool, though. Let's see what these guys are going home with today. Not only are they going home with, of course, the bragging rights of being our champions here today, but they do have a very cool $4,000 heading their way as well. Obviously, Cloud9 take home $2,000, Inconceivable with $1,000, and then we've got our teams with the rest of the prize pool right at the bottom there. So amazing stuff. A ton of money was on the line here today. But honestly, I think it's pretty special to be able to jump back into Halo 5 and kind of show that you still got it. You know, I think that's a pretty cool thing to be able to say. But it was an incredible tournament, and it was lovely to be with you guys doing it. So thank you so much for joining me. But last thing I want to talk to you guys about at home. Now, you might be in the mood, you might be jittering now, you want to pick up your controller, you want to compete yourself after seeing some of the best we've got in the world. Do so right before your very eyes. Well, don't worry, you have a chance yourself. We have tons of open tournaments for you. Head over to aka.ms/H5 registration, get yourself signed up, get your controller out, bang, there you go, you can compete yourself. So show us what you're made of. Really exciting stuff on Facet's website. So make sure you guys get signed up and into that one. But gents, thank you so much. It's been absolutely amazing. It's been so great to jump back onto the Halo desk, and I couldn't have picked a better trio to do it with. So I appreciate you guys so much.
Thank you, Lottie.
No
I appreciate
problem,
you as
Dan.
well.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's like you said, Lottie, it's been an amazing day of Halo, right? We're finally back to seeing Halo 5 competition at its top, the cream of the crop, the best players, the best teams. And, we were fortunate enough to watch some amazing series, a whole bunch of Game 5s, and ultimately Sentinels doing Sentinels things. They are the most dominant roster in Halo's history, in my opinion. And even without their key player of Lethal, bringing on someone like the young gun of Neptune, still showing that they're the best team in the world. Hats off to Sentinels, and hats off to every team that made it to this invitational tournament today and was able to perform and win some money. At the end of the day, that's what we all love to do, is watch these guys compete and perfect their craft. So thank you to Lottie and Clutch and Gaskin, everybody. I had a blast, and I hope everyone watching at home enjoyed it.
Love it. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. And thank you to everybody at home who tuned in all day long. We hope you've had the best time. Congratulations once again to Sentinels for showing they still got what it takes to be the best at Halo 5. And we hope that you guys tune in next time when we bring you more action here on HCS. But till then, good night.